It looks so good.
Okay, I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors for Tuesday, December 9th, 2025. Mr. Clerk, will you please call the roll and establish a quorum?
Happily. Supervisor Kennedy.
Here.
Supervisor Desmond. Here. Vice Chair Rodriguez.
Here.
Supervisor Hume.
In attendance.
Chair Cerna.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Very good, thank you. And Mr. Sturmer, if you could please read our statement.
This meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is live and recorded with closed captioning. It is cablecast on Metro Cable Channel 14, the local government affairs channel on the Comcast and DirecTV UVerse cable systems. It is also live streamed at metro14live.saccounty.gov. Today's meeting replays Friday, December 12th at 6 o'clock p.m. on Metro Cable Channel 14. Once posted, the recording of this meeting can be viewed on demand at youtube.com/MetroCable14. The Board of Supervisors fosters public engagement during the meeting and encourages public participation, civility, and the use of courteous language. The Board does not condone the use of profanity, vulgar language, gestures, or other inappropriate behavior, including personal attacks or threats directed towards any meeting participant. Seating is limited and available on a first-come, first-served basis. Each speaker will be given 2 minutes to make a public comment and are limited to making one comment per agenda off-agenda item. Please be mindful of the public comment procedures to avoid being interrupted while making your comment. Comments made by the public during Board of Supervisor meetings may include information that could be inaccurate or misleading, particularly concerning topics related to public health, voter registrations, and elections. The County of Sacramento does not endorse or validate the accuracy of public statements made during these open public forums. The recordings are shared to provide transparency and access to proceedings of public meetings. To make a comment in person, please fill out a speaker request form and hand it to clerk staff. The chairperson will open public comments for each agenda, off-agenda item and direct the clerk to call the name of each speaker. When the clerk calls your name, please come to the podium and make your comment. If a speaker is unavailable to make a comment prior to the closing of public comments, the speaker waives their request to speak and the clerk will file the speaker request form in the record. The clerk will manage the timer and allow each speaker 2 minutes to make a comment. Off-agenda public comments will take place for a maximum of 30 minutes. The remainder of the agenda comments will take place at the conclusion of the timed matters in the afternoon. As a reminder, Rule of Procedure 10B allows the chair to establish uniform time limits for people addressing the board in relation to a particular matter. Such limits may be announced at the beginning of each matter on the agenda and can include a setting of specific amount of time devoted to public comment for a particular item, announcing cutoff times for receipt of a request to speak form, reducing the amount of time per speaker, or other reasonable and content-neutral measures. You may send written comments by email to boardclerk@saccounty.gov. Your comment will be routed to the board and filed in the record. If you need an accommodation pursuant to the Americans with Disabilities Act or medical or other reasons, please see clerk staff for assistance or contact the clerk's office at 916-874-5451 or by email at boardclerk@saccounty.gov. Thank you in advance for your courtesy and understanding of the meeting procedures.
Very good, thank you. I see our county clerk has joined us this morning. Ms. Evans, would you like to lead us in the pledge this morning? Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, again, good morning to everyone who has joined us here in Chambers and those of you who may be watching us live on Metro Cable 14. I want to start by welcoming Todd Sturmer. This is his first board meeting as our newly appointed clerk of the board, and we want to welcome him.
Thank you.
As chair, you always have to be very nice to the clerk of the board. Again, I want to just express to everyone who may wish to address the board this morning on any item on our posted agenda, you certainly are welcome to do that. We, again, just ask that you please complete a speaker form and get that to our clerk of the board or his staff at the rear chambers. You're also welcome to address the board on any item that's not on our posted agenda. That is listed as off-agenda topics. We are forbidden by state law to go into any great detail or depth of discussion as it relates to any variety of topics that you may bring to our attention that are not on our agenda per the Brown Act, but you certainly do have that ability to petition your Board of Supervisors. We do ask that you please keep your testimony to 2 minutes. That way everyone who wishes to address the board has that opportunity to do so. So with that, we have a busy agenda in front of us today. So Mr. Clerk, our first item.
Item 1 on the agenda is public comments relating to matters not on the posted agenda. And our first speaker today is Deanna Rutkowski.
Good morning, Board and Chair. My name is Deanna Rakowski, and I spoke on October 21st, 2025 regarding line item number 9 regarding public funds being spent on outside investigations, specifically regarding citizens' complaints. I was seeking additional information. At that time, I was told that the county executive and his staff would get me additional information. Last week, I followed up with the board and the county executive and his team that I had not received a response. I did, in fact, receive a response from Mr. Friedel, thank you very much, that there was a disconnect in getting the information to me because he stated that there was a lack of contact information for myself, which I had filled out a speaker form on that day, and it included my contact information, so I was quite disappointed that I had to follow back up. Nonetheless, I'm here today with some additional follow-up questions and comments. It's been 5 months and 19 days that an employee has been placed on administrative leave for an investigation into a citizen's complaint. Trying to determine what are the different methods by which the county may receive a citizen's complaint. What are the procedures when a complaint is received, especially when handed directly to an ASO2 and alleges that an employee perjured themselves in court as well as failed to report or protect vulnerable populations against sexual assault or harassment? Would that information go directly to a supervisor or a deputy director? Does the county maintain a broad database of complaints received, or does each department operate within their own silo to handle such a database? If there is a broad database, when was it enacted? What policies within the county are broad and applied across the board versus what policies are made and used only within their own department? What are the county's policies regarding friendships between coworkers, superiors, other county employees, other government agencies, contractors within the county, and members of the public?
Can you please conclude your remarks? Your 2 minutes is expired.
Okay.
Great.
Thank you. May I submit the comments?
Yeah,
Thank you.
to our clerk, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And our next speaker is Ronald F. Owens, Jr.
Good morning. I know you guys know who I am and why I'm here, but for those in the chambers who don't know, my name is Ronald F. Owens, Jr. I was the Public Information Officer at the California Department of Public Health. On April 14, 2022, Department of Health and Human Services Secretary Javier Becerra said this regarding the COVID-19 vaccines. He said, quote, "We know these vaccines are killing people of color, blacks, Latinos, indigenous people at about 2 times the rate of white Americans. Since then, I've informed all 58 county boards of supervisors in writing last July of 2024 and last December 2024 in writing what Department of Health and Human Services Secretary Javier Becerra said and the dangers of the COVID-19 vaccine. Since then, I have gone to 51 boards of supervisors across the state. The reason why I'm doing so is because CDPH has a relationship with the county health officer, with the county public information officer. I'm doing what CDPH should have done back in 2022 and still could now do today. I'm going to share with you what I've learned thus far in my travels. 756 people have died from the COVID-19 vaccines here in California. Riverside County Sheriff Chad Bianco said that there are deputies in their 20s having strokes and heart attacks. Shasta County Supervisor Kevin Cry said that he's talked to people who have been injured by the COVID-19 vaccine. Amador County Supervisor Brian Onito said that women are having menstrual disruptions because of the COVID-19 vaccine. Lansing County Board of Supervisor Mike Scanlon told me that some people have died after taking the COVID-19 vaccine. Kings County employee shared with tears in her eyes that her mother died shortly after taking the COVID-19 vaccine. A Fresno County nurse is suing her hospital because there has been a 400% increase of fetal demise. Babies are dying because of the COVID-19 vaccine. Anytime that there's a homicide, anytime that there's a suicide,
And you've
we have
come
to
to
question
your
whether
2
they have
minutes.
been affected because of the
Thank you.
COVID-19 vaccine.
Thank you.
You have
Your time
a
is up.
responsibility
Your time is
to
up.
inform your
Thank you.
citizens, and you're not doing so.
And our next speaker is Barb Ram.
Hi, can you do the overhead thing? I'm not sure. Hi, so on 11/12 of 2025, the SACB ran an opinion piece by Decarcerate Sacramento. And when I went to the Sheriff's Review Commission Board on 11/25, the chair, Paul Curtis, said that it was not based on facts. It was not written by a reporter, but it was written by a PhD state of California employee. It misconstrued things. The report is very, very untrue, left out a lot of points. So Paul Curtis said, points in the article are just not true. DUIs are not given meds. DUIs have to stay in jail a certain amount of time, so that's when they were released. The court tells the sheriff when to release people. People being released after hours doesn't happen now, and all releases are given clothing closet. Laura Foster and Paul Curtis said they have no idea how long it takes to process anyone from the jail. All releases from a longer stay are given 30 days of meds, which is not what we're seeing, or they're given a prescription they can take to get filled at a pharmacy. That has never happened. Issues and challenges from the 2023 report to the sheriff have all been resolved, and releases at odd hours are not happening. So this is what we're seeing. Resource guides are not being given, bus passes no, access to phone calls from a holding cell sometimes, screened for the Exodus Project sometimes, no beds provided by the Exodus Project, no 24-hour access to the Exodus Project. Access to a clothing closet? No, never. 30 days of meds sometimes. Access to phone charging? No. We have phones. Decarcerate and I also document everything in an Airtable, and there's CCTV in front of the jail, so anybody could look and see if we were there and how many people were there. We provide overnight beds. 2 people have actually stayed in my house because they didn't have any place to go. So my question is, how long does it take to process someone out of jail? How long does a person have to be in jail before they get meds? What is the copy of the jail's printed resource guide? I really am offended when people are telling us that we're lying in our opinion piece.
And we have no additional speakers for off agenda.
Very good. Thank you very much. Again, thanks to everyone who took time out of their morning to address the board on off-agenda items. We'll now move on to our next agenda item.
All right, next we would be moving on to consent, items 5 through 49, and I do have clerk notes for items 7, 18, and 44.
Go ahead and read those.
All right. Item 7, introduce an ordinance amending Section 2.115.300, 2.115.310, and 2.115.320 relating to contribution limits for on-election years and an aggregate limit pursuant to the review of biennial contribution limit adjustments, waive full reading, and continue to December 16th, 2025 for adoption. Item 18, introduce an ordinance to establish the fee schedule for voter registration and elections for calendar year 2026 and 2027, waive full reading, and continue to December 16th, 2025 for adoption. And item 44, this is a request to drop item 44, which is authorization to execute memorandum of understanding with Sutter County for crime lab services from December 9th, 2025 through June 30th, 2026.
Great. Do we need a motion to drop the item?
Yes.
Okay. Why don't we go ahead and clear the consent calendar with that action first? So is there a motion to drop?
I would move to drop item 44.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Do we have anyone sign up to speak on item 44?
No.
Okay, please vote.
This item passes with a unanimous vote 5-0 of all members present.
Very good. Thank you very much. Okay, now the clerk has read his notes. Any member of the board wish to pull an item or address an item on the consent calendar? I see that Supervisor Hume is in the queue.
Thank you, Chair. I have a comment on item 22.
Item 22, approve the County of Sacramento Development Impact Fee Annual and 5-Year Findings Report for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2025.
So I recently attended a meeting that was put on by the North State Building Industry Association that revealed the results of a report by Economic Planning Systems delivered to various jurisdictions and decision makers. And the findings is that the fees for Sacramento County, the good news is we're not the highest and we're not the lowest, but the fees on single-family home development is $109,000 per unit. So when we talk about affordability of housing, to think that somebody is out of pocket over $100,000, and that doesn't include the cost of the land, that doesn't include anything to actually build the house, that doesn't include putting food on the person's table that built the house, that's untenable. And the unfortunate conundrum is that obviously that money is collected in order to pay for things that we need as a society, that those homeowners will need. But my ask would be this, that as we look at kind of culture change and redoing our development processes, that we scrub our own books and make sure that we are not pursuing Taj Mahal options when solid building options would work.
Thank you. Any other member of the board wish to pull any item off consent?
I'll go ahead and move consent.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone signed up to speak on consent matters?
We do. We have people signed up for consent calendar item 13 and 43.
Okay, we'll take them in order. So item 13, please.
Item 13, contract number 4681, Warren East Thornton Youth Center remodel facility to accommodate behavioral health children's crisis stabilization unit psychiatric. And first speaker is Richie Cruz.
Well, happy holidays, everybody. Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Richie Cruz. I'm a field representative for Carpenters Local 46. On September 9th, we submitted a bid advisory to DGS questioning whether Bobo Construction should be viewed as a responsible bidder for the Warren E. Thornton project. On November 18th, I presented a public comment in regard to the same matter. We never received a response with our first reach out with the bid advisory nor after my public comment. Upon reviewing today's agenda, we learned that Bobo Construction was allowed the opportunity to submit an official response to our letter. However, they fell short of invalidating the evidence provided by Local 46. The response cherry-picks the contents of the bid advisory letter and even still only provides speculations and claims lacking foundation or proof. In the letter, Bobo acknowledged the significant delays on recent projects as extended timelines and referred to them as not a result of Bobo's performance. However, they failed to provide any significant evidence demonstrating this claim. And with this response, Bobo acknowledged there were significant delays on projects in which they were general contractors with. There is no rebuttal to evidence provided that Bobo incurred a stop payment notice and bonds claims filed by multiple of their subcontractors for unpaid services. The claim that Bobo's litigation history is typical for any general contractor is irrelevant, erroneous, and quite concerning when taxpayer money is involved. The fact-based legal vetting bid advisory letter submitted by Carpenters Local 46 is a clear representation of our watchdog organization. We acknowledge that public agencies may lack the necessary resources to comprehensively evaluate contractors. Therefore, it's incumbent upon us to provide this information for your board to make a responsible decision. Carpenters Local 46 respectfully requests that this reward be removed from your agenda pending further investigation, which will also open the door to extended level of communications between our organizations. Thank you for your consideration in this matter, and that concludes my public comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker on this item is Matthew Beeston.
Good morning, Chair and Supervisors. My name is Matthew Beeston. I am a representative as well of Carpenters Local 46. Adding to my colleague's rebuke of Bobo's response to our bid advisory letter, there are a couple items I would also like to address. Bobo Construction insists that it has never been deemed a non-responsible bidder. I want to be very clear. The letter submitted by Carpenters Local 46 never accused Bobo Construction of having been deemed a non-responsible bidder. Our letter regarding the Warren E. Thornton Youth Center project urged the County of Sacramento to review our findings, conduct its own research into Bobo Construction's background, and determine whether it should be considered a responsible contractor. With all of that said, what was not mentioned by Bobo Construction was that they were removed from the list of pre-qualified bidders at Los Banos Unified School District. Specifically, after discovering the information Bobo provided in its pre-qualification application significantly differed from the fact-based, legally vetted information that we provided, Los Banos staff removed Bobo from its list of pre-qualified bidders. Also not acknowledged by Bobo Construction was how in August 2025, they submitted a pre-qualification application to the city of Walnut Creek for an upcoming project. In response to questions of whether they have been responsible for paying back wages and penalties related to prevailing wages, Bobo answered no. In response to questions of whether Bobo has been denied pre-qualification of public works contracts, Bobo answered no. In this letter, Bobo Construction does not dispute they were responsible for paying the back wages and/or penalties related to prevailing wages, but merely acknowledges it paid penalties up front. As we point out in our letter, the DIR has made it clear that prime contractors cannot plead ignorance when the subcontractors fail to follow California's labor law. These requirements are designed to ensure the public money is being spent properly. All of this demonstrates a pattern of failure by Bobo to provide accurate information to awarding bodies during the pre-qualification process. Why would Bobo point out what happened at Los Banos or what they submitted to Walnut Creek? It wouldn't be in their best interest. And that's what we're asking the Board of Trustees and staff. Double check the information submitted by Bobo
Please wrap
Construction.
up your comments. Your 2 minutes is
I repeat
expired.
my request by my brother. We respectfully request that this item be removed from the agenda and pending further investigation. Thank you.
Thank you.
And next speaker for item 13, Matthew Kelly.
Good morning, Chair and board members. My name is Matt Kelly. I'm with Carpenters Local 46, just adding on to what the last two gentlemen had to say. As the first speaker, Richie said, through multiple attempts, both through letters and speakers in these very chambers, we've made our point clear. And if unrecognized by you, we'd ask that you please define to us what makes a bidder responsible. If the County of Sacramento is unwilling to reassess Bobo's status, there are some conclusions that Local 46 must draw. As an awarding body, it is the County of Sacramento's policy to be permissive of the following characteristics of potential public works bidders. Contractors with a history of being found jointly and severally liable for civil wage and penalty assessments issued by the DIR's Division of Labor Standards Enforcement. Contractors with a history of delays and cost overruns on public works projects. Contractors with a history of being the defendant in litigation, particularly concerning works, services, or breach of contract. Contractors under federal investigation. With all these things considered, we ask that you refrain from awarding this project today, take a closer look at the vetted information we provided you, and truly consider the type of message that the County of Sacramento would like to send about what they consider responsible. Thank you.
Thank you.
And our next speaker on item 13, Austin Bobo.
Good morning, Chair and Board. Thanks for having me. I'm Austin Bobo, Vice President of Bobo Construction, Inc., and I just came to defend our name a little bit in this contract. As you've seen the letters sent about us, there are many false accusations in there, as well as the Los Banos pre-qualification and the other pre-qualification that was noted. Those are both false statements. We are, as stated, I've never been deemed a non-responsive or not a non-responsible bidder in the bid pre-qualification process. We've been in business since 1952. We're 73 years strong, and we do tens of millions of public projects every year. Unfortunately, with the public construction process, it's not without incident, and so there are issues, and any major union or non-union contractor has to deal with those issues. Our motto for our company is whatever is fair and right. That's what we do, and so if there's ever a dispute or an issue, we attempt to solve that with the most moral upkeep that we can. So the comments that were made against us with the Los Banos pre-qualification, what had happened there was we had reached out to the district to see if we were pre-qualified. They informed us that yes, we were good to go. We don't need to resubmit. And then it was an issue on the district's end where they told us we were pre-qualified, and then we didn't resubmit. Then they found out that the timing was off and that we had to renew our pre-qualification. It wasn't anything to do with our qualifications. It was just a timing issue so that we missed the deadline for that pre-qualification. That's the reason we missed that one. The other one that was brought up was that we had said no to certain questions on the pre-qualification about back wages. We had initially marked no, and I had revised that and resubmitted, claiming that I wasn't clear on the wording of their pre-qualification. I didn't know if it was in regards to subcontractors or the general contractor, but I did revise that prior to any of their comments to say that yes, we have had those issues in the past and they were resolved swiftly and carefully. So I don't see a need to remove this from the consent agenda and to move forward as we are a responsible contractor in this realm. Thank you.
And next we have speakers for item 43. Item 43 is authority to execute a multi-year expenditure agreement with Brilliant Corners in an amount not to exceed $4 million.
Didn't think I would be speaking on this so soon. So this isn't really something that I talk about much, but I thought $4 million. Let me look up Brilliant Corners. So Brilliant Corners, I guess there was a bid process. 9 companies submitted bids, and Brilliant Corners won. So Brilliant Corners has over 20 highly paid executives. They have no one in Sacramento. They have no open positions in Sacramento. They have no ties to Sacramento. When they don't know the community, they don't know the community providers. Within 1 year, they're supposed to get help 250 homeless people or soon-to-be homeless people keep their apartments, find affordable housing. I was like, so where are these 250 affordable homes or affordable apartments? Like, how is Brilliant Corners going to come up with 250 of them? Well, there are some units in the Marina Vista, Alder Creek community that could be upgraded and refurbished. I think we could refurbish some of them and you would have some affordable housing. But to your point, Pat Hume, why not keep $4 million in the city, county of Sacramento? Why are we paying outside organizations $4 million who have no relationships here? They don't have our software systems. They are not familiar with our HSMIS or whatever that is. Like, it's never going to work. Brilliant Corners is never going to work. The Exodus project, which was started in July for the jails, is beginning to get some traction 6 months later, and they were in the community when they were awarded the contract. This, please, please take a breath and do not give them the $4 million.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, does that conclude our speakers on consent matters?
That does conclude our speakers for consent.
And I believe we have a standing motion in second, do we not?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Please vote.
Consent calendar passes unanimously 5-0 with all members present.
Very good. Thank you. Next item, please.
At this point, we can either move on to our 10 o'clock hearing, number 50, or we can go to board-owned ranks, item 59, for the continuum of care.
We will go on to our 10 o'clock item, please.
All right. Item 50, County Service Area Number 1, Zone Number 1, public hearing on the benefit category changes and levy of increased service charge for the Orange Meadow Estates subdivision, APN 213-0211-033.
Okay. Good morning, board members. I'm Dawn Pimentel with County Engineering. The Orange Meadow Estates subdivision is situated on the west side of Santa Juanita Avenue, approximately 750 feet north of Central Avenue. The development includes 6 single-family lot subdivision and associated site improvements. The project was approved through a tentative subdivision map, special development permit, and design review on January 22, 2024. To satisfy a condition of approval required prior to filing a final map, the project proponents submitted an application to initiate the benefit category change process. Following that submission, a notice and Proposition 218 ballot were sent to the property owner on October 24, 2025. Currently, the project parcel is classified under the safety light only category with an annual assessment of $2.56. Upon changing to the enhanced street and safety light residential category, the annual service charge will increase to approximately $393.72 for the 6 residential properties. If the board has no questions, staff recommends opening the public hearing, receiving written and oral testimony, along with any objections, protests, and then closing the public hearing and directing the clerk to tabulate the return protest ballot.
Very good. Thank you. Any questions of staff? Seeing none, I will open the public hearing. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone signed up to speak on this matter?
We have no one signed up to speak for this item.
Thank you. Close the public hearing and ask the clerk to tabulate, please.
We've received 1 protest ballot from legal owner Aspen Holdings LLC, parcel number 213-0211-033, site address Santa Juanita Avenue, Orangevale, California 95662. And this ballot is marked yes and signed.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Since there is no majority protest, we request the board adopt the attached resolution and to confirm the levy increased service charges for Orange Meadow Estate subdivision. And then I would like to read the record fill-ins for the resolution.
Please.
In Section 2, at the close of the hearing, the board received 0 written protests. And in Section 3, at the close of the tabulation, the board has received 1 protest ballot totaling 100% of the total service charges to be levied, of which 100% was in favor of the change of benefit category and 0% were in opposition to the change of benefit category.
Great. Thank you very much. All right. We have opened the public hearing. We have closed it. No public speakers.
I will go ahead and move the recommended actions for approval.
Very good. We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Please vote.
This item passes unanimously 5-0, all members present.
Very good. Next item, please. Thank you.
All right. Our next item is 51. It is PLNP 2023-00251, Gerber South Subdivision, a community plan amendment rezone, large lot, tentative subdivision map, small lot, tentative subdivision map, abandonment of easements, special development permit, and a design review for properties located at 9132, 9168, and 9188 Gerber Road, and 7767 and 7769 Florencia Lane in the Vineyard community. Applicant CDB Gerber LLC, APN 121-0010-007 through 011.
Very good. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Supervisors. Chair Cerna, I believe we have a PowerPoint presentation. Thank you. All right. Good morning. I'm Emma Carrico, Associate Planner and Project Manager for the Gerber South Subdivision Project. The project site consists of 5 parcels ranging in size from 1 acre to 38 acres, totaling 77.6 acres, located south of Gerber Road and east of the private Florencia Lane in the Vineyard community. 4 of the existing parcels are developed with single-family residences, and 1 parcel is undeveloped. The project site is currently zoned agricultural residential 10. It is located within the Florin Vineyard Community Plan area, which designates it for residential 3 to 5 land use. Surrounding existing uses include agricultural residential, single-family residential, and open space. The applicant requests a community plan amendment, rezone, large lot tentative subdivision map, small lot tentative subdivision map, special development permit, and design review, and I'll cover each of these aspects in more detail in the following slides. In December of 2010, an EIR for the Florin Vineyard Community Plan was certified in compliance with CEQA. For the current request, an addendum to the previous EIR was prepared. The addendum concluded that no substantial changes are proposed, which would require major revisions to the previous EIR. No substantial changes have occurred with respect to the circumstances under which this project is undertaken. There is no new information of substantial importance, which was not known and could not have been known with the exercise of due diligence at the time the EIR was certified, and only minor technical changes or additions are necessary in order to deem the adopted EIR adequate. Here you see the proposed community plan amendment to the Florin Vineyard Community Plan. As mentioned, the plan currently designates all 77.6 acres of the site as residential 3 to 5. The applicant requests an amendment to 55.4 acres of residential 5 to 7, 16.4 acres of residential 7 to 12, and 5.8 acres of open space. The applicant is also proposing to amend the Green Streets Framework Plan to relocate and shorten the Parkway 2 section from the existing location or designation of Florencia Lane over to the what would be A Drive as of right now on the subdivision map. Here you see the proposed rezone. The applicant is proposing to rezone to 55.4 acres of residential 7, 16.4 acres of residential 10, and 5.8 acres of recreation. The new zoning designations and community plan land use designations would allow the subdivision to be developed as proposed while keeping the general plan, community plan, and zoning ordinance vertically consistent with one another. Here you see the proposed small lot tentative subdivision map, which would create 370 single-family residential lots, 1 10.2 acre elementary school site, 1 5.4 acre park site, 2 greenway lots, 3 drainage lots, 2 low-impact development lots, and 4 landscape lots. The single-family residential lots generally fall into 2 categories. The north central portion of the subdivision, shown in darker yellow, there we go. So this sort of central portion here would consist of 161 RD10 zoned lots. They would be approximately 10% smaller than the standard RD10 lots that's requested through the special development permit, would feature reduced setbacks, and vehicular access would be taken from the rear via private alleyways. The rest of the subdivision, in terms of residential, so these surrounding lighter yellow residential lots, would consist of 209 standard RD7 lots. The low impact development and drainage lots are generally sited to connect with each other. That's sort of the surrounding area, lots in blue. And to provide an existing buffer to larger agricultural residential lots to the east. Primary pedestrian pathways are provided along Gerber Road, A Drive, and B Drive via 25-foot landscape corridors containing 6 to 10-foot wide sidewalks. However, all streets would include sidewalks in their ultimate condition. Primary vehicular access would be provided via A Drive, and a signalized intersection with pedestrian crossings would be constructed on Gerber Road at the intersection of A Drive and Pasalis Drive to the north. And we don't quite have a view of Pasalis Drive here, but it is just across where A Drive would be, and that's where the signalized 4-way intersection would be constructed. Here you can see the conceptual building envelopes for the residential parcels. As I mentioned, the applicant is requesting a special development permit to allow the reduced lot size as well as reduced setbacks. These conceptual building envelopes were provided to demonstrate that the lots are sufficient to support a single-family housing product with the proposed deviations. The exhibit also provides a better view of the alleyway concept for the RD10 lots on the right there. So you can see that private alley in the back. Those RD10 lots would not have driveways in their front yards. Again, they would take vehicular access from those private alleyways. The project was considered by the Design Review Advisory Committee on August 8th, 2024, who recommended the board find the project in substantial compliance with the countywide design guidelines, as well as the Vineyard Community Plan Advisory Council on October 10th, 2024, who did not make a formal vote due to a lack of a quorum, but did generally express support for the project. And the Planning Commission met on November 3rd, 2025 to consider the project and recommended unanimously that the board approve the requested entitlements as proposed. As proposed, the project is consistent with the general plan as well as the Florin Vineyard Community Plan as amended and the zoning ordinance as amended with the deviations requested, and it complies with all the required findings for the requested entitlements. So with that, at this time, staff is recommending that the board take the following actions. Determine that some changes or additions to the previously adopted EIR were necessary, but none of the conditions described in the CEQA guidelines section 15162 calling for preparation of a subsequent EIR have occurred. Determine that the CEQA... Fabulous. Determine that the CEQA addendum is adequate and complete. Adopt the mitigation monitoring and reporting program. Approve a resolution amending the Florin Vineyard Community Plan. Adopt an ordinance authorizing a rezone. Approve the large lot tentative subdivision map. Approve the small lot tentative subdivision map. And approve the special development permit, all subject to findings and conditions, as well as find the project in substantial compliance with the design guidelines. That concludes my presentation. We have received one verbal public comment this morning, which I believe you all are already aware of. We also have the applicant in attendance, Bardis Land Development Company, who are happy to answer any questions as well as I am.
All right, very good. Thank you for the staff report. Any questions? Okay, I'm seeing no question. Oh, sorry. Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of questions. First, with respect to the setbacks. Sorry, let me get the microphone over here. With respect to the setbacks, how did we determine, was that due to an applicant request, or is that what's, I mean, obviously if we're providing for a variation, how did we determine the setbacks, the distances that we settled on?
Yeah, so the original request did come from the applicant as part of that special development permit. They're the ones who propose the ultimate setback that they are requesting the deviation for. Staff does review that in compliance with things like public utility easements, other limitations that are required for the lot to make sure that we can still meet, for example, driveway lengths that are required for the Americans with Disabilities Act, public utilities easements, things like that. And then as well as all of our departments and agencies do also review to make sure it meets their standards.
And so the final setback that was settled upon, is that after doing that review, this is maybe the best? Let me just ask the question I want to ask, and rather than trying to figure out how to wordsmith it. If we were to move it to have even more of a reduced setback so that there's more usable lot acreage for the development, does that start to run afoul of some of those things that you just mentioned relative to ADA, driveway lengths, and those types of things? I know a PUE is 12 and a half feet, so.
Yeah, so as proposed with those reduced setbacks, we do not anticipate any. We've reviewed it to make sure there will not be conflicts with things like ADA for driveways, public utilities, et cetera.
So if not on this project, would there be room to have an even more reduced setback to say where you had the porch right at the 12 and a half foot mark, for example?
That obviously we would need to see a proposal to be able to review for sure. We do have some community plans that have even further reduced setbacks than these, and we work it out on a project by project basis. There may be room to work with some of our partner agencies like SMUD. They offer reduced setbacks every now and then, or reduced utility easements to accommodate reduced setbacks. But that's a little bit above my head as an associate. That's more of a...
Let me shift over here then to a different head and suggest that maybe we get ahead of the curve on this and we start to anticipate these types of questions and come up with those answers ahead of time, because I want to, I mean, I'll get to this when the applicant comes up, but I really commend them for doing an alley-loaded project. That's something we've been, trying to push for. It obviously adds a lot of burden onto the project. So to the extent that that makes a more usable lot for the end user, as well as creates a little bit of a different aesthetic of, if you think of like a brownstone where the porch is right there on the side, right? Like there are constraints in suburbia that you can't can't do those types of developments, but I would rather we know those answers so that it's not case by case and we can actually maybe make the process a little less complicated when somebody comes forward with a request.
Absolutely. So Dave DeFonte, Deputy County Executive. We are working on a zoning code update right now to accommodate infill projects and other things. So we'll take that into account when working on that slew of proposed amendments. And I do agree with Emma that both we can hopefully maybe address this a little bit better through that zoning code amendment, but a lot of it does come down to sort of case by case. Sure. We are seeing more issues with, just dealing with the spaghetti in the ground, making sure that all the pipes are aligning, et cetera. But we also do love seeing this type of product. As to your point, the alley loaded is something we haven't seen a lot of, but it looks like a fantastic product. So we're very happy to see it with this project and hope to see more.
Great. Thank you. And then my second question is the NAPOTS parcel looks like parcel 012, Guthmiller Revocable Trust. Obviously, that creates this weird little remainder parcel that has not a lot of usability at the time that person finally realizes they should have gotten out when the getting was good. Did we look at how to align streets differently or have some way to incorporate a future development there that would blend in more seamlessly?
We did actually. There were several iterations of the small lot map, and some of them originally had stub roads ending at the Guthmiller property. Some of them had frontages along the long face side of the Guthmiller property. This was ultimately the configuration that came to mean the most lots for the subdivision, the most cooperation from the Guthmiller property owners, and just generally the best configuration for everyone involved. The applicant could definitely speak better to their incremental negotiations and conversations with the Guthmiller property owners. But yes, we did have several iterations of this map that involved different configurations around that property.
I will certainly defer to them and ask them when they come to the podium, but it would seem like if we simply took and transposed and then build a half court and have those lots backing up to the park parcel, that increases the value of the lots backing up to the park parcel. It creates, the same number of lots essentially. So I think there is a way to get there. As we look at future iterations of planning, that we don't create these weird little things that don't become anything ever.
Absolutely. I will say we do generally try to avoid back on lots to park and school parcels to the extent possible, just because that is a policy of, in this case, the Flora and Vineyard Community Plan. And so there were configurations of the plan that had more back on lots and then fewer. And like I said, it was a long process, but yeah, it's certainly something to look at.
Can you speak to that, what the thinking is or the reasoning is behind that?
Yeah, so the idea generally being both from I don't know if you're familiar with the concepts of SEPTED, which is community planning or through environmental design. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So that between that and then also just wanting public accessibility to parks and schools, lots and sites, we generally try to keep back on lots not backing up to those sites so that you have more visibility on them, less instances of, just closed lots that are very shut off from public view and have a lot of public accessibility and walkability to them.
Okay. Well, given that we're making some exceptions in this case, I may ask for an exception to be made. So
certainly, and as you can see along that southern end of the school site, we did end up with some back on lots anyways. It does happen.
Sure. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Chair.
All right, very good. Any other questions? All right. Thank you, Emma, for the staff report. I think at this point we'll hear from the applicant team. Good morning.
Good morning, Supervisors. Catherine Bartis-Mary here with Bartis Land Company on behalf of the applicant. Thank you, Emma, for a great presentation. She thoughtfully outlined everything associated with this project. We have been processing it for the last 2 years and have been working closely with staff and DWR to come up with the plan that we have before you today. That was unanimously approved by Planning Commission and probably would have been approved by CPAC if they had the opportunity and a quorum. We are consistent with the general plan and community plan, and there are a plethora of conditions and mitigation measures that we are also in agreement with today. Regarding the Guthmiller not participant property, we've been working closely with that property owner for a couple years now, and she's in her 90s. She's lived there most of her life, and she is hell-bent on staying. And so we've been working with her to see how we can provide utility connectivity and future connectivity for her parcel, and just to make sure that she can live out the rest of her life as useful and with as much enjoyment and less impact as possible. We have been friendly with her thus far, and we anticipate continuing to do so for the rest of this project. As it relates to the special development permit and the request for setback deviation, we are requesting to bring forth the alley product to this community. We're suggesting 161 alley homes for this site, which I think will really help bridge the gap for that missing middle household that we've so been desiring, both in Sacramento generally, but specifically this area. The revised setbacks will be in line with what you see in the North Vineyard Station Community Plan. The Florin Vineyard Community Plan didn't outline special development conditions. It reverts to the county standards. So here we're just requesting a special development permit to have a little bit more guidance for the future home builders. And with that, it's a very straightforward project. We've worked very closely with staff. I'm really confident that what we have today is a well thought out design that will fit in nicely within the area. We did receive a public comment related to construction noise and dust. And I just want to point out that there are a number of construction ordinances and county ordinances that require our contractors and us to comply with dust control and noise ordinances as well. And happy to answer any questions that you might have related to the project, and of course would love the opportunity to respond to any public comment should it be necessary.
Thank you, Ms. Bartis. Any questions for the applicant? All right, see. Yes.
Quick question along the lines of questioning that I had for staff. If there were an opportunity for an even greater reduced setback, would that be something that makes this product type even more deliverable?
Probably not. We have kind of pushed it to the max for this product type. Our front porches are basically to the property line should we decide to build to the maximum. So without further coordination with SMUD and some of the utility restrictions right now, we probably wouldn't be able to push it any further.
Okay. And then not necessarily for this project, but just picking your brain for future product iterations. Would going to something like a zero lot line on the garages, is that a tenable solution to maximize lot space for the end user? Yeah,
definitely. The more creative setback solutions that we can explore on the front end, the more diverse and creative product type that we can deliver on the back end, certainly. It just definitely is. We need to vet all of the utility clearances on the front end to make sure we have our partners on board in terms of SMUD and PG&E.
Okay. And then, so again, I think that's something we could kind of get ahead of exploring, the pros and cons of these different considerations. And then my last question, I appreciate your sensitivity to Mrs. Guthmiller, and I hope that she lives out her life in the home she's used to in relative peace. I know that it would be a little extra work for Mr. Walters, but if you were to pull the court down farthest to the south and just run the remainder of those lots off the south and butt the park property up to her property, is that something you'd be amenable to do?
We've looked at a number of different solutions for her property and for the overall community layout, and we're pretty confident with what we have today, because should she change her mind or want to move to a different area, we have sort of an alternative plan that might work nicely for her site.
But what if she doesn't, and what if you get to construction and then that site is what's left? It's as a remainder parcel.
We could probably convert it to 4 parcels and still have utility clearances both off of the east and the west.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Yep. Any other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone sign up to speak on this matter?
We do. For item 51, we have Barb Ram.
Again, didn't think I would be here, but I love the project. Go for it. I'm all about jobs, 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 housing. The one thing that she just mentioned was a missing middle housing. So it would be so great if people would just lead with the good news. Like, how many affordable housing units are there? Are we, as a county, are we approving developments that don't include affordable housing? And if we are, why are we doing that when we need more affordable housing? So that's what I would ask this about this project. What does affordable housing look like to this project? What is a missing middle sort of housing for this project? That's all. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, that concludes our public speakers.
Yep.
All right, very good. Does the applicant wish to come back to the podium? Okay, very good. All right, very good. Then I'd bring it back to the board. Any further comments or questions?
I'd like to move staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Please vote.
This item passes unanimously 5-0 with all members present.
Great. Thank you. Next item, please.
I might recommend we move to our presentations now.
Okay.
Item number 2 on the agenda, presentation of resolution recognizing the Sacramento County Law Enforcement Chaplaincy Program.
Good to see you. So I had the opportunity recently to go down to Rio Casumas Correctional Center, RCCC, and tour around with Reverend Bell. And I would be lying if I said that when we first approached the first yard and the gentleman playing basketball started to swarm us a little bit, I didn't kind of step behind you. I've learned in my years that you don't have to be the fastest, you just have to be faster than the next guy. And so, but they weren't swarming out of any malintent. They were swarming to speak to this gentleman because they held him in such reverence and they saw him on the yard and they wanted a moment to talk to him and glean a little something from him. And one of the men had, I think earlier that day, been baptized and was just about to be released and was talking about how he can change his life and how he can pour into his community and how this experience has now changed him. And I thought, my goodness, if we really are taking corrections and rehabilitation seriously, rehabilitation does not get stronger than that, to where now this individual serves something larger than himself, feels a connection and a commitment and a purpose, and it's due to the work of these folks who are all volunteers, who come just to help provide a little bit of comfort, a little bit of guidance, and a little bit of spirituality and consideration for something larger than ourselves. And the gentleman behind me here, you can stay seated, Gary. Okay. He has been doing this for 30 years. 40. I should read these resolutions before I present them, apparently. Anyway, it's important work. I just wanted to recognize the work that you do, the time that you give, and the way that you pour into to folks. You know, the scriptures tell us that how we treat the least among us is a reflection of ourselves. And I think that you could not be a better shining example. So after that experience, I wanted to make sure that it touched my heart and that I let you know that and that I honored the work that you do. So I thank you very much. Thank you. Please. Yeah. You're never at a loss for words.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Hume, Chair, and other supervisors. I could do nothing without the support of the other chaplains. They are the foundation of what we do. They have the heart of God as they serve and believe that there's hope for all. So it is my pleasure to serve with them, and it's definitely a super pleasure to serve with Gary Cox, who is a friend, a mentor, a colleague, and I pray that we will continue to expand, and I ask you to pray with us that we might be able to affect the lives in which we serve in a meaningful, long-lasting way. So thank you so much, Supervisor Hume. It was just wonderful having you there, and I celebrate Gary Cox and the rest of our chaplains, but today specifically Gary Cox.
Thank you. One of the things of doing chaplaincy is the ability to change lives. And the county jail does a very good job of doing training and things like that, but there's another element to it, and that's the spiritual side. And I believe, and I've seen over my 40 years, that there is a difference when you apply the spiritual attributes to that training, to those other things the county jail provides. And so we, as a chaplaincy, are honored to do that, and we appreciate your support in continuing to allow us to reach lives, to make a difference. Thank you.
One for you specifically, and one for you. It's the same, but this is generally for the program. Thank you. Thank you. If you'll all turn around, we'll get a picture.
After one.
You guys want to come down? You want to stay up there?
No.
If you'd like us down.
Come on down.
All right.
Do you want to be in the pit or right here? Maybe right here? Okay. What?
Might have to adjust the color contrast for Mr. Kennedy's sweater.
Yeah. Or his head.
It stands out great.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You bet. Thank you.
Pleasure.
Thank you. Good seeing you again.
Thank you so much.
Quick question.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Yeah, if you wanted to say something, go ahead.
No. I used to work.
Is that right?
Supervisor Rodriguez.
So before you guys leave, can I just make a comment? So I want to say that I am so grateful for the work that you all do. I recently had a conversation with some pastors in our area about some of the issues of the heart and people who end up in addiction and crises and oftentimes, issues that compel them to end up in the life that they did not want. I'm a believer that people can be rehabilitated, and it's just really touching those issues where they get to an opportunity to know that there's a higher being and that can help them through some of their issues. So I just want to say I'm very grateful for the work that you all do. I know it's not easy, but I bet it's incredibly rewarding when you can get somebody to the point of acknowledging that life is truly fantastic when you look at the value of life. So thank you.
Very good. Thanks again. All right, next item, please.
Next item on our agenda is number 3, presentation of resolution honoring Dr. Harry Wang, MD, for his over 30 years of county service with the Maternal, Child, and Adolescent Health Advisory Board.
Good morning.
Good morning. I, too, am a believer. Honored to follow that. Good morning, Chair Cerner and members of the board. Honored to be here this morning. My name is Lisa Hooks. I'm the Maternal Child Adolescent Health Director for Sacramento County, and I'm here just to recognize Dr. Harry Wang for 33 years of amazing service on the Maternal Child Adolescent Health Advisory Board. Here with me, I have Effie Ruggles, and she is the chair of the board for the presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you didn't think I was Dr. Wang. Unfortunately, Dr. Wang couldn't be with us today, but we do want to acknowledge him, honor him, and thank him for his service to our board. He has been a mentor to me, encouraged me to assume the chairmanship, and I've worked with him several years and am just so grateful to him. So with that, I will read the resolution and just say, extend our thanks to Dr. Wang. Whereas Dr. Harry Wang has faithfully served the Sacramento County Maternal, Child, and Adolescent Health MCH Advisory Board, contributing over 33 years of dedicated leadership, and most recently serving as MCH Advisory Board co-chair from 1992 to 2025. And whereas Dr. Harry Wang devoted more than 50 years of service as a child and adolescent psychiatrist, deeply committed to social activism and uplifting the community and its future, our children and youth, providing compassionate care to families across Sacramento County. And whereas Dr. Harry Wang's thoughtful leadership, advocacy, and passion has left a lasting impact on public health policy, services, and community well-being in Sacramento County. And whereas Dr. Harry Wang's longstanding service exemplifies the highest values of dedication to public health, psychiatry, and behavioral health, community engagement, and the advancement of health equity. Now, therefore, be it resolved that our Board of Supervisors of the County of Sacramento, the State of California, honors and commends Dr. Harry Wang for his outstanding service and expresses its deepest gratitude for his contributions to the health and well-being of children, youth, families in Sacramento County. And so, therefore, we thank you, Board, distinguished board, for acknowledging with us Dr. Wang, and we want to thank him for his service to our community, to our children, our youth, our mothers, our families. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you both. And hopefully he has a chance to watch our proceedings. So from the board, on behalf of the board, we want to extend our thanks to Dr. Wang for 30 years of service on the advisory board, and that's got to be some kind of county record. We oftentimes hear from employees that have been with us for multiple decades. Not as frequently do we hear about individuals who have spent the amount of time and invested of themselves with a focus on a specific issue on a specific advisory board for 3 decades. So fairly remarkable that he's been doing what he's been doing to help us pay very close attention to some of our most vulnerable constituents for as long as he has. So again, thank you, Dr. Wang, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, very good. We'll get a photo here. All right. Mr. Clerk, next item, please.
All right, next we have item number 4, presentation recognizing the time capsule sealing in commemoration of Sacramento County's 175th anniversary to be opened at the 200th anniversary.
Before we hear from Kim, I just want to make sure we didn't have any public speakers on the last item, correct?
That is correct.
All right, very good.
Good morning, Board
Morning.
of Supervisors. I'm Kim Nava, Public Information Director for the County of Sacramento, and we are here today to mark a special moment in Sacramento County's history. As you know, this year we are celebrating our 175th anniversary.
Say it, Kim.
Our demi-semi-sepcentennial.
There you go.
It just rolls off the tongue. And earlier this year, we opened the time capsule, sealed in the year 2000. That capsule offered a unique window into life at the turn of the millennium, reminding us how much life has changed since then and how much we've accomplished. And so this year, at the end of this year, we will be sealing a new time capsule, one that will be open 25 years from this year in 2050 during Sacramento County's 200th anniversary. So this capsule today represents not only where we are today, but also the legacy we hope that future generations will build upon. So with that, I've selected some of the items that reflect the spirit of the Sacramento County in 2025. Unfortunately, we couldn't bring them all today because there are more than 30. So I'll go through some of those items now. So first, we have an iPhone 13, which symbolizes the powerful role of technology in daily life. And yes, the lithium battery will be taken out of this. There will be no fires in the time capsule, so we're good there.
Nothing but ashes. 2025.
We have a photograph of the 2025 Board of Supervisors capturing the leaders entrusted with guiding the county at this moment in time.
I'll just say that's my before photo.
We also, and I'm trying to see if I can put this so you can see, we have a gavel engraved with the signature of the 2025 Board Chair, Phil Cerna, representing civic leadership and public service. And I think we can see it is engraved with his signature. We have an assembly resolution honoring Sacramento County's 175th anniversary, marking statewide recognition of this significant milestone. We will include the county's 2025 annual report, which highlights many services, programs, and initiatives that support and uplift our residents. Raise your hand if you remember these. We have a COVID-19 home test kit and an N95 mask, which are, of course, reminders of the pandemic, but most importantly, something that strengthened our resilience as well. We have a summary of water production in the region and the amount of water used daily for residential customers, and which, given the new state regulations on water conservation, we believe 25 years from now, people might be amazed at how much water people used. And finally, we have our 175th anniversary commemorative challenge coins from the Office of Emergency Services and the County Executive's Office, symbolizing unity, service, and county pride. So each item tells a story about who we are in 2025. Together, they will serve as a snapshot for the leaders and residents who open this capsule in 2050. I hope you all will be there. The time capsule will be sealed in a glass. The time capsule will be sealed in a glass case on the 3rd floor break room of this building at 700 H Street with an engraved plaque listing all the items in the capsule. And thank you to everyone who contributed to this project and the ongoing work of serving our community.
Thank you, Kim, and
Thank
thanks for all your work and your staff's work on this. It may seem, I don't want to say trivial, but it may seem like this is not as important as some of the other things that are on our agenda this morning, but I'm a big believer in really understanding the history of your local community, and we're a big part of that. We're the largest local government from here to the Oregon border, and I think the items, the artifacts that you've selected help tell the story of who we were in 2025. And again, I hope at 82 years old, I'm around to see the then old time capsule reveal its content. So again, thanks for all your work.
Great. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Kim. I echo everything the Chair said about your work. Really appreciate it. I don't know if it's too late for a last-minute addition. I think we should include a piece of crumbling asphalt, because that will be a thing of the past in 25 years. Isn't that right, Director Vakari? And then one thing I am serious about.
Yes.
Can we include this sweater?
I was going to
In the time
mention
capsule.
Supervisor Kennedy's sweater. When I saw it today, it's got to go in. Well, he and I will have a conversation about that later. Yes.
Right.
Thank you.
Thanks
Thank you
again,
very
Kim.
much.
Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone signed to speak on this matter?
No speakers signed up for this item.
All right, very good. Thank you. Next item, please.
Our next item on the agenda is 52. Adopt an ordinance amending Chapter 15.10 of the Sacramento County Code relating to stormwater utility fees. Waived full reading and continued from November 18th, 2025. And the board will be acting in capacity of the Board of Supervisors and Sacramento County Water Agency.
All right, and now for something just as fun as a time capsule.
Unfortunately, I have a show and tell, just a presentation. There's a PowerPoint.
We'll have that up in just a second.
There it is. Thank you. Good morning, Chair Cerna, members of the board. Almatash Sandy, Drainage Division Chief with the Department of Water Resources. The item before you today is an introduction of the new stormwater utility fee, also known as SWU 2. So just to provide you with some background, in 1995, the Board of Supervisors approved the stormwater utility fee to fund storm drainage engineering, operations, maintenance, and stormwater quality management in the unincorporated areas of the county. Over time, there's with new methods and requirements, including low-impact design, the existing stormwater utility unfortunately does not have the adequate funding to cover the cost of those facilities. So basically, the DWR developed a new stormwater utility fee, a SWU 2, to cover the cost of maintaining the stormwater infrastructure and LID improvements in the new development areas. Basically, if a developer elects to have stormwater facilities and LID that's within the public right-of-way to be maintained by the county, they'll annex into the stormwater utility 2 area. Currently, if a developer decides to do that, they have to create a CFD and an HOA to manage the long-term maintenance of those facilities. With the SWU 2, it would allow the county to take over that responsibility to maintain the systems, ensuring drainage facilities are adequately maintained for the community. So Harrison Associates prepared a SWU 2 rate analysis report that's included in your board packet. The report identifies stormwater management and LID improvements and maintenance that need to be funded within these areas, and it provides an appropriate rate structure. The report also provides the SWU 2 fee amounts, which are proportionate to the estimated stormwater runoff for these developments. So basically, the more impervious area a parcel or property has, the more runoff it generates, and there's more demand on the system. The maximum annual fee is proposed to increase each subsequent year based on the CPI for the preceding year. So the SWU 2 will have 2 tiers. The tier 1 will include new development areas in the public right-of-way or on property maintained by the county that contribute stormwater runoff to downstream facilities. And tier 2 basically includes the tier 1 facilities and the LID improvements within the public right-of-way. We've had ongoing discussions with the development community and the North State BIA, and we've received very positive feedback on this. The SWU 2 will initially include 13 projects, which are before you today, but in the future, as new developments come on board, they'll be annexed into that SWU 2. So here's a list of the projects, the 13 projects that are included in today's board packet item, and with a map showing the various developments within the county. So here's the sample SWU2 fees. Just for an example, a RD5 single-family residential property would pay $15.76 per month for a Tier 1 facility and $26.08 for a Tier 2 facility. To meet the Prop 218 requirements, the public notification requirements, we sent a detailed notice out to affected property owners on October 17th. We also published a notice on November 3rd and November 10th, and we also posted a public notice in the proposed zone. Information about the SWU2 and the rate analysis report are available on the DWR website. So with that, staff's request before you today is to open a public hearing, consider all written and oral testimony from interested persons, and consider all objections or protests to the proposed new fee. Close the public hearing, direct the clerk to tabulate the returned protests, and if there's no majority protests, adopt the resolutions, and also authorize the mailing of a property owner ballot and set January 27th, 2026 as the date of the ballot tabulation. And with that, I'm available for any questions you have.
Very good. Thank you very much. Any questions for staff? All right, seeing none, I will go ahead and open the public hearing. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone signed up to speak on this matter?
We do. First up, we have Chris Norum.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Good morning, Chair Cerna and board. You've heard a really technical description of what's going on with this. I'll give you kind of the background, sort of layman's terms, what this was. We had some major disagreements and arguments with the water department over the last few years over who's going to maintain water discharge basins. And we had, had discussions from the county that they wanted earlier for us to establish a series of HOAs. Every time you were going to do a drainage runoff project, you'd have to establish an HOA. And we had real problems with that because you can imagine that most average homeowners don't put as much thought into maintaining stormwater drainage runoff in their HOA as much as you guys probably do. So, so this is after we had some leadership changes at the county, and you guys directed to come back with some ideas of how we can work more collaboratively. We have this new proposal that, in a nutshell, says that everyone's going to pay $35, give or take, and the county's going to maintain these areas. And so this is a real easy win for us. We're really grateful for the county's work on that. It's the right kind of solution because the public agencies should be in charge of monitoring water discharge from these projects and into the Delta. So appreciate the staff, Amitaj's work, Matt's leadership, Dave's leadership, your guys' help in trying to take a different approach on some of these very technical matters that are actually really critical to people's livelihoods and ongoing quality of life in the area. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Is that our final speaker?
We have no additional speakers on this item.
Very good. Thank you. I'll close the public hearing and ask the clerk to tabulate.
We have received 0 ballots.
Okay. Do we need to have staff come back to the podium for anything? No? Okay, then I'll...
I think we're looking for you to approve the item.
I'm sorry?
I think we're looking for you to approve the item. The staff does not need to come back up.
Thank you. Entertain a motion then.
I'll move to approve the item.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Please vote.
This item passes unanimously 5-0 with all members present.
Okay, very good. Next item, please.
All right. Next item is number 53. You'll be acting in the capacity of the Board of Supervisors. Item 53, report back on request to evaluate placing a temporary special tax measure on the November 2026 ballot to provide funding for road maintenance in the unincorporated county.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Cerna, members of the board. I'm Amanda Thomas, the county's Chief Fiscal Officer, and I'm here this morning in response to Supervisor Rodriguez's request to bring forward an item to place a temporary special sales tax measure on the November 2026 ballot to provide funding for road maintenance in the unincorporated county. As the board is aware through previous budget discussions, there's a great need for additional funding to improve the condition of roads maintained by the county, with a $1.4 billion backlog due to road maintenance needs that exceed existing available funding sources. And staff agrees that it's important to evaluate how this need, along with other county needs, could be met with additional funding through a voter-approved tax measure. To that end, as directed by the board during budget hearings, we're currently evaluating all options for potential tax measures and plan to return to the board early next year, currently scheduled for the January 27th meeting, to present information on the options available. That evaluation will look at different types of measures available, including parcel taxes, sales taxes, and other tax types, such as utility user taxes, as well as general obligation bonds, and will share information including the estimated revenue that would be generated by each measure type, as well as 2/3 or majority voter approval would be required. Staff intends to then seek direction from the board on pursuing the option and the ballot timing with the highest likelihood of providing the needed additional funding, understanding that doing the groundwork of public opinion research and voter education will likely be key to any successful outcome. As proposed by Supervisor Rodriguez, the temporary sales tax for roads would be a special tax measure, and because of that would require 2/3 approval of voters residing within the unincorporated county. A sales tax measure for general county purposes would only require majority voter approval, and not surprisingly, tax measures requiring majority approval typically have a higher success rate than tax measures requiring 2/3 approval. As an indication of the challenge a measure like this might face, included with the agenda material for this item are the results of recent polling conducted on behalf of the Sacramento Transportation Authority that shows likely support for a transportation sales tax measure among voters in the unincorporated county at 56%, which falls short of the 67% that would be required for passage of a special tax measure. Should the board direct staff to move forward with the measure proposed by Supervisor Rodriguez, an ordinance proposing the special sales tax would need to be approved by 4/5 of the board no later than July 13th, 2026, to place the measure on the November ballot. Additionally, to ensure the greatest likelihood of success, staff would recommend engaging firms to conduct public opinion research and education efforts. At this time, staff is not recommending any board action and instead recommends determining an approach for potential future ballot measures, including measure type and anticipated ballot timing based on a comprehensive review of options planned to be presented to the board in early 2026. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to address any questions the board may have.
Thank you, Amanda, and thank you for bringing back this information. So I'm sure for many of us, when we have our community meetings or we talk to people, or our residents, the roads are second of the biggest concern for communities. And so when I looked at the opportunity to be able to help get some extra funding to be able to fix our roads, because our PCI currently is at 41, which is really bad, and without investing more into it, it's going to continue to get worse. So the survey that STA and RT did, I think, was very telling in the sense of some of the issues that are present. However, what was more, in my opinion, what was more telling was when we looked at it by jurisdictions. And, potholes and deteriorating local street roads had a 75% on the top, as their, 75% as being one of the top issues. And when you look at Figure 4, I don't know if you have this report, but it shows that people who drive in their cars, 96%, actually, it's not all of it, all across Sacramento County, we are car dependent with a total, like 96% of people who end up driving cars, and so they're using the roads. And so when I asked you about a potential, special tax, quarter cent would bring in, if I remember correctly, 30 million?
Yeah, that's roughly
30 million.
the estimate.
Yeah. So as we continue to look at potential opportunities for fixing our roads. Is there an opportunity for us to do some polling on the unincorporated that is specific? Would you support a sales tax? And again, I think that I don't know how they do the polling, but sometimes when you ask someone a sales tax, a forever tax, people are like adamantly, no, I don't want that. But if you're specific, it would be a temporary. Quarter cent would give this, half cent would give 60 million. Is that a possibility? So that it's more focused instead of the STA-RT, which was very broad.
Yeah, and I certainly expect this to be part of the conversation when we come back next year to talk sort of more broadly about tax measures. But I think absolutely when you look at measures that have been successful, they generally have done some significant research and polling to sort of determine what voter attitudes are, what types of things would likely have voter support.
Because I think that this, just from what we are told, and I talk to a lot of people, and especially in the unincorporated, about the only solution at this point to be able to get a little bit extra revenue for roads would be to do a sort of a temporary 10-year quarter cent tax, which would give us a little bit extra funding to be able to invest back into the roads. Because if we don't, the reality is as we move into a structural deficit, we're not going to have enough between the STA, the gas tax, and what the county already invests in it. But I think when you look at the unincorporated, potholes are one of the biggest issues when it comes to it. So I'd love to hear the thoughts of my colleagues on this issue, and especially Rich, who has 43% of the unincorporated parts of the county.
Great, thank you. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and definitely appreciate Vice Chair Rodriguez bringing this up for discussion. It seems like we certainly have this discussion many times throughout the year, including my little quip during the discussion relating to our time capsule. And it comes up during budget year every year, and as 90% of my district is unincorporated. This is by far the biggest issue I hear about, and you've heard me talk about that from the dais over my 5 years on this board. I think we have, I am not supportive of pursuing a tax measure right now. I think, and I'm loath to support an additional tax on constituents in Sacramento County until we are 100% certain that we have leveraged every other dollar out there for transportation. And I think we have made some progress on the SACOG front, certainly. I'm not convinced it's a matter of not having enough dollars. I think there is still an issue with those dollars being dedicated towards things that are not prioritizing fixing our roadways. And with respect to SACOG, we've made certainly some progress with getting some state funding dedicated towards roadway maintenance. I think working together with the Sacramento County delegation, with all the cities in the county, getting SACOG to pay more attention to road maintenance prioritization. I'm looking up at Ron Vaccari up there because I talked to him ad nauseum about these issues. I think over time, over the last several years, this board has also dedicated a lot of general fund dollars. And for the first time in a long time, we've actually been able to eat into our maintenance backlog a tiny bit. But we also know that those general fund dollars, we're not going to have them available with what we see on the horizon here. And I'm not laboring under the delusion otherwise. But I am part of STA, as all of us are, and I'm part of the specific effort to discuss a transportation sales tax measure possibly in 2028. I do think having that discussion with other jurisdictions would make an effort stronger if we can get them on board, and in my opinion, it would have to prioritize maintenance, but would also involve transit and would also involve some other elements. I think that would make it more attractive to other jurisdictions and to the voters. So I'll stop there, but I'm not supportive of it right now. I do look forward to the additional conversation in January. You said in January? Is that when we're going to have that conversation? Okay. And I don't know if that conversation, maybe it's beyond the scope of it, to include a look at, okay, are there other things we can look at leveraging? Maybe not taxation, but there's other funding sources that maybe the county can try to leverage, whether that's through funding sources that flow through SACOG or otherwise, and what legislative advocacy we may want to join in on. I know the legislature is really going to be continuing its discussion about reforming the gas tax and imposing a road user tax and maybe a hybrid. I don't know where those ultimately will end up, but I think we have to really be at the table and highlight the challenges we have with trying to maintain our existing infrastructure with the current SB1 funding, and it's not nearly adequate enough. So thank you, Supervisor Rodriguez. I think this is an incredibly important discussion for us to continue having.
Thank you, Supervisor Desmond. Vice Chair Rodriguez.
So, I just want to respond. Voters don't want a measure that includes transit. If you look at the top issues by voters, public transportation, in the unincorporated is 20%. And in 2018 and in 2022, STA did a measure that had several pieces of the pie included into that measure, and the measure has failed both times. A general tax is one that I hear predominantly from most people. I would say that people would not support a general tax because they don't trust where the funding goes. A specific tax and a temporary tax and a very small percent would allow us to be able to fix the problem. And I would agree it's one of the two of the top issues that we hear about is homelessness and potholes. It would be something that would actually address the problem, the actual problem. But I think that the voters have been very clear in the past 6 years that they are not going to support a measure that has many different people predominantly the city of Sacramento are the big supporters of transit. Once you go outside, Elk Grove and Rancho each have a 1% tax. I doubt they're going to be very supportive of it. Folsom, is just, did not support very well. It was in the 39% approval for the 2018 and the 2022 STA survey. And then recently, last year, Measure G failed horribly because people just don't want to be taxed. Citrus Heights is in another position that they have not been very general tax sort of supporting. So I think this is probably one of the only ways that we're going to be able to get some of the attention onto the unincorporated roads. And so, but I would love to see a survey that from the unincorporated parts of the county to see whether they would specifically ask them the point blank question is whether they would support a measure that is temporary, very small, quarter cent, and see what information comes back, because I don't see, I think where we're headed down in 2026 is, a structural deficit means we're just going to have less money for some of these maintenance backlogs. It is, I don't know what's going on with Measure A and the gas tax, but I don't see us being able to find other types of funding that is going to allow us to invest into roads. So that's just my comment.
Very good, thank you. Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, support the discussion in January of how we can coordinate regional efforts better and leverage some of the other partners. I appreciate the quest for data. I am loath to go out and ask the voters if they would support a tax right now, because the underlying assumption then is you want to get more of my money. And I don't think we are in a time right now where people are receptive to that. That's what the polling that I saw said, is that, yes, this is their highest issue priority, but they still don't want to pay extra money for it. And so my general philosophy is government does not have a revenue issue. Government has a prioritization issue. And the money is available if we made the decisions to spend it differently. And that's not just at the local county level, that is at some of these other agencies. But more importantly, We are swimming upstream for an ideology, I believe, at the state level that is trying to dissuade certain patterns of development, dissuade certain capacity projects to ease traffic congestion, dissuade investment in roads, because they know the more inconvenient they make life for people, people might do the things that they want them to do instead. And so having been involved in this discussion going all the way back to the Measure A renewal, I think that was in 2007, the voters overwhelmingly passed that renewal. I think it was like mid-70s, if I remember correctly, 76% or so. And the reason being is because there was a list of projects, and it said, this is what your money will pay for, and everyone, just about to a person, could see themselves reflected in that list somewhere. Something that was important to them was being paid for by that measure. Then the next time we tried to do it, I believe in 2016, where we were going to do Measure B, or the daughter of Measure A, or whatever it was called at the time, and we tweaked with the proportions a little bit, and we got to 65-point-something%, needing 66% to pass. So we almost got there. And every iteration since then, we've tweaked and tweaked and tweaked because somebody who had a certain interest didn't feel they got enough towards what was important to them. And it strayed farther and farther away from what the voters, the constituents, the people footing the bill say is what's important to them. And so I've beat this drum every time we've had this discussion until or unless we start listening to the people when they tell us what we ask them to tell us, we will continue this cycle of failure. And so I can appreciate the need. I can appreciate the constraints in a more austere budget years. I just don't think it's the right time to be asking for an increase in tax. But I would support doing some polling generally on what priorities are, and then that we hold our feet to the fire and actually listen to those priorities and adjust our budget accordingly.
Thank you. Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Supervisor Hume. I agreed with those comments. I just wanted to make a comment toward, first of all, the failure of the last two tax measures was not because of transit, and no one's going to convince me that it was. It was for a variety of reasons. One was the campaign started literally a few months before the election. Bad campaigns. We with transit on the ballot easily passed the one that Supervisor Hume referred to. And even those that failed, let me point out, with transit on there, easily got the majority of Sacramento County. So to say that Sacramento County voters don't support transit, I'm just not going to buy. Now, could we do better and identify projects better? Supervisor Hume and I, who sit along with Chair Cerna on RT, are in agreement that we need to look at our focus and as far as who we're serving and where we're serving better. And I completely agree with that. But in Sacramento County, Sacramento Regional Transit gets about 1/5 of a cent of the local transportation tax, which is far below any other transportation or transit district in the state of California. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy if we continue to starve transit, that it's going to become less important to people because the system will not be as relevant. So I will say that when we do the polling, when we see the numbers, I still want to look at a portion of it going to transit, even more than currently does. Otherwise, those of us who say I use transit, as I do, those of us that say that transit needs to be better, that's fine, but it's not going to happen if we just go with a roads-only approach. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. So one of the joys of being up here is I get to follow the very articulate statements by my colleagues, and I think to a person I can appreciate the various perspectives. I agree that this is not the right time for a tax measure. We've most of us, maybe all of us, certainly those of us that serve on the RT board have seen some very recent and very specific polling that tells us the story that voters are not predisposed to support a tax measure currently. Doesn't mean that we absolutely are not in need of it. All you need to do is drive down parts of Watt Avenue, which is a shared major arterial between multiple supervisorial districts, and once your teeth get done falling out of your head, you'll understand clearly that that our roads are in miserable condition, and that's certainly not a reflection on our DOT at all. It's as I think Supervisor Hume put it succinctly and profoundly, a matter of priorities. I do think if we, for whatever reason, continue to kick the can and not pursue a tax measure at some point in the relatively near future, we can probably see from future boards of supervisors more and more interest in what happened as a preview of coming attractions this last budget cycle and our budget deliberations. I know that staff is not particularly fond of the board making audible calls here during budget, but we do it pretty routinely. And one of them this past year was something that Supervisor Desmond and I and one other member of the board felt was necessary, and that was to look at an additional $10 million for roadway improvements, because the problem is that bad. And let's not forget, too, when we like to compartmentalize, or the voters like to compartmentalize on occasion, transit versus surface transportation, they're not mutually exclusive by any means. When we have bad roadways, that means much more wear and tear on our rolling stock at RT. So our buses, their suspensions, their tires, those systems are being impacted at a cost to our sister agency. So we need to remember that there is an inherent interest by our transit system to have quality roadways that are maintained. So again, I agree with Supervisor Desmond. Want to thank Vice Chair Rodriguez for raising the matter. I think it's a good discussion to be had, but I think we have to be surgical with the next time that we collectively, everyone in the county that has an interest in making sure that we have the funds necessary to get that PCI back up and to make sure that we have a robust as possible transit system. Let's pick that moment very carefully with as much information as we can acquire ahead of time. Now is not that moment, I'm convinced, but it doesn't diminish in any way the import of having that objective in the back of our minds as we continue to face very difficult budgetary conditions in the near future. So, Supervisor Rodriguez.
I just want to say I do appreciate the conversation. If we do a survey, are you going to survey several different components of the needs that other potential taxes would cover?
So I think that that's something that may be good to consider in January when we come and sort of look at what the options are and get some direction from the board about what, surveying we might want to do around what issues and
that would be great.
Measure types.
That would be great, because when you look at, it's January, and then at that point, there's only, 10 months to get before we get to the voters. And so I think having as much information we can in advance will allow us to have a more successful outcome of the things that we would support. All right, thank you.
All right, very good. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone sign up to speak on this matter?
We have no speakers for this item.
All right, great.
I stand corrected.
Okay. Come on down. Thank you, Amanda.
Good morning, everybody. It's been a moment. I just want to first off by saying...
Can we have your name, please?
Oh, Kevin Bolts. Sorry. I just want to start off by saying that the amount of verbiage I've heard on listening to feedback has been a combination of entertaining and insulting this morning after there was zero ability to listen to a room full of people about 3,000 trees. But on topic, there's a couple things I want to address. One was the comments made by Mr. Hume. People aren't trying to destroy roads so that people vote a certain way. People are trying to destroy roads because it makes more money for other people. Cars in this country are private, so when you fix roads, you don't actually address public transit, you address private transit. The number of buses are very limited, and while the focus may seem severe, we live in a county where there's not a train from here to the airport. And if you look at any major airport in anywhere, there's mass transit on a rail from the city to the airport. So the priority is clearly not transit. It's clearly not getting people places conveniently. It's on maximizing profit via cars. That's the main problem. The second problem you have is your tactic to fix the roads involves hiring a for-profit company that is going to bid, maximize the amount of money they can make, and then eventually do the work. Japan famously had a sinkhole years ago that they fixed in 3 days. Our bidding process would last 3 months. That's your problem. You're not fixing things for the community, you're fixing them for profit. That's why it's always going to be too expensive. And the main issue, as I stand here, no spring chicken, I'm 38 years old, but I see a lot of people older than me who grew up when the corporate nominal tax rate was 90% in this country, when there were robust unions and good jobs. None of you have a desire to go back to that because you all benefit from the money that is kept by the wealthy. Until we do, we aren't going to have tax money. So, good luck with that.
Thank you.
And don't cut down the fucking trees.
No other speakers on this item.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, that is just a report back. No action needs to be taken. We will go on to our next item.
Next on our agenda, we have item number 54, Homeless and Housing System Partnership Model Update.
Supervisor Cerna, before we get started, this is a report back from our October 28th meeting in which we had the county supervisors and representatives from all the cities here in Sacramento County. Before we get started, I was going to ask our Deputy County Executive, Shifan Kathari, to do a quick introduction of our speakers today.
Okay, before we move to Siobhan's comments, my understanding is that there is some action with this, though, to a point, or no?
Yes, I believe so.
I can talk about that. So, Siobhan Katari, Deputy County Executive, Health and Human Services. So today we're providing an update on the efforts to develop a new model of collaboration surrounding the issues of homelessness between the various jurisdictions in the county, the cities in the county, as well as the continuum of care. The county and the city of Sacramento, in planning for the joint meeting that occurred on October 28th, brought on Mosaic Consulting and Advocacy to assess what the elected officials in our region seek in terms of a collaborative model. So first we're going to hear from Matt Kate and Darby Kernan, who were our consultants working on this project, and they're going to share their findings and recommendations based on their work. And then next we'll hear from Emily Halkin, Director of Homeless Services and Housing, who will present the county's recommendations and be seeking your direction about next steps.
Very good. Thank you for that. And while Matt and Darby are coming down to the podium, let me just also mention that I have agreed to give representatives from Sacramento Steps Forward / our Continuum of Care a 15-minute block of time to use as they see fit in terms of what speakers they want to have address the board. And we'll hear from them before we hear from other members of the general public who wish to address the board. And then let me just finally conclude before we hear from our consultants that there was a lot of feedback, both I think substantiated and otherwise, and unfortunately feedback from the October 28th meeting, the joint meeting that we had, and some claims by some outlets that it was not substantive. It wasn't anything but a box to be checked. I couldn't disagree more. In fact, it's part of a broader, almost year-long effort to think very carefully about how to be more effective as a system, as a continuum of care. That includes the county's role. And so I just want to kind of set the table here and remind folks that this, what we're going to hear today is part of that, as was the October 28th meeting, where we heard from a large contingent of the public and stakeholders. And this is not a box to be checked. This is legitimate, sincere efforts on behalf of everyone involved to do what I think we all want, which is to help as best we can those that are suffering the circumstance of homelessness. So with that, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. My name is Matt Cate, and I'm here today with Darby Kernan. We are with Mosaic Solutions and Advocacy. We were retained by the county and the city of Sacramento to help prepare for and facilitate the Sacramento Countywide Homelessness Summit, which all of you attended on October 28th, and then also to report out on our findings and recommendations. So we're here today to do that. All of you have been given a copy of our report, which contains those findings and those recommendations. So we won't go into too much detail about that, but we did want to share some of the overarching findings and have a brief discussion on our recommendations and give all of you a chance to ask any questions that you might have. As you're aware, we were retained in August and began to collect information through a series of interviews. We met with the board, also the mayor and all members of the Sacramento City Council. We met with representatives from Elk Grove, Citrus Heights, Folsom, Rancho Cordova, and Galt, along with Sheriff's Department, Sac Metro, with representatives from Sacramento Steps Forward. We talked with staff at the Continuum of Care. We had a number of meetings before the summit, as well as conducted a survey through Qualtrics about the views of various stakeholders throughout the system. Following the summit, we conducted about 18 post-summit conversations and interviews to see if we could collect lessons learned from elected officials and other stakeholders regarding the summit. Our findings were interesting to at least Darby and I, because there was so much consistency, not only on this board, now not everyone agrees on everything, of course, but also members of this board, along with members of the City Council in Sacramento, and members of other mayors and elected officials in the surrounding cities as well. I'm going to talk about just a few of the primary findings and really what we viewed as collective concerns that were raised during those interviews and during the summit. The first was that the structure and governing system that we currently have is unduly complex, with 30 elected members of the COC, for example, and that has led to difficulty in getting information to move vertically from the COC and Sacramento Steps Forward up to this body and to the City Council here in Sacramento, which then leads to a lack of transparency and accountability. Those were concerns that we heard over and over again, along with a sense of urgency, recognizing that there may be reductions in funding federally, and so the need to be as efficient and effective as possible is just heightened during these times. The number one, though, concern and the number one issue on the minds of the electeds was that the electeds in this that we interviewed felt like there needed to be more directly involved with the system that they are responsible for, that you are responsible for. And the views almost uniformly was by including more elected officials directly in the governing of your homelessness response system would add the transparency and communication links that are needed, would increase accountability, and ultimately would increase in the ability to move information both vertically and horizontally from the county to the city and the county to the suburban cities. And so based upon those findings, we made a series of 4 recommendations, which Darby will share with you now.
Thank you. I think, you know, our first recommendation in the report is really the most straightforward and quickest response that we saw that would break down the silos and increase accountability, and that would be to reconstitute the COC. For us, we believe that adding representatives from the Board of Supervisors, the City of Sacramento, and an elected official from each of the suburban cities as the lead voting members is the first change. And then we do believe, and I think this has been missed in our report, that decision makers in lead organizations, leaders in our community should be also on the COC. So decision makers from our hospital systems, our business community, schools, CBOs, people with lived experience, all of the representation should be there, but the leading votes should be the elected members who are looking at 90% of the homelessness situation now and taking this almost 10% or approximate 10% to have a global view.
Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on your view, the electeds can't do that on their own. You have to have the cooperation of the COC to make that change. Even if including the numbers of members of each of these bodies, the numbers of and which stakeholders are involved, which current members with lived experience would stay on, et cetera, all that requires a collaboration between the county and the city and the COC. And unless you do get that collaboration, we feel like the issues are both of sufficient import and of sufficient urgency that you should act regardless. If you're unable to make fundamental changes to the COC, then that leads us to recommendation number 2.
And before I jump into recommendation 2, I do just want to say that we believe that if the COC is reconstituted with the elected officials, as our budget situation gets tighter, as HUD changes its recommendations on how and what the focus of the COC is, we think it gives the COC an ability to outlive whatever changes could happen within this federal administration over the next few years. So our recommendation number 2, though, is if the COC is unwilling to work and take this recommendation to reconstitute itself, then you create a new board or commission that is elected officials and from the Board of Supervisors, the City of Sacramento, and each city in the suburban cities. And then we recommend that the funding, which we learned both the county and the City of Sacramento provide through SHRA funding to SSF to do very specific things, but we recommend taking those dollars to fund a new community-based, a new commission or board, SHHB, as you guys have already discussed, to run that board or commission.
Correct. And we would also note, just on a professional level, we have been very impressed with your CEO and senior staff in this area. And with their colleagues on the Sacramento City Council, the staff there, also very impressive. Our recommendation, our next recommendation, is that you take advantage of that by updating the MOU that you have with the city.
Excuse me, before you go on, a question for Siobhan. So fair to say that the COC is a federal construct, is it not? And so in terms of the recommendation that Darby just elaborated on relative to composition of the board, I believe federal law or HUD regulations basically state that the authority to consider changing that composition, that authority rests with the COC itself. And so therefore, that's kind of this other recommendation, assuming the disposition of the COC is not in agreement with the primary recommendation. Is that correct?
That is correct. The COC would need to vote to move towards the recommended action. Should they choose not to do that, then the alternative would meet the needs.
Okay. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm so glad you asked that question because it's a unique situation we face with an entity like the COC where, $40 million flows through this organization. And when I discuss this with constituents and others about our homelessness structure and our response, they're like, well, why? You're the ones we hold accountable. You're the ones we elect to determine where the money goes. Who is this non-elected entity? And I know we decided years ago to set it up this way. Can you flesh that out a little bit, Siobhan? Because it doesn't make sense to a lot of people that the elected officials who are selected by the voters really can't determine who should make decisions about that, very substantial chunk of dollars coming from the federal government.
Yeah, thank you. Very good question. I'm going to ask Emily from Homeless Services and Housing to address that question. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Emily Halkin, Director of the Department of Homeless Services and Housing, and apologies to you too. So you are correct. I mean, I think the first thing I would note is that the COC construct was developed in 1994, which doesn't seem that long ago, but in the sort of course of what's happened in homeless policy and certainly funding here in California has changed a lot. So I do think at the time that it was created, it made a lot of sense that there would be this sort of grassrootsy organization driving this because, frankly, that's who had been delivering services at the time. I think your other question about the history of Sacramento County in particular, as you may recall, up until 2011, Sacramento County did administer the COC. We played the role as a lead agency and HMIS lead. At the time of the recession, there was decisions made, mostly financial, because of the impact to the administrative needs and ability at the county, to move that out to a nonprofit. It was driven at the time both by the Board of Supervisors, at that time Mayor Johnson, and there was some good logic behind it. Not only was it administratively burdensome to the county of Sacramento, but the idea was that moving it outside of government created a little bit more flexibility, a little bit more ability to be creative, fundraise independently. And so the nonprofit construct, I think, did make a lot of sense at that time. I think what you're pointing out, Supervisor Desmond, is that there's a lot of space between 1994, 2011, and now 2025. And so we are still sort of working within some of those historical constructs that haven't really shifted along with some of the efforts that you and your counterparts in the cities have made.
Thank you, Emily. And I don't want to diminish the decisions that were made and why they were made in 94 and 2011, but it certainly just would seem intuitive to me that if the elected bodies made that determination in 2011 to delegate to this organization, we would have the autonomy to change that.
So technically in 2011, the COC board did choose to do that. And if you go back and read the city council report and the board of supervisors report, basically the supervisors and the council affirmed that. It's just that the lead agency was at the county. So just by virtue of the staff being county staff, I think there was a lot more connectivity at that time. But technically that decision, as it would be today, was made by the COC board in 2011.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
As always, you have the checkbook, but otherwise you need collaboration. One of the areas that we wanted to talk about in terms of collaboration is with the suburban cities. We were very impressed with our conversations with the cities outside of Sacramento proper, and they all expressed a desire to work more closely with you. As colleagues, I think they enjoyed being part of the summit. They wanted a closer relationship with the Board of Supervisors itself, which leads to recommendation number 4.
Yes, so as we hit, recommendation 3 is to update the agreement between the county and the city, kind of laying out roles, responsibilities, and and goals. The same as for our recommendation number 4 is for the County of Sacramento to do an MOU or another agreement with each individual city in the County of Sacramento. So the same roles, responsibilities, and goals are outlined in detail so that when budget crises happen, when priorities change, or when boards leave and staff change over, there is agreement that everybody is very publicly aware of and understands.
And I guess before we open it up to questions, I would just emphasize that in this process, we assume the goodwill of everybody involved. And that includes all the human beings that work at the COC and SSF, all the staff involved. Our report really is based upon the structure and the difficulties that that structure has led to in our views, and also really just echoing the resounding concerns that we heard from you and your colleagues at the City of Sacramento and the surrounding cities as well.
Very good.
Yeah, and we're available for any questions you might have.
Very good. Thank you both. Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your work. I just want to, on number 4, I just going to tweak what I heard a little bit, and that's that. Yes, we all think that there could be more collaboration. I think that's almost always the case. But I did hear at that meeting from every single leader of the suburban cities, and since in meetings and panels I've sat on with leadership from the suburban cities, that they enjoy a very good relationship with the County of Sacramento.
Agreed.
And I just don't want to leave it that they feel like they're left out, because I didn't hear that at all.
Neither did we. We heard that we work really well with the county, but they did agree. I mean, nobody agreed to say, we'll sign up and do this. I think it's a conversation and what the details of an MOU and agreement would be, but they do have a good relationship with the county. I think it is just for, as priorities can change, having things in writing helps everybody.
And each of those cities had their own views, as you can imagine. Some wanted a closer relationship, and some were like, well, maybe an MOU that lightly touches on our communication and a few other things. And so as staff go to work on just exploring that, there was the uniformity was around good relationship now, would love it to be better. If an MOU helps that, then we're open to have that discussion. That's well said.
Very good. Thank you. Any other questions for Matt or Darby at this point? All right.
Thank
Emily?
you.
Thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you. So I'm just going to continue a little bit and add a little bit more to what Matt and Darby have already shared. And so based on the input that we've received throughout this process, as Chair Cerna noted, we've been working on this in iterations for over a year, but really concertedly since August when we came to this board with the initial recommendation, as well as the input received in October and through Matt and Darby's report. Staff has modified our partnership model and today has both a recommended model, as Matt and Darby referred to, as well as an alternative model depending on the input from our other partners. Before I describe in detail these two models, I just want to go through this visual as an attempt to differentiate both what you currently have at play, the recommended model, and an alternative model. And as you'll see in here, I also have put on the JPA, which remains in discussion mostly by some members of the Sacramento City Council, but do want to underscore this is not a recommendation of staff at this time. So unlike the previous visual that we went through in detail, I think it was August the 19th, if I recall, this one focuses mostly on roles and responsibilities and the scope of the work being done, not on the count of members in each of the boards, the subcommittee structure, or the administrative support. But I do want to note that whichever model we go with, there would need to be some sort of formalization, either an MOU or a charter or similar, that details the governance structure of whatever board or boards we end up with. There also will need to be administrative support, no matter what model we go with. And so while what's shown here is the roles of the members on the different governing bodies, every model also has a robust network of subcommittees that's not shown here that do invite engagement from advocates, from those with lived experience, and others that are working to prevent and end homelessness, really in a way to provide their expertise to those who are making programmatic and policy decisions. I want to call it out because last time we had a very robust conversation around subcommittees. It's not shown here on the visual, but it is implied that that we would make many, many spaces for those types of inputs. So what I've tried to do here is generally delineate the 3 areas of work that have been at discussion over the past months now. In yellow is the work of the continuum of care, which generally is outlined in federal statute and includes, of course, oversight of the COC funds, which are at risk as we speak, the Homeless Management Information System. They manage and oversee our biennial point-in-time count, the Coordinated Access System, as well as they are the convener for the broader COC membership. Of course, the COC, especially as it relates to their state HAP funds, also provides some really important input into the Regionally Coordinated Homelessness Action Plan, or the RCHAP. In the green column is the work that I think has really been most under discussion over the past few months, and it currently doesn't really have a singular lead. However, this is the area where we've heard pretty consistently from the community, from yourselves, from the COC, and other electeds throughout our community that we want to focus on. And that there wants to be a singular space with a transparent and accountable membership to go to for this type of work. This is the work to set a community-wide vision and strategic direction, to align policy priorities amongst different funders, and to convene decision makers to really grapple with the intersection of homelessness with other policy areas, many of which aren't really within the purview of the COC. Things like affordable housing development, law enforcement engagement, behavioral health, et cetera. And so finally, in the blue column is the administration of jurisdictional programs and funds. Those are things that come through my department, some of my sister departments here. Of course, this includes things like land use decisions, but also budgeting and funding that comes directly to the different jurisdictions. And we heard very strongly from most of our city partners that this is very important that they retain in their purview. So moving down the rows, then, this visual tries to show how the various models intersect with these sort of 3 distinct areas of responsibilities. At the top is the current model. The COC, as you know, oversees all of the COC functions, but outside of some annual work on the RCHAP as part of our HAP applications, it's really pretty independent of the work that you're doing here at the board and that your counterparts at the cities are doing. While there are staff from many of the jurisdictions, including myself, who are members of the COC board, there are no elected officials, and therefore there's no formal reporting structure back to our elected bodies, just as there's no formal reporting back to other decision makers in the other sectors represented on the COC board. Similarly, there's no consistent place where elected officials grapple together to convene on this community-wide vision and strategy. You've certainly had ad hoc meetings. You had your meeting on October 28th. There's been various iterations of 2x4s, mostly with the city of Sacramento. But for the most part, the Board of Supervisors and the city councils throughout the county are independently setting their strategic priorities around homelessness. And they're, of course, then aligning those with the programs and funds that they independently oversee. So moving down, originally staff brought to you in August a recommendation that created a new collaborative space. We called it the Sacramento Homeless and Housing Board. That would serve as that convener of the strategic vision and that would take on the oversight of the COC functions. However, following meetings with partners, including the COC board, we heard that there's a preference to lean into a lot of the experience and expertise that already lives within the COC structure. And as well, given the sort of current state of funding and challenges with the unknown direction that's coming from the federal government, that setting up a whole new body might be more administratively burdensome right now. So therefore, our current recommendation shown on the line called recommended option suggests using that existing COC board, but reconstituting its membership as Darby and Matt detailed, so that the COC board can serve both as its current functions, but also in that convening function. Unlike the model brought in August, this model does presume, while it does presume a majority of the seats for elected officials, it very purposely includes decision makers from a variety of sectors throughout the community. We've purposely not put numbers behind here, but the elected members could be as low as 51% of the total seats. And so this would be a place of conversation amongst you as well as the COC and the city councils. We would, as Darby and Matt said, however, recommend that the balance of the seats be designated for industries important to this collaborative work, things like healthcare partners, education, community-based organization, law enforcement, et cetera, and that the COC purposely seek members with decision-making authority within their sectors. In this way, we feel like the feedback to the work being done in those sectors, not just here at the board and the city councils, but within the industries that are important to the work we do, would be more formalized. And that would, of course, include a more formal advisement role from that new board to the Board of Supervisors and the City Council. However, as Darby and Matt also indicated, we recognize that the current COC board would need to voluntarily elect to reconstitute itself for this model to work. And I know you're going to be hearing from them in a bit. But should they not agree to this model or something similar, staff would propose an alternative model, the third row down here, where the county and the cities in the county move forward and establish a public convening body consisting entirely of elected officials so that we could do that strategic work that the community has been asking for, and then that all of you, frankly, have been asking for all the work outside of the COC. In this model, the COC would continue to function and oversee all of the COC activities. It's likely they'd still have representation from the cities and the county as they do today, and potentially even elected officials. But it wouldn't be a formal relationship. It would be more of an informal relationship as we have today. Finally, this visual shows the JPA option, which of course is not recommended by staff here, and of course would require melding all of these components, and I think would require a much more substantial dedication of staff and some significant time to unwind existing authorities and reestablish them. So just a really high-level summary before I turn it over for questions and for the COC. Staff is recommending, as Darby and Matt described, an option that would use a continuum of care structure. We would dedicate seats for elected officials, but also elevate community participation to decision-making partners within the community. We believe this would better align the COC work that's happening today with the work that's happening here at this board and with the city councils. And it would allow us to maintain the existing lead agency, which is SSF, but that oversight of SSF would live within the COC board, which would include those members, elected members from the various jurisdictions. Of course, as we've said many times, the COC would have to agree to voluntarily take this on. And if they do, we would recommend that we establish a goal. We've been doing this for quite a few months, that we establish a goal of having that new board seated in the spring of next year. Should the COC, or frankly, if the other cities don't want to do this, and it's only the county, an alternative option would be that we could develop the Sacramento Homeless and Housing Board, as we discussed in August, seated with elected officials to really do that strategic visioning outside of the COC. The COC would continue to operate. As Darby and Matt said, there may be some administrative challenges with standing up and operating two boards, but we could discuss what that might look like. Again, we only recommend this if the COC does not wish to participate. We do believe that pulling the work of the COC board closer to the work that you are doing is the best, not only for our region, it's best to address the challenges we're having at the federal level, and I think it responds to what we've heard consistently at your October meeting. With that, I will close and see if there's any questions or if you want to hear from the COC.
Very good. Thank you, Emily. I have a number of my colleagues here in the queue. Before we get to Supervisor Kennedy, let me just say that this is first of all, it's the culmination of a lot of work. So I want to recognize that first and foremost by a lot of people, not just our own staff, but many of our partners as well. So I want to offer my thanks for getting us to this point. Secondly, during my briefings as chair, because this is somewhat of an unusual staff recommendation, I have asked that some thought be given to some express and very clarifying language in terms of a motion should the will of the board be to go with staff's recommendation. So I'm going to respectfully ask my colleagues to keep that in mind. Again, should we decide that we want to go with staff's recommendation. If after hearing from others we want to go in a different direction, that's obviously reflects our interest, and we'll figure out who makes a motion at that point. But again, because we have this kind of contingent position by way of the fact of the response to my question about the COC being a artifact of federal statute, that I think the motion needs to be set into the record very explicitly. So just keep that in mind, please. Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Emily, you might want to go back to the table because that's probably where most of your questions are going to come from. All right. A couple things that were said. First of all, if we went with the alternative option, I'm still confused as far as what the actual role of this homeless and housing board would be. In practicality, what do they do?
Yeah, and it's a great question. So, it would be the iteration of what I think today is the Homeless Policy Council, but overseen with more, with a little more, be a little more purposeful. So it would be a place for you guys to convene. One of the things we heard at the October 28th meeting is there is an interest to share amongst jurisdictions the work that you're doing outside of the COC. So this is things like coordination perhaps on street management. This might be coordination on a new housing development project. It does not take over authorities, you are correct, from like any of the city councils or the Board of Supervisors. So it would be more of setting policy and strategic direction that each of the cities in the county would implement on their own. I don't think you're saying this, but I would say I do think that it is less impactful when the COC is outside of it, which is why it's not our recommended option.
Okay, and I'll have more comments to make later, but just a couple more clarifying questions before we hear from the rest of the board. Now, so the COC board under that, I just punched it, under that recommendation, the COC board continues to have authority over the $40 million of funding that they get.
As well as the HAP funding, which their HAP allocation is approximately the same as the county's.
But at the same time, you said a couple of times, and maybe I misinterpreted it, you talked about oversight. You used the words oversight of the COC. How do we have oversight over the COC? How would this organization have any oversight over the COC?
In the recommended option.
Talking about the alternative option.
If I said that I did not notice that, you would not have any.
Okay, all right. I misunderstood probably. Okay, I'll have many comments to make later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Rodriguez.
Thank you, Emily. Thank you for the presentation. I have a question and a bunch of comments. You mentioned the changes would be burdensome to who? You mentioned that it would be burdensome. A change right now would be burdensome.
I think that was in relation to the JPA option, and I think, if I recall, but correct me if this is not what you're talking about, is it creating a whole new administrative structure with new staffing and new administrative funding would quite hefty to lift right now.
Thank you. Okay, I do want to share some comments. Some comments before we move on to the next presentation. So, back in March, I described the processes and the issues within homelessness is broken, siloed, and fragmented. And then spent the last 7-8 months really delving down into an understanding and peeling the onion and who's responsible. And it is more confirmed now that it is broken, siloed, and fragmented. But not for the lack of effort, but because I come from a world where we can't confuse effort with results. And so I'm a big fan of the COC went into the hands of a nonprofit back in 2010, and I'm a big fan of the county taking the COC back, and I'll share some whys. I believe that we have some really dedicated nonprofits, public agencies, outreach teams, and community advocates. And that COC is the essential part of a pathway to a system that finally matches the urgency of the crisis with the compassion of our communities. Reforming the current structure is is as critical as the current system is, because the current system is not delivering the results our communities need or deserve. I believe that the county should be the lead agency of the COC. We will move faster. We will use data better. We will support providers more effectively. We will ensure public dollars drive measurable change, and I think that it'll create real accountability to the people of Sacramento County. At this current right now, there is no single entity that is the authority to align everyone around the shared goals. And that's why I say we are so broken, fragmented, and siloed. The number one issue in Sacramento County with every single city and the unincorporated was homelessness. And so I want to be really transparent in my objective is that the COC does belong back under the responsibility of the county. There are people that are dying in the streets, one every other day on average. And so when I look at if the county were to be responsible for that COC, how does it look like? I'm a big support of the Sacramento Housing and Homeless Board. I think when that structure was presented to us, it gave us a clarity that it would bring all jurisdictions into one entity that would at least drive it. Sort of like what Senate Bill 802 would do, is that it brings people to drive it. I'm not a fan of the JPA, but I am, because I believe that we have the leadership in Sacramento County to be able to drive some of these changes. And I don't feel that government should be telling us how to do it. I think that that's where I say that we have it. I think that if Sacramento County were to be the lead agency for the COC, I think that there would be clear consolidated accountability. There would be an identifiable leader who can drive measurable outcomes. We would have a stronger integration across behavioral health, public safety, and housing, a seamless system for individuals who cycle between homelessness, emergency room, jails, and the crisis care. One of the things that drives me nuts is sometimes how slow things go. And it really is frustrating to me that we have a crisis on our hands with homelessness that in the last 15 years has only gotten worse. And so I think that the county could do a better use of data and performance measures. I think that we would have a stronger fiscal control and oversight and be able to see results. I'm a believer that the county can be the driver of regional coordination with the incorporated cities. And I believe that ultimately what we will end up with is it'll enhance public trust and transparency. I've heard comments about the COC would dig their heels in to not make those changes. But I don't think that if it is the will of this board that the county oversee the COC, I don't think we should allow those type of threats to hold us back from being able to move forward and set that plan out. We are the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors. We are ultimately responsible for the outcomes that come out of homelessness. Yet, we don't have the ability to do that because the one thing that the federal government puts down that has all the funding and many of the responsibilities is not in our hands. To me, it is very insulting that it took the recent NOFO to come out to say now you have to have elected officials. That to me really was indicative that now there's a rush to get people on this board, but where was the rush the past 15 years when we had the crisis that continued to get worse and there was a lack of accountability, a lack of saying where's the outcomes, that we're seeing people that are falling into street homelessness, yet we're not taking action on some of those issues. If it means that we have to have a tug of war for that COC to come back to the county, I think we should just be transparent and honest instead of placating to the games of making changes with how we're going to do this. I'm a strong believer that COC should come back to the hands of the county and allow us to be able to coordinate all the efforts that come with your recommendation back in August of the Sacramento Housing and Homeless Board. I think we should be ultimately responsible for the outcomes of all of that. I think, in the recommendations you had up here with the current system and the recommended, it still shows that the COC is in the hands of another entity, and then we have the alternate option, which I'm not a fan of. So those are my comments on that presentation. I just want to share a little bit about what the Mosaic's recommendations are. Yes, I agree. On recommendation 1, I think that we need to reform the COC, and I'm a big fan of that. Recommendations 3 and 4, been there, done that. We've done an MOU. The MOU, was it 3 years ago?
Yes.
Okay, the MOU was, the county met its obligation and didn't, and I'll be critical of this, is that it wasn't as though we continued to add things to continue to make things better on the MOU. The county met its obligation, and then that's where it was, and then the city of Sacramento continued to fulfill theirs. The city of the MOU between the cities and the counties, to me, that is just so convoluted, and it's doing the same old thing again. If we were to have a Sacramento Housing and Homeless Board, it's really more simplified. Here's the agreement. Homelessness is the #1 issue in the entire county. Cities have their own responsibilities that they are obligated to meet. The county provides these type of services. Whatever facts we lay down, we can, and an agreement that we are going to work together to ensure that outcomes are positive for people who are experiencing homelessness. That, to me, is so simple. It's an agreement. We agree. We agree that we're going to work together to be able to move this issue forward. And those are all my comments.
If I could just clarify one thing, because this model doesn't show that lead agency role, which you've lifted up. Just like in the model in August, the recommended option that currently shows COC board, that entity would, as they do today, would have the authority to choose a new lead agency, whether that be another nonprofit, continue with SSF, or the county, or something else. So similar to the SHHB discussion we had in August, if the recommended option moves forward and a majority of the seats on that board were electeds, you would have the ability, you with other electeds, to change the lead agency. In the alternative option, that would not be the case.
So, and I know you and I've had this conversation. So it really is, we're going to play a game, and we're going to get individuals on the COC. And then we're going to say, okay, we want to take the COC and put it into the county. Why don't we just be direct, honest, and transparent and say the COC should come back to the county? If the COC board members, which I got to tell you, there are failures after failure after failure, and the most recent one, Mosaic was able to identify that 7 years they didn't get financials. How do you sit back for 7 years and not ask for financials, which means that there are other things that weren't obligations that weren't met? And so, I don't want to play the tug of war game. I just want to say, here, listen, we're interested in taking the COC back to the county because we can coordinate all the other efforts. And, so anyways, I think I have a lot. I mean, I'm really holding back from saying a lot of things I don't want to say, but at the end of the day I think the COC really failed in many ways, and the board members who are on it are ultimately responsible. You can't sit back and say we didn't get reports. Well, you didn't ask for them. And so I'm going to stop there. Thank you.
Supervisor Hume.
Well, I can't not respond to the impassioned soliloquy from my colleague. And what I took away from that, I'm going to save the majority of my comments for after I hear a presentation and we kind of jump into this more. But what I took away from Supervisor Rodriguez's position is that we're at a time of action. And I agree with that wholeheartedly. We cannot wring our hands. We cannot kick the tires. We cannot talk about things. We cannot assume that what we've been doing is working and that we're just going to continue on with business as usual. That is not an option that's listed here. And it's dangerous to try and build a plane or even modify a plane while you're flying it. But you can absolutely refer to your navigational charts, your weather patterns, your communications with other, airfields and what, right? Like, we can change course while we are in the air, and that's what we need to do. And so from my position, that's where I'm at, is I want to break down the silos, break down the lack of accountability, transparency, demystify the response, so that everybody who is involved in the provision of policies, programs, services, treatment, enforcement, the whole scope, has real-time data, iterative dialogue. Let me start by saying kudos to staff to have such a more soothing slide projecting the alternative models.
Thank you.
Gone are the days of spaghetti on a wall. I mean, this actually is, you can sit and look at it.
Thank you.
It's well-deserved, well-deserved. And so, look, I think there is a big piece of the puzzle that's missing from this slide, however, and that is the third stool, which is SHRA. And I say that because even though you may think that SHRA is just an agreement between the city and the county of Sacramento, the fact is the public housing, the permanent supportive housing, these ease the strain on other communities because of the shelter they provide. The voucher programs that SHRA administers are deployed into every jurisdiction in the county of Sacramento, so it affects them. And so that would be the piece that's not addressed here, and that's not addressed if we simply reconstitute the COC board. And so I guess what I'm saying is that my commitment to the folks that are about to present, my commitment to the folks that are on this board, my commitment to the folks that aren't in this room right now, but that were there the other day, is that we need to have, I think the chair said it best, surgical. We need to be deliberate in our decisions, but we need to have a steady march toward doing something differently, because by all measures, whether you have reports or don't have reports, by all measures, homelessness has exploded in the last couple decades. And it's time for a change in course. And so that's what I'm asking for, that's what I'm committed to, and that's what I hope we get agreement on at the end of today's discussion. Thank you, sir.
And one thing could say about the SHRA, because I think you're right, that has come up multiple times, is that two things is, as you all know, there's simultaneously some work being done to look at the governance and oversight of SHRA, and so there could be a point where those two efforts coincide. I think it does make sense. Not shown on here because it's not spaghetti noodles anymore, but we still would imagine a very concerted and collaborative lead, what do we call it, the leadership group, and we would want to include and elevate SHRA to that. As I think you know, we've been meeting very collaboratively with the city, others from the county, the lead agency, SSF. SHRA has not been as present in those meetings, but regardless of which model we end up with, we do think that at least starting with that leadership group to include SHRA as you guys go through this simultaneous sort of exploration of them would make good sense, because you are right, they are not outside of this work.
Well, and I would think the easiest solution, if you wanted to stick with this graphic, is there simply needs to be a third blue box in that right column that is SHRA. And so that whatever this oversight body is, it's also advisory towards the program administration of SHRA.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Hume. He's always our go-to for masterful metaphor extensions. So thank you very much. All right, if there's no further questions for our staff at this time, what I'd like to do now is invite the Sacramento Steps Forward / COC contingent to the podium and grant them their 15 minutes, so to speak.
Thank you, and good afternoon. I started with the morning, and now I'm in the afternoon. Thank you, Board Chair Cerner and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Cassandra Jennings. I am the incoming chair of the Sacramento Steps Forward Board and a longtime resident, advocate, and public servant in housing and in homeless that you talk about. When you talk about in 1994 and 2011, I was here in 1989 when we've been talking about it, and I am grateful to be here in 2025 to talk about the same issue that has grown, that has made great triumphs, that has had tremendous challenges, and that continues to be important in all of our communities. I do want to say, because I need to stick to the timeline, is that this is not about a tug of war. This is not about you against us or whomever the community is. This is, and anything that we do has been about collaboration, about all of us addressing this tough issue on the street. Today, we just want to then offer up an alternative, looking at your alternative option to offer up some updated version of that I think will address the things that came out of this report that have been discussed all along. One is a single entity or the single table where leaders can really come together, look at the full picture, give direction, talk about strategy that all of us who are involved in this very complex issue can address. It also talks about better communication and accountability and the integration of the COC, which is a very important part of what this whole thing is about, but not the only part. And then thirdly, about better communication. I think our alternative, which tweaks the alternative option that is included in your staff report, will address those issues. It will also address the accountability that goes and the importance of having the elected officials and key leaders within our community to be not only involved and in depth in this issue, but then be able to give direction and hold people accountable. With that, I'm going to bring on other parts of our team. We talked about the COC. We do have the chair of the COC, Joe Smith, here, and he will let you know what they're doing and how and what they're doing to address even the streamlining of the COC that we're suggesting would still be in place.
Thanks, Cassandra. Could we see the slide again? Okay. Yeah. I agree with everybody. That is a much, much better slide. Morning, everybody. My name is Joe Smith. I'm the chair of the Sacramento Continuum of Care Board, and we represent the on-the-ground voices of expertise in this system. All of us volunteer our time outside our day jobs because we deeply care about building a response system that works for the people we serve. And for me, this work is very personal. I experienced homelessness in my own life and spent years trying to navigate the very systems I now help guide. And that journey taught me what real stability really means and what it feels like when systems fail to communicate and coordinate. It's why I stay committed. It's why I take this responsibility very, very seriously. Across the COC, we're increasing our HMS data to understand what's happening in real time. We're strengthening programs. We're improving outcomes. It's allowed us to identify gaps faster and support providers more effectively. And in anticipation of a more integrated regional structure, we've been doing our part to streamline and strengthen our board. This year, actually tomorrow, we'll be adding 2 city council members to the board. We're asking for 2 members of the Board of Supervisors. We'll be joined also by a business representative from a PBID and another law enforcement partner. These seats matter because they bring the diverse perspectives and operational insight to the table. These voices are essential. We're also actively evaluating our updates to our charter and our committee structure to be more transparent. Our goal is simple: to give the elected leaders the information they need when they need it in a clear and actionable format. That's what I wrote. but now I'm going to go off script a little bit. The COC will be talking about option C tomorrow. Option C, we have the recommended option. If you think about that as A. The alternative option, B. We're coming back with option C. And option C lives in between those two options by having two distinct boards, a regional board, you all call it the SHHB, we have another name for it, but essentially having COC members in that board with the electeds and having the electeds on the COC board with us and creating a strong, very strong MOU on how we're going to work together, on how we're going to move forward. Our option has been, it's been a journey to work on. We've sat through multiple listening sessions, meetings. I've talked to some of you. I've talked to the city council. I've just talked to everyone about this. And I really think we have a strong alternative. And really, it keeps the community voice where it belongs. The COC was not built for all electeds. The COC money is very specific in how it's used. There are a lot of regulations and restrictions. To have it be overseen by the community it serves keeps its importance, keeps it centered. So I'm going to introduce Trent Williams, or Trent. Trent works great. Thank you.
Okay, before Trent.
Joe?
Before Trent takes the microphone, let's stop the clock first.
Joe, I really do want to say that I am thankful for the work that your team has done. But I do have a question that I really want you to elaborate on. You mentioned the expertise on the COC board. Mm-hmm. Can you elaborate on what expertise you're talking about?
Sure. The COC board, as it's constituted today, has members of your staff on it, members of city staff, members of SHRA, nonprofit organizations, and people with lived experience.
Okay. And you mentioned partners that will be added to the new COC board. And so I asked this because I'm genuinely interested to know, but why do these seats matter now?
They've always mattered, and they've always been available. Something that maybe doesn't get talked about is if at any time the people sitting there at the dais said, I want to be more involved in the COC work, all they had to do was apply to be a board member. Mm-hmm. This has never been something they've kept people out. In fact, most of us that you'll talk to want to have elected officials be a part of the board.
Sure.
We always have.
So, and I challenge you because I really need to know this, but so you always said that if somebody wanted to join, they can. You're the board chair. Why didn't you identify some of the pockets and some of the opportunities for other different entities to join the COC board? And that is including the voice of elected officials.
Sure. I've been the board chair now for 6 months? About 6 months. Mm-hmm. And so that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, so how long have you been on the board, sir?
I've been here 6 years.
6 years. And
well, I'm in year 4.
Okay. And so, Joe, why did it take, you've been on the board for 4 years now, why did it take for you to be chair to recognize that there's an opportunity for us to bring in other partners, public safety, other hospital systems, I guess, and electeds?
I don't know if I have a good answer for that. I can't speak for the direction that the previous chairs have decided to take.
Mm-hmm. So are you saying that...
But you'll have an opportunity to hear from one in a minute.
Good. So then are you saying that the COC is the direction of the chair, not the body as a whole?
It's the body of the whole as a whole, yes.
But you just said that that there was the chairs give the direction. Or that's what you just said. I asked you why now.
Do you want me to take this?
I think you should.
Okay, all right. So I'm Erin Johansson. I am formerly retired from CEO of Hope Cooperative, and I was the COC chair for a couple of years, and on the COC since, COC board since about 2013. So almost the whole time we're talking about it. And in the beginning, there were elected officials on the board. The elected officials had chosen to delegate their authority to their staff, which is how we ended up with seats that had representatives from the County of Sacramento staff as well as the City of Sacramento staff. We also do have representation from law enforcement, have always had representation from law enforcement, have always had representation from the hospital systems, and the managed care plans has been kind of relatively new since the advent of CalAIM. So those seats were always available. One of the challenges that we have had as the COC is how to engage our elected officials. And we developed the Homeless Policy Council 4 or 5 years ago to provide that opportunity to have the electeds come quarterly to provide that communication. None of us feel or have ever felt that it was adequate. We agree with you that we need better communication and better connectivity and better alignment. And we've tried various strategies to make that happen. But it was never about not willing to have elected officials or not offering to have elected officials or not inviting to have elected officials. It was about decisions made by the various elected officials themselves about how they wanted to engage with us. So,
okay, so let me ask you, I need to ask you a question. So when the electeds chose to send an alternate or go, and then at some point they just kind of dissolved and then it became no elected officials, why did the organization not raise the concern that we are wanting to move the ship forward, but we don't have the people that can help make those decisions, that can help make way for things to move forward? So at some point, do we not sound the alarms that in order to be more effective, we need to have the voice of those that the public have voted in to make those decisions?
So that was the idea of the Homeless Policy Council, that we provided a vehicle for the elected officials to come to join with us with those communications. About the same time is when HAP funding happened at the state level. And HAP funding comes out, you have an allocation, the COC has an allocation, and the city has an allocation. Then groups of staff gathered together to figure out how to spend those dollars, and each individual, so that they work together in some fashion. But that was your staff that participated in those conversations. So I can't answer for you why the elected officials chose to delegate that authority. And I'm telling you that you're asking the question, why didn't we raise the alarm? And I think we did by forming the Homeless Policy Council and giving the opportunity for the elected officials to participate in that conversation with us.
Okay, so I was elected in 2020, and one of the first things I asked for was I'd like to be on the Homeless Policy Council. So I was on it, but it was very presentation focused. So you went to meetings and you got you basically were given presentations. I don't recall there being the engagement of we want some feedback. I don't remember that being, I think it was very heavy presentation oriented. And then at some point towards the end, it was just like I found it ineffective in terms of, I would get information, but in terms of engaging, that's not what my experience was. But I just want to say, I want to thank you for answering some of these questions.
Cool. Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to follow up on that line of questioning in that, sure, by invitation, by ad hoc, electeds could be a member, but there's no formalization, there's no formality, there's no position reserved for electeds. So there is a significant difference. And Mr. Chair, if you'll indulge me, I'm going to go through again the history of the Policy Council, because I think it's important we understand that as it's being thrown around.
Please.
And because, I have publicly here in these chambers taken full credit for its failure, because it really was, something that we thought would accomplish some of this, and it didn't. Supervisor Rodriguez is not wrong in saying that where we thought this would provide an opportunity for electeds to have more policy direction, which it was formulated, I'll remind you, when the chair of Steps Forward and the chair of the COC came to myself and Mayor Steinberg at the time and said, we need some policy direction. We're not getting the direction we need from electeds. That was the genesis of the Policy Council. What it turned into was a lecture series 4 times a year for disengaged elected officials to get PowerPoint presentations spoon-fed to them, but no real engagement beyond that, as far as there was no mechanism for those electeds to have any kind of authority, any kind of role in decision-making. That's all it did. Information sharing is important and it's nice, but it's not action. And there was no opportunity for action out of the Policy Council. So that's where it fell down. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
If I could respond just real quick.
Sure.
I really think that's where option C brings the best of both worlds. It brings the elected seats to the COC board, but it also brings the provider and lived experience voice to what we're calling, we call it something different, but in our version, the SHHB would have members from the COC, including the chair, people with lived experience, and some partner agencies. We pushed the work. You all set the policies. Together, that's kind of a match for getting things done. So option C, I would say, gives you the best of both worlds. And we are taking that up at the meeting tomorrow. And I'm asking for the board, the COC board, to formalize that recommendation from us tomorrow.
All right. Supervisor Rodriguez.
Joe, I do have a question for you. So back in April, Councilmember Guerra and Supervisor Cerna, it was the first, conversation about the meeting that took place in October. Since then, we have had many conversations, and in August, we had a presentation on the several different options that we could potentially have. And then today, we're given some other possibilities of what happens to the COC. December 9th, why are you just presenting us now with an option C? And to me, it is very frustrating that now you're wanting us to look at another option so where has Sacramento Steps Forward or the COC been the past 6 months when we were looking at different options to be able to execute a plan, to be able to, at the end of the day, help people like yourself who are experiencing homelessness? Because I have this urgency. It is a burning urgency when I see people who are dying in the streets. And so I ask you, where were you guys the past 6 months?
Sure. Thank you for that question. And I share your urgency. When I say we, I want to be clear because I think in conversation, COC and SSF get unilaterally drawn together. We, as the COC, did not know about any we knew there were conversations. We weren't invited to any of them. We didn't find out about option A and B until the day before it came to you in August. So we've been working in September and October, gathering input from our board, gathering input from others. And in 3 months' time, we've come back with our recommendation. The timing is not great. You're here talking about this today, and we're going to be talking about it tomorrow. And that, to me, is really frustrating because as the COC board chair, representing the spirit of the COC board, we've wanted to be in this conversation all along. None of us are against change. Absolutely not. But we need a little bit of time to work on our options. And from August to today, or tomorrow, is the reasonable amount of time it took to come up with that.
So I'm just going to give you some feedback. I did meet with Lisa Bates. I want to say it was late summertime, maybe, I can't remember, July, August. It was right around the time when the draft, in August we may have talked about it, but the draft of the different options, Emily, are we talking June, July? The draft. So Lisa had seen the draft of what the different options were, and so I just want to share this, and I apologize if it comes across very critical, but the pace to me is one of the issues. Is that we go so slow. If Lisa had seen the different options in sometime June, July, and now you're coming before us with option C, it just validates my frustration that things go so slow. We lack a sense of urgency. We lack a sense of execution, and all while people continue to die in the streets. And so if this is Sacramento County's number one issue with all jurisdictions and all cities, we can't wait 4, 5, 6 months to get a plan C. That plan or some form of iteration of that plan should have come to us right August. You have 30 days. Sit down, lay out a plan, get it to the county, and say, here's an option that we would like to recommend. But again, it's very frustrating that on December 9th, you're telling us, who are the ultimate policymakers when it comes to handling this issue of homelessness and giving direction, that you have a plan C. And so are you expecting us to wait another 30, 60, 90 days to be able to review it? And in the meantime, are we supposed to wait for your plan to come to us? I'm not sure, but my frustration is not towards you. My frustration is just because the entire, it's very frustrating to me. And so people get upset when I say it's broken, fragmented, and siloed, and that is exactly what is happening in Sacramento County when it comes to homelessness. Thank you, Joe. I do appreciate the conversation.
All right, thank you.
Could I also just respond a little bit? I agree, it's frustrating. We need urgency. I think what we want to spend the last bit of our time talking about is really just a tweak to one of the options that is being recommended here. And so we are trying to help advance the conversation. Remember, we were the ones that actually funded the studies to start a process to look at shared governance models in partnership with the county. We were working collaboratively with the city, the county, around structures. At some point, it veered in a different direction for option A and B, and it accelerated. And so, yes, the COC was a little bit behind in their ability to deliberate. But here we are today trying to help advance the conversation and the models, and we'd like the opportunity to present what we think would be a way to get to your recommended option with some tweaks in the alternative option. So just want to add that.
Hi, my name's Trent. Just Trent. Simmons. All right. So my goal is just to talk about the recommendation. And like Lisa said, it really is just a tweak of the alternative option that's presented on the screen. So again, you've been presented with a number of options, all geared towards achieving those goals of shared accountability, clear accountability structure. The model that SSF is recommending builds directly on the county's alternative option with key refinements that preserve local control while maintaining federal compliance. Like the county's alternative option, we support creating a new leadership body, the Sacramento Homeless and Housing Board, as it's been called here, while retaining the existing Continuum of Care Board. We do believe this division of labor reflects guidance from our HUD technical assistance provider, and it also protects your decisions from shifts in federal priorities. Under our recommendation, the new leadership board would focus on 3 essential responsibilities. Supervisor Rodriguez, I think you had asked earlier, what would the duties be of this leadership council, the Sacramento Housing and the Homelessness Board? And what we are recommending is that they'd be threefold. First, creating one county-wide plan to end homelessness. Second, setting system-wide performance targets. And third, aligning city, county, and suburban jurisdictions on policy and strategy. The COC board, by contrast, would continue carrying out federally mandated duties and would support the leadership board in an advisory capacity. These mandates are important because the CLC work ultimately provides a central place to store data, a single assessment to prioritize those who need, and a shared set of local standards. But the CLC is a federal program and represents only a portion, now a minority, of the overall funding dedicated to homelessness in Sacramento. For that reason, we believe the CLC should be a seat at the table, not the table itself. And including the CLC board chair on the leadership board of the Sacramento Housing and Homelessness Board would help achieve that balance. Now, I want to talk just a couple seconds about the rationale for our recommendation. First, our HUD technical assistance provider explicitly advised against restructuring the entirety of the CLC board at this point. We have a written statement from our HUD TA provider, which is agnostic to who the collaborative applicant is. They would provide support and provide neutral recommendations regardless of who the collaborative applicant was or the structure of the CLC board in Sacramento. And I think we have actually shared that statement with you as of this morning. Second, we want to protect your local decision-making from federal shifts. For example, what happens if new federal funding comes with new structural requirements for the CLC board? What if state incentives for funding disagree with federal ones? These are not hypotheticals. These are challenges we are navigating this year. And separating the CLC board from the leadership board is a practical way to safeguard flexibility while ensuring alignment. In summary, our recommendation preserves what must remain federally compliant, elevates elected leadership where accountability belongs, and unifies the county around a single plan that this leadership council would provide on a shared performance framework. We believe that this is the clearest path to a stronger, more coordinated, and more accountable system. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lisa Bates, I didn't mention my name earlier. Just to end our comments today, I want to just mention a little bit about what Sacramento Steps Forward does, because I think a lot of times there's a confusion about who we are. We really connect the data, the dollars, and the daily work of more than 120 organizations and 1,200 CBO staff that are on the ground every day in our community. And we try to coordinate all of these moving parts so that we can function as one system. We do support the NOFO and the 35 projects that are contained within it. We have seen increases in funding in that NOFO year over year, and last year we received $7 million more than the year previously. We are helping people not enter into homelessness through a system-wide prevention program from our HAP dollars that were directly in relation to the actions that are identified in the RCHAP. We are training staff on how to problem solve for solutions that are far less expensive than housing. And we've pulled down, as a nonprofit, millions of dollars of funding for this community to help families be able to be housed next year. And that's private funding. In regards to the conversation that we're having today and that has already been articulated, we do need a structure that gives you the authority and the accountability to make decisions quickly in a centralized place. We want that. We are thinking that the option that we have presented here gets you there while still protecting the ability of the COC to do the on-the-ground work and to also meet the requirements of HUD to be representative of the community. I think there is an issue if you call yourselves the COC board, you may be limiting yourselves, and I don't think you want to do that. And so how do we strengthen, that's the issue we're talking about here, the communication. How do we strengthen the ability to quickly see what's happening at the board, at the homeless and housing board level if you choose that option? And that can be done through a formal arrangement. You can task us as the lead entity to have to make sure that that administration and that coordination is happening. That puts us directly accountable to you, which is what I'm hearing is some of the concern and issues. And so the reality really is that you and the city have 90% of the resources that are going to address homelessness, public resources that are going to address homelessness in our community. So it makes sense for you to build a model that you have the authority and the accountability to better align and integrate these investments. And then we, staff, SSF, the COC, can be the team to support your actions in the directions that you set. So I appreciate the time.
Great. Thank you, Lisa. And thank you to members of the COC and the leadership thereof for your testimony this morning. Before we get to Supervisor Kennedy, I've sat quietly for a good amount of time here while others have spoken. So I'm going to go ahead and maybe ask some questions and then do something a bit unconventional, again, harking back to what I said earlier about a motion. So I guess what I would like to have answered, and it can come from either Lisa or COC leadership or staff, is that under the Sacramento Steps Forward recommended alternative option, my understanding is that the COC is where that is the body that is actually, again, per federal statute, making the decisions about, I mean, fairly substantial decisions, not inconsequential, about millions in funding. Is that correct? Right? No, I need the other graphic up.
I apologize. I've never used this today. Okay. Yes, you are correct. So the COC board has authority over creating the application process and choosing projects for the about $40 million of COC funds. They also have authority over the COC HAP allocation, which tends to be about the same amount as the county's allocation.
So under their recommended alternative option, even if the COC functions as an advisory body to the Sacramento Housing and Homeless Board, if the COC felt strongly enough that the Sacramento Housing and Homeless Board was not in agreement with their advice, they would still be able to act independently to make those key decisions?
Well, I'd want Lisa or Joe or somebody to speak to the nature of the MOU they described. We're just learning about this as well, but I believe so, and that is why the alternative option that staff put forward is an alternative. Our recommendation remains a joint board.
I'll get to that in a minute, but Lisa, do you want to respond?
You want me to respond to if there's a conflict?
Let me give you a scenario. Under your the Sacramento Steps Forward recommended alternative option here, the way I understand it. So COC is now an advisory body to SHHB. Don't know what the details of it would be in this scenario, but the COC advises the Sacramento Housing and Homeless Board to go in a particular direction. The Sacramento Housing and Homeless Board feels very differently, disagrees very strongly with that advice. Under this alternative, could the COC conceivably act in a very different way than what the Sacramento Housing and Homeless Board would do otherwise if they had the sole authority per federal statute to function as a COC?
I think that you can mitigate a lot of that through the strengthening of the MOU, but at the end of the day, the COC board does have the ultimate decision on the local priorities for how you want to spend or how you want to have a local competition around the $40 million. Remember, we have to have a competition, and there are priorities in very limited way that the localities can set. Now, if you saw with this last NOFO, HUD set the priorities, and so we're all scrambling to meet their priorities. So there's a little bit of discretion that we have in terms of how we want to structure the priorities for the NOFO, but the competition happens independently, and a rank and score happens.
Thank you for that. If I can, I asked the question because I think, I know that we, the board and others, have been saying fairly routinely as of late, and even later, that there feels like, and I think in actuality, there is a disconnect as it relates to accountability in terms of, as you mentioned before you left the podium earlier, Lisa, we're making big decisions about big taxpayer dollars as it relates to how we set priorities and direct resources for homeless services and housing. And so what I'm trying to distill down here by asking the question and hearing your response is, how would that accountability functionally change? And maybe the scenario I've outlined would not come up frequently. Maybe it would come up very infrequently. But ultimately, I guess because of the fact that the COC board is charged by federal statute, that it kind of feels like a bit of a paper recommendation here, as opposed to the primary recommended option from staff, which is to let the majority of elected officials sit within that federal construct of the COC board, if that makes any sense. And then to my second point, and I think one that I think is equally important for me, is that I believe that staff has recommended what they have because I think, again, you're hearing to a person an interest in limiting more than expanding bureaucracies and oversight and governance, to the point that has been made by many of my colleagues already this morning about being more nimble and being more capable of acting with strong effect to help our homeless population. So I'm not sure how even having as a principal recommendation two separate bodies, one being advisory, but at the same time introducing this new Housing and Homeless Board along with COC satisfies that interest of trying to limit versus expand the bureaucracy and governance. So that's kind of a prelude to where I'm heading with this. And before I get to my colleagues, let me do what I said would be a little bit unconventional here. I just want to put this motion out there first so that my colleagues have an understanding of how I'm trying to treat this procedurally today. So I'm going to go ahead, and we're going to certainly hear from everyone. And for other members of the public that I think that are signed up to speak. And so members of the public are free to address the motion I'm about to make as well. So the motion would be to direct staff to pursue the recommended staff option if the other cities and the COC are amenable. If the COC and other cities, after considering this, are not interested in the recommended model, then I would like to give staff the authority to work with the other cities to establish the Sacramento Homeless and Housing Board. And the reason that I've asked staff to help me with this motion, again, is because it's a little unusual. We have this kind of contingent recommended alternative option, but it only would take effect based on the disposition of the COC board itself. So that's the motion, and I would ask for a second. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. We will get to our colleagues here first, who may still have lingering questions for Sacramento Steps Forward and the COC, and then again we'll hear from other members of the public that wish to address the board, starting with Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I'll have more comments after public comment to the motion. But I want to follow up because I was going to ask very similar, but I'd like to have Lisa have an opportunity to answer to what the chair just said. And this won't come as a surprise because I brought it up during our meeting yesterday. I'm still a little confounded in how adding another layer of bureaucracy is going to make things better. And I mean, one of the things that the public and we as elected officials get frustrated with is, as has been said, how slow things are. It's not nimble. Bureaucracy and adding another bureaucracy, I don't see improving that, which is what I see if we were to create the, what is it, SHHB or whatever. How do you respond to that?
Well, I think the slide's a little misleading because what I hear staff indicate is that a majority of the work in the recommended option would be done in committees. So you're still going to have, several different entities that are working on work. So what I'm understanding is if you want to make the COC board the strategic body, what I've heard is that you're going to put a lot of the day-to-day work that we do as a COC down to a committee level. So in some ways, that's a similar structure to having your independent SSHB board that can be free from federal requirements and not constrained and be as expansive as it wants to be and still have a relationship back to the COC board, who is already streamlining itself to be more responsive and strengthening its leadership. The other thing I'll mention is that the COC board is currently looking at having seats that are appointed. So you as elected officials could sit on them or you could appoint somebody. So that also strengthens the relationship between the COC board and the newly created Sacramento Housing and Homeless Board.
So, all right, so what you're saying is that it would look just as bureaucratic if we had a bunch of committees underneath the recommended. But don't you already, not you, sorry, doesn't the COC already have 10 standing committees?
Which those are being streamlined.
So,
yeah.
So we go from one cumbersome bureaucracy to another.
I think it's about what's the right level of conversation and engagement. And again, making yourselves the COC board. One, is it going to be compliant with HUD? You do have a memo from the technical assistance provider, so you do have that.
It doesn't draw it out.
It doesn't. It's
Yes.
cautious. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because of what's the representation on the COC board.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll have more to say later. Thank you.
Yep.
Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to preface these remarks. I may also have more to say after public comment as well, but thank everybody for this discussion and thank Mosaic. I think it was really important to have kind of this outside third party help facilitate this discussion and gather information. So, I appreciate you, Mr. Chair, and staff for doing that, and Mosaic themselves. I also want to level set a little bit because we just got back from Supervisor Rodriguez and I were at the CSAC conference last week. I mean, if you can find me an urban county in the state of California that has solved this problem of homelessness and is not struggling with what we're struggling with, then I've got some oceanfront property in Arizona I'd love to sell to you. Because this is incredibly complex for everybody, and everybody is wrestling with this. I do think that Sacramento County, we have made tremendous progress. I do think the partnership agreement between the city and the county is substantial and has done really great things, if nothing more than to clearly identify who is responsible for what, which, as everybody knows in this room, that was the biggest source of the friction between the city and county for an awful long time. Don't mean to discount anything that my colleagues say up here, because the system still has major problems, and having this discussion is critical to doing a better job. So just wanted to bring that up. The other thing I wanted to go to there's been a lot of discussion about HUD and the technical advisor that Lisa has mentioned. Can you give me any insight? I'm looking at either Siobhan or Emily. Have we had contact with this technical advisor from HUD, and what is the latest from HUD in their directive? I know there was an email today about the rescinding the NOFO, or maybe it was yesterday. What is kind of the latest from HUD?
Yeah, so the NOFO, you are correct that yesterday HUD rescinded the NOFO. The messaging they sent out seems to suggest they will be reissuing it, probably with changes. We don't know what those are, the timeline. I think that's separate and apart from the HUD technical assistant consultant. We have not met with them. I was on the COC board meeting last Wednesday. Is the first time I had met her. She was there, so we are happy to meet with her or any other technical advisors. Also just wanted to note that I do appreciate Supervisor Rodriguez's sort of continual pushing on timing, is that there are a lot of moving parts here, and just sort of thinking back to timelines. It was August when we first came to you. As you noted, there had been some drafts and work prior to that. Just as a reminder, following up on that, pretty much the month of September, we met with the COC board, as well as Supervisor Kennedy attended a meeting of the SSF board of directors, as well as other city councils, and we have made ourselves available to the COC executive board and the governance board there to try to have some of the conversations I think that you're lifting up today, is like, how can we merge your option C with ours? But we'd be happy to meet with the technical advisor as well as with the COC executive committee. We're also, I think we just got this about a week ago.
Okay. And kind of a little bit of a follow-up. I mean, because Lisa's mentioned kind of some admonitions about be careful what we do, because it could run afoul of HUD, and we don't know how that's all going to shake out. But what are your thoughts about that and the implications of decisions we make today?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely appreciate Lisa's caution, because we don't know what this administration is going to do. They're doing things that we never would have expected in any other administration. I think that I would welcome conversation with the technical advisor as well as with legal counsel on how should we have a common board. Could we separate out, just like you guys sit as different entities, right? Today I'm the water agency. The next item I'm something different. Is there ways to partition out within that structure so that you wear different hats at different times? I don't know enough, and I think we would want both technical advice and legal advice to sort of to narrow in on that, but I do appreciate Lisa's caution around those issues.
Okay, and then Lisa, could I ask you a follow-up question? A couple things, maybe not a follow-up question. A couple things confound me. I've already revealed the first one about how this, I guess it's really 10% of the funding, how we can't, as the governing body, control that 10%. The other thing that confounds me and continues to confound me, and it's underscored, I think, by some of the interaction today. Can you explain to me, for the public, well, for the public as much as me, what is the relationship between SSF and COC? Because oftentimes it seems like they are used interchangeably.
Yeah, I agree. So COCs are required or can delegate to a lead applicant or a lead agency who is really the professional staff to carry out the work that the COC is designated to have to do, the point-in-time count, the HMIS coordination, the coordinated access system, all those things that are on that slide up there. We are essentially the agency and the professional staff to carry out and make sure that those things function well and appropriately, and manage the contracting of the funding too. So you're correct that a lot of the communities do have that function housed within the county. So if you think about it from the county to the Board of Supervisors, it's SSF to the COC.
Got it. Okay. So SSF is the contractor to administer
Yes.
the COC. Okay.
Yes.
That's the easiest way to think about it. Okay. Thank you. Joe, would you mind coming back up here? Because first of all, Joe, I just want to say, I got to know you when I first got elected, and you were still at Loaves and Fishes, and you do such amazing work in the community. I don't know if after today you're going to want to maintain your role as chair for much longer, but we'll see how that goes. But thank you. I wanted to call that out to you. And I just want to ask you this directly. You and I had a discussion, I think it was probably earlier in October. It was a few weeks before the summit in my office, and we were talking about the proposal at the time. And let me just ask you directly, would the COC board be opposed to the recommended option in any way, shape, or form? The number one recommended option by the county staff.
That question would best be answered tomorrow.
Okay.
We've spent a lot of time deliberating and coming up with our option that we still need to be unified around. And tomorrow is that date that we seek that unification. The discourse tomorrow will definitely tell the tale of overall which way folks will want to go and support.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that because you and I had the discussion about what that might look like, who might be on it, who would be represented from the current COC board, what would the balance be between the electeds and others. Because I'm interested in a better structure that is efficient, that is most importantly, what is going to be better for people living unhoused on our streets and delivering services to folks, what is going to be cost effective to the taxpayers. It feels like a little bit of irony to me that we can't impose on the COC who is going to serve on the COC, but the COC wants to tell us who should serve on this SHHB. There is a little bit of irony there to me.
Sure.
And then the other question, so thank you, Joe. And then I had a question, well, maybe it'd be you, but probably county staff. If we were to form, I mean, the alternative option, staff's alternative option, which I think is incorporated into the motion as it stands right now, there would be an additional administrative cost to that. Do we have any sense of what that cost would be? Would we estimate that it would be the same administrative cost as running the COC independently? What are your thoughts about that, either Emily or Siobhan?
Yeah, I mean, we have not costed out. I doubt it would necessitate the entirety of the current. So annually, the administrative contract that goes through SHRA is $750,000. I don't believe it would cost that much. We haven't costed it out. We would probably imagine, at least for the first year, hiring a consultant to help us get organized, get us set straight, and at some point probably it could be folded into county staffing. That would require probably additional staffing likely to live in my department. But we haven't costed it out at a more granular level.
And you said that's what money flows from SHRA for administrative purposes?
Yeah,
What'd you say?
so
Explain that to
historically
me.
back in 2011, when the COC was first transitioned out of the county, there was an administrative gap. And so the city and the county agreed together to provide this administrative support, and it's carried on. The funds that are used are fees that SHRA charges for things like administration of affordable housing. So it's general fund-ish like from SHRA's perspective. It's not restricted funds. They used to use CDBG and they no longer do. About 160 or 70,000 is from the city's coffers, and the balance is from the county's coffers.
Okay, so if we formed another body, we have to either figure out a way to, I guess, divert some of that funding to support it or come up with new dollars for the, on the administrative. Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. I, too, will potentially have comments after we hear from the remainder of the public speakers, but I just wanted to kind of say that I think a lot of the conversation we've been having so far is letting perfection stand in the way of good. And it is frustrating that it seems like the desire to be involved in the dialogue, to come up with collaborative solutions, to accept that we ought to be doing something different has been sort of this pulling teeth exercise, that it wasn't until, oh, I guess they're serious, that now here's an alternative that we want to propose. And I recognize the strange dichotomy of who is in charge of determining who, but look, I would say that whatever we decide to go with is just phase one, but it's phase one of a different path than the path we're currently walking. And I can tell you that from where I sit, the reason, the overarching impetus behind all of this is because the people that we represent, and dare I say the people that you serve in your volunteer and professional capacities, aren't being served by what's happening. And we've got to figure out something different, something better. And so to Supervisor Kennedy's point, unfortunately, I think whether it's the county recommended or county alternative option or the SSF alternative option, that's further fracturing into smaller silos rather than bringing the conversation into the same room. And so my staff rolls their eyes at me because oftentimes when asked to make a decision, I say yes and. And so yes, we want to be in the discussions going on with the COC, and we want the COC to inform the directions of things going, and we need to drag, maybe drag isn't the right word, but involve SHRA and what they do into this overall conversation. So if we just keep pointing fingers and wringing our hands and standing in the way of doing something different, We don't have the time. We need that sense of urgency. We need that action. So after the October 28th meeting, when I think it was you, Joe, that said, we welcome electeds to be on the board. Was that you, Aaron? So we welcome, and I approached you. I said, all right, tell me how I get on the board then. And I had said that I have a scheduling conflict, but you know what? I will deal with that. It's more important. This is more important. And so to the extent I can lean in, I don't see anything greater that takes full attention towards doing something differently. So I make that commitment to you, make that commitment to my colleagues. But I just feel like we're picking out, and this may be an unelegant analogy, given that we're talking about housing and homelessness, but we're picking out the color of the drapes before we've even signed the paperwork. So let's get in the room and just start working together. And this, whatever we choose, is not the ultimate end-all, be-all. If we change, obviously we changed course in 1994, we changed course in 2011, we'll change course in 2025, and we'll figure out maybe in 2026 or 2027 that this is what we want to try to do from here. But we got to get out of this spiral of don't do this, do that, don't do that, do this, and just let's start moving forward together. Thank you.
Supervisor Rodriguez.
I just want to give some other additional comments. One of the things that as we were talking here, that should really be concerning to us is that it is a non-elected body that is making funding allocations for the county. And that should be alarming to us. When I look at Sacramento Steps Forward option, it's still over processing. It still puts the COC under a lack of authority and movement. And I know all the communication, to me, it's just way over processing. I don't know how this request would come out, but there's a motion on the floor. But I have a request for our county exec. Is it possible to get a presentation of the steps needed to bring the COC back to the county?
Yes, we can absolutely do that.
I would love to see what the steps are, and I just want to share, Chair Sarna, that I'm not going to support the motion. I'm not going to support the motion because I'm going to stick to what I truly believe in, is that we continue to have delays. We continue to look at massaging emotions and taking these steps that are just going to delay the inevitable. I don't want to play those games. I just want to. I want to be really honest and transparent that the COC belongs back into the hands of the county. And how do we make that happen? And so but I do appreciate it. But I just want to let you know I won't be supporting it. And that's it for right now.
So I just want to be clear, you're not supporting the staff recommendation,
Well,
which is the motion.
I'm sorry?
You're not supporting staff's recommendation, which is the motion,
Okay.
right?
Let me go back and look at the staff recommendation.
All right. I think we've exhausted some of the initial response to Sacramento Steps Forward and the continuum of care. Thanks again, Lisa, and leadership, Cassandra, everyone, Joe, Trent, for being here and giving us something to think carefully about. Mr. Sturmer, will you please give us a list of public speakers if we have one?
Certainly. For item 54, first up we have Barb Ram.
I don't see her in chambers. She might be out in the foyer, but I don't think so.
All right. Well, next up we have Mike Jaskey.
Welcome, Mike.
For the record, I'm Mike Jaskey, representing SAC-backed Housing and Homeless Policy Committee. The details of our written comments are summarized in the following way, and I urge you to look at those comments. They are trying to get into some of the details that you started to talk about here today. And that is what has been missing from this process. We don't have fully fleshed out options. We don't understand if they're even basic feasibility. And we need a process of working through all that. This dialogue among you and with the SSF and COC people primarily is helpful, but this should have been happening in some kind of a workshop type mode, not a Board of Supervisors decision-making agenda item, if that's what we even have today. Several other things that the process, quote unquote, is failing to pay attention to. There is no magic pot of money to do what Supervisor Rodriguez wants to do. All of the money is contracted out to specific service providers. Same on the state side, same on the federal side. The RCHAP represents a body of scenarios, first-year activities, assignments to organizations. You pay very little, if any, attention to that when you approve the HAP funding application. Yet that is an honest, comprehensive effort to try to develop a plan. Finally, and the reorg process is, until a few comments today, seems to be assuming we have business as usual. On the downside, we have these draconian funding reductions and changes in program requirements that are going to cut thousands of people who are already housed out of their housing. On the other hand, we have a $10 million bond that might get onto the ballot for housing. We have the agreement from the state to allow some of the Medi-Cal CalAIM money to go to housing supports, which has never been allowed from this point up to this point. And we have.
Can you conclude your remarks, please, Mike?
So essentially, we believe that a new governance structure should not be put forward today.
Thank you.
It should be processed.
Thank you, Mike.
And take into account
Thank you.
the option of the COC put forward today. And lastly, whatever you do,
Mike,
make a decision.
Mike,
to
you're
help
over time
more
by almost
people
a minute
avoid
here.
Homelessness.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And next in the speaker queue, Karen Humphrey.
Thank you, Chair Cerna and members of the board. I am Karen Humphrey. I'm a member of the SAC Act Housing and Homelessness, a local organizing committee, and have been for the last 10 years. As stated by Mike, a more in-depth process is needed to answer some of the key questions about restructuring homelessness services. We don't mean years or months, or we mean making sure some answers are on the table before you make a final decision. But there's an urgent issue that is even more pressing than finalizing a decision about reorganization today, and that's the impact of changes that were they were in the NOFO that was issued in mid-November by HUD, draconian changes in program funding, all kinds of things, and only 2 months to fill it out. Somebody got wise at the federal level, and they have withdrawn that NOFO. They will reissue it. There is no guarantee that the new NOFO won't be as damaging and destructive to homelessness programs as the current one is. And the real answer at the moment, and it's something where your voices are urgently needed, is for Congress to do what was originally planned by Congress on a bipartisan basis over a year ago, and that was to create a 2-year NOFO, with the second year being a renewal of existing contracts at roughly the same amount of money. And that is still doable because the appropriations measure has not yet been passed. So we actually need members of the Board of Supervisors, and we've asked the City Council as well, and other leaders in Sacramento County to step up and tell our congressional representatives that we risk losing a lot of important and successful systems in this city, in this county, that are making a difference, if the NOFO is not redone in a more thoughtful way. So we urge you to please contact your members of Congress and to urge them to support the one-year extension, and that we continue to have the discussions about reorganization that are important and we want to be part of. But until the NOFO is taken care of and you have another year to live with, we think it's going to be a very difficult conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Does that conclude our list of public speakers?
Yes, no more public speakers on this item.
Okay, before we get to Supervisor Kennedy, I just want staff to confirm, just so there's absolutely no question, the motion that I've offered and that has a second reflects staff's preferred recommendation, does it not?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. So much has already been said, so I've just got a couple of points I want to just drive home from my own thinking. And, why I support the staff recommendation is the reasons that I spoke of before, is that we need more streamlining, not more growth in our bureaucracy. We need to tear down the silos. I think that creates another silo or more. Kind of on a humorous note, Supervisor Hume, you said that we should have a third box in the blue column for SHRA, which tells us part of the problem with SHRA. SHRA is the city and county of Sacramento. But I completely understand your sentiment. I do believe that reformation of the COC would provide for better coordination, better alignment with all of the programs that are involved, and all the efforts, but the county and the city, and it will help break down those silos. I do think that we've heard a lot today. Probably the number one word of the day is accountability, and that means a lot to all of us. I always tell people, you can't hold me accountable, or me in general. If we can't hold people accountable, we can't hold our employees accountable unless we clearly outline what the expectations are and we know what the roles are. And right now, it's very, very limited as what the roles of the policymakers in the area are. However, we are being held accountable. And I think that's has not worked. As far as the resources, responsiveness, flexibility, I think would be increased, again, breaking down those silos. And the Homeless and Housing Board, if there was no other option, I would say it's better than the current situation, but it's still inadequate. I really see it as Homeless Policy Council 2.0. I don't think it goes far enough. It's incremental change, nibbling around the margins when we need bold action in something new and different. I have not been told that HUD has said no. I read the report. I read the email. There is at least one other community in the nation that has done this. But I'll go back to my comment I made when we heard these items, similar items recently, and that's that, if this makes us an outlier, then so be it. As Supervisor Desmond said, show me the urban area that has perfected this subject and who is handling it perfectly, and I will copy them all day long. But I haven't seen that. It doesn't exist. And until it does, we got to keep trying to find out what that is. And I think this is bolder than what the alternative is and actually heads us in that direction. The concern for the need for, for change in the face of the whims of the current federal administration and whether or not we could react to that and those needs, that doesn't concern me. We do that every day. Welcome to the county world. With this administration, we never know what's going to come down, but we constantly have to shift and adjust and change based upon changing requirements. So I don't think this in any way hinders our ability to do that. So those are some of the, other than what I've stated earlier, I don't want to see just another information sharing body. I've had enough information. I got more information than I have authority to act on that information. I think this changes that. Thank you.
Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to quote the most eloquent line from the October 28th joint meeting, I endorse the thoughts of Supervisor Kennedy. Seriously, I think he summed it up. And I think change is scary. And I think that if nothing else has come out of the actions and discussions, of the last 6 or 7 months, it's that we have an engaged electorate like I have not seen in my time in local office. And I am optimistic that that's a good thing and that we need to embrace that. And so I fully support the motion. I support the efforts, and as I stated earlier, I would be willing to clear my schedule to whatever extent I can to be sure that I'm fully present to lean in on this. So thank you.
Supervisor Rodriguez.
I have two clarifying questions. On alternate option, Emily, the COC board, where does it fall under?
It's independent, so it would retain as it is today. I'm not sure if you're asking.
Lead agency would still be.
The lead agency would be chosen by that COC board, and so that COC board, which, as I understand, the SSF recommendation would include potentially some electeds, but not majority, would decide who the lead agency is.
Got it. Okay. Wait, one more question. And it was on the, it's on the motion. So the motion is to give direction to staff to pursue the recommended option if other cities in the COC are amenable. If the COC and the cities are considering this and not interested in the recommended model, then we're giving staff the authority to work with other cities to establish the Sacramento Housing and Homeless Board. Would at that point, then, is the COC, it's still independent, and it's not until we make the changes then that we would decide what happens with the COC, correct?
Right. I think that the challenge at sort of underscoring all of this is that only the COC themselves can decide whether they want to reconstitute. So if they choose not to, you can move forward with something that excludes them, but you cannot force them to the table.
Okay. Then I'm going to, correct, I am going to support this motion just so that we can move things forward. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Okay. Again, I'll just start by thanking, starting with Mosaic. Matt and Darby, thank you again for your service prior to, at the October 28th meeting, and certainly giving us the report back today. Appreciate that insight. Again, I want to thank Sacramento Steps Forward Continuum of Care representation here today. I want to thank 2 members of our public who provided comments. I want to thank our staff who have given an incredible amount of thought to so much of, as was stated earlier, the moving parts, the many moving parts to all of this. And finally, I want to thank my colleagues who I think have really jumped in both feet on this and have not for one moment treated any of this as what it is, which is, I think, probably one of the most important possible watershed moments in terms of how we move forward and pursue what we all want, which is a better day for those that are unsheltered, a better opportunity at success. That's the ultimate metric, not the establishments of boards and subcommittees and even necessarily funding for that matter. It's whether or not the people that were once suffering in the circumstance of homelessness are no longer suffering. So, and that will continue to at least be my measure of success. I do hope that the continuum of care leadership will hear us and maybe even go so far as to watch today's proceedings so they understand where we're coming from and what is our interest, and we would prefer, obviously, as is embedded in the motion, that there would be some substantial agreement with the direction that we would like to take this, and more importantly, the reasons behind that, which I think have been as clearly articulated today as I've ever seen. So as the only member here that was also here in 2011, where we were still reeling from the effects of the Great Recession. In fact, we were still, I believe, making cuts in the 10-11 budget. Yeah, there were reasons then for the direction that we took things that should not be considered incidental or nominal. But I think we can all agree that since 2011, the presence of the challenge as it relates to a growing homeless population and their needs and the complexities of all of that have just grown logarithmically. And so we need to act in similar fashion, and I think this is the beginning of that. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and call for the vote. Please vote.
This item passes unanimously 5-0 with all members present.
All right, very good. That concludes our morning calendar. We will reconvene. What's the pleasure of the members? Do you want to? We have closed session, so you want 2:30?
Supervisor, we need about 15 minutes for closed session, just to let you know.
Still 2:30. All right, we will reconvene at 2:30. We are in recess. Okay, let's call back to order this meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors for Tuesday, December 9th, 2025. Mr. Clerk, will you please call the roll and establish a quorum?
Supervisor Kennedy.
Here.
Supervisor Desmond.
Here.
Vice Chair Rodriguez.
Here.
Supervisor Hume.
Here.
And Chair Cerna.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Very good. Next item.
Next item on the agenda is 55. Conduct Truth Act 2024 forum pursuant to Government Code Section 7283.1. Response to immigration and custom enforcement access to individuals in Sacramento County jails.
Good afternoon, Chair. Afternoon, Vice Chair, Supervisors. I'm Matt Owens. I'm the Chief Deputy for Corrections for the Sacramento Sheriff's Department. I'm here to talk about the Truth Act for 2024. The Truth Act precludes us and keeps us from doing any coordinated activities or enforcement with ICE, which we did not do. We do not inquire about immigration status during our contacts in the field, and we don't verify immigration statuses of arrestees or detainees. At the main jail in the Rio Consumnes Correctional Center in 2024, we held no ICE detainees. And on June 5th of 18, some historical, the Board of Supervisors voted not to renew the ICE contract. In 2024, there were 0 ICE interviews conducted at either the main jail or the branch jail. And that concludes our activities for 2024.
All right, very good. Thank you. Question, and I see our Vice Chair is in the queue, but before we get to her questions or comments, obviously, ICE activities generally and the behavior of the agency under this administration has, it graces the headlines hourly. So we all know that under the Truth Act, you have some very specific actions that you need to take to document some very specific interactions. However, is there anything you can share anecdotally or otherwise that relates to kind of this new era of ICE presence? For instance, let me give an example here. You mentioned in one of the 2 slides you had that there's no interviews at the main jail, no detainees held under the auspices of ICE interest. What about any of our sheriff operations outside of the jail? Is there anything you can share in terms of even requests from ICE for the Sacramento Sheriff's Department cooperation and what they claim to be doing, whether it's at Home Depot or if it's literally at the Moss Federal Building? Is there anything you can tell us about that?
So let me clarify. Are you asking if we are requested to help out ICE with those?
Yeah, anything like that. I mean, basically, my line of questioning has to do with the fact that the specifics of the Truth Act speak very carefully to interactions at various locations, namely our jails, right? So what I'm asking is like, well, what about other potential interaction that may happen outside of the jail atmosphere?
Yeah, okay. So first of all, to my knowledge, we haven't received any formal request from federal agencies, from ICE or those that are helping. Anecdotally, this last year, which I will cover next year for 2025, we've had some requests that have come in and been filtered. We've caught them as the federal government has added other, like Homeland Security and other agencies, and repurposed their efforts toward immigration status. We've had some of requests that have come to us from folks that don't understand the law in California like ICE does. We've caught those. We don't participate in immigration activities. The Truth Act keeps us from doing that, to include our deputies that are deputized at the federal level. We can't be used for that, and we don't do that. And to my knowledge, we haven't received any requests at all from any of the federal agencies to be involved in this. For example, the Home Depot one that was kind of the first one that started this and got a ton of coverage and media attention, we had no idea they were out there. We learned about it when the call for service came in, that there were folks out there in the Home Depot parking lot. So,
and those calls for service were coming from presumably relatives, friends, acquaintances of those that were being pursued by ICE?
I'm not sure how they came in. As I recall, and this was a while ago, and I'm over corrections, so I focus my efforts there.
Sure.
As I recall, we get our communications center receive telephone calls talking about folks who are out there at the Home Depot parking lot, described, with guns and out there, and that's kind of how we responded to that. Sure. And that's where we first learned that they were there.
Because there was no coordination, you wouldn't otherwise know that was happening.
Correct.
All right, very good. Supervisor Rodriguez.
Thank you for the presentation. So I'm a very strong believer that I don't support ICE going into the Home Depots and going into and disrupting families that are here. I think there's got to be a better way to address the issue. But I do have concerns when somebody has a rap sheet with many felonies who is undocumented and is now in the hands of the Sheriff's Department. And what you're saying is that there's no coordination with ICE when it comes to people who have like serious, and when I mean serious, like drug dealing or crimes against children or, other very serious felonies. There's no distinction between petty theft or some serious felony that has been committed.
There are distinctions. So for the Truth Act, the law covers there's predicate offenses, that if there's convictions, there are certain instances where we can communicate with ICE. And the way that happens, if we have folks that are in custody, ICE will put in basically a detainer request, and we then run that person. And if they've got a conviction, for example, like a child sex crime, then in those instances, provided that, again, the crime is one of the predicate offenses that's outlined in law, then we can speak with ICE and coordinate it. But that's what we do, is we follow the law. But we do get I shouldn't say a tremendous amount. It's gone up this year in 2025 of detainer requests, and the great majority of them, the offenses that the person has or prior convictions, don't allow us to communicate with ICE. But in the instances like you provided, like child sex crimes, we can and we do.
Okay, good.
So we just follow the law.
And so can you just help me understand the differences of what is considered serious that you would then check and see if they're on a list?
So the contact has to be initiated by ICE, by immigration authorities. And there's forms that they fill out, detainer forms. And at that point, once we have those, we then run the person that's on those, and we look at their convictions. And if any of their convictions are those that are outlined in law, then at that point we go, okay, we can communicate with ICE, and we say, okay, we will verify that we have that person. And that's how that works.
How would ICE know that somebody is in your custody?
It's through public record. I'm not sure. We get requests all the time, so.
Okay.
We don't tell them. That was actually one of the things anecdotally this year is we were asked to provide a complete list of all the folks that are inside of our two jails, which we denied.
Well, you deny it, but isn't it public record?
It is, but they were coming to us, and we're not going to provide that.
Oh, so they have to go obtain it themselves?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Don't see any. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone signed up to speak on this matter?
No speakers for this item.
Okay, very good. I don't believe we need to take any specific action. This is just a report, an annual report, or do we?
No action required.
Okay, very good. Thank you. All right, then we will move on to item 56.
Inmate Welfare Fund Annual Report for Fiscal Year 2024-25.
You're back.
Hello. All right, we'll be covering the Inmate Welfare Fund Annual Report for fiscal year 24-25. And I don't have this memorized. There we go. All right. Penal Code Section 4025 allows the sheriff of each county to establish an inmate welfare fund. Commissions, refunds, and rebates are those funds that are deposited into our IWF. Inmate welfare funds need to be expended by the sheriff primarily for the benefit, the education, and the welfare of the inmates that are in our custody. And any funds that aren't needed for the welfare of inmates may be expended for the maintenance of county jail facilities, including the salary and benefits of program personnel. And obviously, an itemized report of these expenditures will be submitted annually to the Board of Supervisors. We file an annual IWF board letter. The Sheriff's Office has historically submitted an annual itemized IWF report to the board. And starting in fiscal year 2021, we now are making this presentation. Our report includes a statement of our revenues and expenditures for the IWF, a statement of the change in financial position, and a 5-year analysis of the Inmate Welfare Fund financial operations. For our Inmate Welfare Fund Committee, these are folks that our committee votes to accept and fund items. That is made up by the assistant to myself, the Chief Deputy of Correctional Services. He serves as the committee chair. The chief of our Departmental Administration Services, our fiscal officer, and then the executive lieutenant at the main jail, the executive lieutenant at the Rio Consumnes Correctional Center, and the bureau commander at our Work Release Bureau. Our Inmate Welfare Committee meets once a year. 3 members are needed to constitute a quorum, and it's typically we meet once a year to adopt the yearly budget. If a recommendation comes in and is denied, it can be appealed to me. Our annual timeline, March 15th, our commanders at the jails and our bureau commander are provided with the proposed budget to review and approve. In April 15th, our proposed budget is submitted to our sheriff's fiscal for review and compilation. On May 1st, the proposed budget is submitted to all IWF committee members. On May 15th, the IWF committee meeting is held. The proposed budget is discussed and then voted upon. On June 15th, the approved budget is submitted to myself for review and approval, and then ultimately to the sheriff for his review and final approval. On July 1st, the IWF approved budget is effective, and any mid-year changes or addition require a separate vote among the IWF board. For fiscal year 24-25, our total revenue was $10,678,000 and change. That was made of our commissions from commissary items that were sold, which was $2.8 million. Commissary transfers from trust, which was about $6.1 million. The commissions that we received from our inmate communication services was $844,000. Interest was $646,000, and other various revenue was $197,000. For 24-25, our total expenditures was $11.8 million. $2.9 million of that was salary, benefits, and training. Commissary sales were $6.1 million. The Department of Revenue Recovery, our recovered restitution, was $129,000. We spent $8,600 on office supplies. We spent $73,000 on inmate recreation, $62,000 for indigent expenses to make sure that indigent inmates have basics like toothpaste, toothbrushes. Inmate transportation costs were $26,000. Inmate training and counseling through our social workers was $117,000. Our law library services were $156,000. Our inmate education program was $2,900. The chaplaincy program was $85,000. Our social services was $2,300. And for different facility service projects and upkeep, it was $2 million, and there were other various charges for a little over $10,000.
Before you leave the slide.
Yes.
If you can go back.
Yeah. There you
go. Under salaries, benefits, and training, can you elaborate a little bit? Like, so give me an example. Like, so these are salaries, benefits, and training for SSD personnel in the
That's
jail.
correct. Yeah.
So this is on top of what they're receiving already in salary and benefits pursuant to their general employment?
No, these are positions that are completely funded by the IWF. For example, we have a lieutenant that oversees our Lexipol project, which was kind of a Mays consent decree item because of all the policies of the jail. So that position is paid for out of the IWF fund.
Totally.
I
gotcha. All right. Thank you.
Yep. For 2024, we had a net operating loss of $1.1 million. Our fund balance at the beginning of July 1st, 2024 was $14.8 million. And the ending balance on June 30th of 25 was $13.6 million. So here's a list of those funded positions. You'll see, like, for example, our senior accountant is split between the main jail and the branch jail. That is the IWF accountant that handles the accounting services. For 2024 and 25, we spent $117,000 and some change on inmate training and counseling, and then $73,000 in inmate recreation. Looking forward to 25 and 26, we have a camera replacement project to eliminate some blind spots in our camera system at the main jail. That's approximately $480,000. We have had a decrease in revenues due to the elimination of telephone commissions. However, the FCC has stayed that ruling until March of 27. So there were 3 or 4 months where our commissions went down. Those are back up to their normal rates, and we're working with the vendor to look forward to 27. Is that it?
Presumably, there's not an ability to advance the slide.
Oh, that's it. That's the last one.
Last one?
That's it?
All right,
Okay.
perfect.
Okay.
Any questions?
All right. Very good. Any questions for our speaker? All right. Don't see any.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, anyone signed up to speak on this matter?
We have one person signed up, Barb Ram.
She is not in chambers.
Not in chambers.
Okay. All right. Very good. This is just a report back, no action to be
That's
taken.
correct.
All right. Then if there's nothing further on that matter, we'll move on to item 57.
Overview of the Independent Care Program and Healthy Partners Program and Operations Workshop.
That's indigent care program.
Supervisor, before Tim gets started, I just wanted to bring up a couple of things, and I'm sure he'll go into this much deeper. We've brought you a couple of things since the implementation of H.R. 1 and some of the federal impacts that have hit us, and the counties nationwide, the state. So we've brought several big impacts to the board leading up to this point, with the idea of we're going to bring you a more thorough review of the budget impacts come January. So we'll be bringing this back to you in January as a whole. So just as a reminder, last September we brought you an overall vantage point, if you will, of H.R. 1 and the associated impacts with that. And then in October, we brought you some impacts from the homeless and housing budget and the potential impacts from both the federal and the state. And in November, we've brought forward the changes for the HUDs, the latest NOFO that was recently, or Notice of Funding Opportunity that was recently pulled back, and the impacts that they may be having, significant impacts of all of these. Tim will be talking about the indigent impacts and healthy partners and the impacts that Medicare has. Following that, that, Ethan Dye will be presenting the CalFresh impacts and associations with HR 1. So again, this is our way of getting these things in front of the board, so you can have a deeper discussion on each of these bigger issues, with the idea of having a bigger discussion as it relates to the budgets, and have all of them pulled together in January. So with that, I'll turn it over to Tim. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. Tim Lutz, Director of Health Services for Sacramento. Before I start, I want to first acknowledge this has been a tremendous team effort. My staff in health services, Ethan's staff in human assistance, County Council, CEO's office, plus Health Management Associates, who we brought in as a consultant to help us through this. It's been a pretty exhaustive process over the last 3 or 4 months, parsing through what we know on HR1, state impacts, and it continues to evolve frequently. So I just want to acknowledge this has been a huge lift to get here today, and also recognizing these are hard conversations that certainly, being the Director of Health Services, I don't want to be having. I don't want to be talking about people losing care and seeing impacts in our community. So I appreciate the weight of the decisions that are coming before the board in the next couple of months. My goal today first is to provide an overview of the county's medically indigent program and also some of the legal mandates surrounding why those programs exist and are structured the way they are. Also going to discuss briefly the federal and state impacts that we've been discussing in the context of how those are going to impact our programs. And then we'll get into modeling over what we think those impacts will look like to us locally in Sacramento, and how it will impact the residents and those we serve. This is set up as a workshop format. So today, we're not asking the board for a formal vote, rather soliciting input and ideas on the county's program. As David said, the plan then would be to come back January 13th to ask the board for some more focused, clear direction, and then January 27th, bring back any resolutions if we're making any changes to the indigent care programs. All right, so this first slide is giving you a highlight of the state or the federal HR1 and state Medi-Cal policy changes that are going to be impacting those with some health insurance in California. I'll give some context. When the Affordable Care Act was passed in 2010, over 13 million Californians gained health care coverage through that initiative. About 7 million of them through the Medi-Cal program, and another 6.3 million through Covered California. What these changes do is start to erode some of those gains, and in fact start to reverse the increased access to health care and health insurance. We put this in a timeline format to note that these changes will not happen immediately. Rather, there's phasing in for certain things that are going to happen sooner, as early as January 1 of 2026, so in a few weeks, and then going through 2028. And so we would expect a cumulative effect where we might see some today, another year or two more as things like work requirements and more frequent redeterminations start to kick in. And then at 2028, 29 is when we would expect to see the highest impacts beginning to show up. In anticipation of those impacts, we are doing everything we can to project, to plan, and to help give you the best policy guidance we can, but also start to prepare us for people coming back to our programs that we haven't seen in quite a long time. So before driving into potential responses, I'm going to go through a brief history of county medically indigent programs and some of the history here in Sacramento. So the basis for California County's indigent care mandate comes from Welfare and Institutions Code 17,000, which obligates counties to provide health care to medically indigent persons. And when you couple this with Welfare and Institutions Code 10,000, which is imposing a minimum standard of care, most notably requiring medically necessary care, and which must be sufficient to remedy substantial pain and infection. Those two together really form the basis for county medically indigent services programs. Important, these are very, very broad mandates. There's not a lot of prescriptive elements to it, and really a lot of case law that drives how we structure programs and interpretation locally and policy preference. There are a few points that I would highlight. The 17,000 mandate does not obligate a county to satisfy all unmet needs, nor does it mandate universal health care. The mandate or the obligation also does not extend to mental health care, nor does it extend to undocumented individuals. Counties in California are split in how they fulfill this mandate. So you can see the map there of California on the screen. 34 counties that are denoted in blue make up the County Medical Services Program. This is for counties that have a population below 300,000. That's their primary criteria for whether or not a county can join CMSP. And what that does is provide a unified set of rules that's operated at a state level by the program called CMSP with an independent board. The remaining 24 counties fulfill their statutes via a County Medically Indigent Services Program, or CMISP, and I apologize. I hopefully will just say CMISP through the remainder of this presentation, but recognizing the I versus not. This is how Sacramento is one of these CMISP counties. Under this, each county manages their program independently, so you have the most variability across these CMISP counties. They set their own rules for eligibility, for benefits, and the array of services that they provide. Not surprising, there's a number of delivery strategies that you see. Provider counties own and operate public hospital systems in addition to their clinic systems. So they're far more integrated. They're leveraging really what those public hospitals were in part designed to cover. Counties over time have divested themselves from clinics, public hospital systems, and so you have also a number of payer counties that contract exclusively for the health care through clinics, hospitals. Hybrid counties will have some public infrastructure like our health clinics, and then they contract with private hospitals for other parts of care. We operate as a hybrid model where we've historically leveraged our clinics to provide services while contracting with our hospital systems.
Tim, can I, before you leave the slide, I don't claim to know the Welfare and Institutions Code nearly as well as you or others in the room, but is there anything in state statute that basically gives counties the flexibility that we have based on the fact that we have a charge to keep communicable disease in check, and so therefore we presumably would not want to have any segment of our population without some ability to seek medical treatment, if not for just the simple reason we want to keep disease from spreading?
So communicable disease falls under public health code. We do have mandates where if we have a communicable disease, first of all, a person has some requirements to report it. We have obligations to investigate it and certainly ensure that they receive treatment for it. But this would be outside of what the 17,000 mandates addressing, which is really people who typically sick, don't have insurance, have no means to afford or buy insurance, wind up in the emergency room, and need their care addressed.
But couldn't that presumably include influenza? Bad case of influenza, I go to the emergency room, I'm indigent, I don't have.
That definitely would be influenza, recognizing if you're going into the emergency room with influenza, that is life-threatening, they would need that care. So the standard there is if care were not provided, there is a risk of loss of life.
Okay, but to your point, I guess, it's really for that fundamental objective of saving the life or reducing the misery of that patient, not necessarily what that patient what might happen to the disease that patient has been diagnosed with that might be spread outside of the confines of an emergency room.
Yes, okay. And that's where public health would step in under their mandates.
All right, thank you.
So this next slide is providing just a timeline or a snapshot of Sacramento County's indigent care program over the last 15 years. Obviously, pre-Affordable Care Act, 2008-9 is kind of the base year that we look at of the height of the program. That's when the program was fully operational as CMISP, and it was the only program the county was operating. A few milestones I want to highlight. 2010, the Affordable Care Act that I mentioned before, started to see a lot more people now moving into health insurance plans, whether it be through Medi-Cal or Covered California. County started to see reductions in their CMISP programs. And so in 2013, there was passage of AB 85, which I'll talk about in one second. And then in 2016, the county launched the Healthy Partners program that I will talk about in a little bit. I do want to highlight AB 85 here because I think it's an important component when we talk about the budget. Historically, to fund indigent care programs, counties relied both on local funds, so general funds, and state 1991 realignment funding to cover their indigent health care programs. Once the Affordable Care Act came into play, you started to see the expansion of people receiving coverage, and counties started to see a savings in those programs, therefore excess revenue within their realignment fund. The legislature then passed AB 85 to recoup some of those savings and redirect them for other state use purposes. So what happened under AB 85 is counties were required to either utilize a 60% reduction or a savings expenditure-based formula to annually calculate the redirection of 1991 health realignment from the county to these state use funds or state use pots of money. So we in Sacramento elected the 60% reduction option. So we know, based on what we saw from savings from the Affordable Care Act, our realignment revenue has been reduced 60%, which is a key source of how we would be funding typically these programs. Some greater context in fiscal year 25-26, roughly $725 million has been redirected from counties statewide through 1991 realignment transfer through AB 85. So this next slide conveys a snapshot or an overview of the Sacramento County CMISP program. You can see through the different columns, part of it's talking about the eligibility criteria for the program, the benefits and services in the program, and then historical information on enrollment cost, infrastructure, and utilization. You'll note under the benefits and services piece, generally this is limited in scope care. So medically necessary primary specialty care, emergency and hospital care, pharmacy and ancillary services, other things like durable medical equipment, dental would be as needed based on a review and approval process. The third column really kind of highlights the change in the program over time, where you can see the top part pre-ACA. We had 50,000 participants in the CMISP program and a budget of about $50 million. We delivered the services through 11 county clinic sites, 9 of those physical sites, 2 of those mobile sites. And we were able to leverage, at that point, the clinic's large specialty care network of 344 different contracts for different specialty care based on the needs. The clinic itself and the administrative infrastructure was 108 FTEs, and then the Department of Human Assistance had an additional almost 40 FTEs to do eligibility work. The key takeaway then, looking at the lower part post-ACA, is that right now we have 0 enrollment in the CMISP program, no budget for fiscal year 25-26, and our clinic infrastructure has shrunk substantially down to 2 physical locations and 1 mobile team. And I'll come back to this as we talk about, if we're bringing these programs back in a bit, about the necessity for infrastructure to be able to effectively bring this program back, be it whether it's staffing, contracting, or any of the above. And then this is showing the Healthy Partners program, similar layout as I did for CMISP, where you have eligibility, benefits and services, enrollment costs and utilization. You'll see the benefits here for Healthy Partners is more extensive than it is for CMISP, and it is because this is more focused on prevention, primary care type services, behavioral health linkages. It was designed around recognizing when the Affordable Care Act came out, there were still some gaps in service, primarily around undocumented immigrants, where they could qualify for emergency Medi-Cal, but they could not get some of the primary care services. So this was a gap filler, essentially, from what the ACA wasn't providing at that time. So pre-Medi-Cal expansion for undocumented adults, which happened in 2024, we were averaging around 3,000 participants per year, about a $2.5 million budget per year. And we typically about 64% of the patients were utilizing those services. Post 2024, when undocumented immigrants would qualify for state-only Medi-Cal, our participants have dropped to 0. We do have $550,000 budgeted in that program, but again, at this point, we have not had any utilization.
Tim, can you, sorry for the interruption, can you again just explain the mechanics of how we may not have in a under post-Medi-Cal expansion, we have 0 participants per year in Healthy Partners. That does not necessarily mean that they are without the same benefits and services they once had, right? It just means that those benefits and services are being provided by other means?
By Medi-Cal, yeah. So in 2024, the state expanded their Medi-Cal program to serve the undocumented immigrant community, yes.
Right, so if I were to go bullet point by bullet point, we know it's evolved over time of the benefits and services that you have in that center box. The fact that because of Medi-Cal expansion, those benefits and services are now being provided through Medi-Cal. Is it one for one? Are they all being provided, or is it a limited subset of this? Is it more expansive? I mean, how do we think about the comparison between Healthy Partners and the expansion?
Medi-Cal would be still more expansive than Healthy Partners. It would be a full array of Medi-Cal services.
So one could argue that subpopulation, undocumented folks are eligible or are receiving a wider variety of medical services and benefits?
Through Medi-Cal, correct.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, Healthy Partners provided a lot, but certainly not to the level of everything that Medi-Cal would provide, full scope Medi-Cal.
Got it, thanks.
So recognizing January 1, 2026 is when the enrollment freeze begins for within the state for any undocumented immigrants going on to the Medi-Cal program. As such, we are expecting that Healthy Partners is one of the first spots that we're likely to see a increase in utilization as people can get on the state Medi-Cal program. And historically, I think I didn't mention this before. I'll just note when Healthy Partners first launched in 2016, we had 3,000 slots. 2018, recognizing increased utilization, we moved that to 4,000 slots. Currently, today, it's still at 4,000.
Then let me point out what I think is probably somewhat obvious, but I'll say it regardless. When that freeze happens, we could see the increase in Healthy Partners utilization rates start to climb up from zero, not necessarily based on immigration trends, but because of age, right? Because you have younger folks that maybe age into adulthood and become eligible by way of their age. So in other words, we might have a population of young people here that have been here with questionable immigration status, but they age into eligibility for Healthy Partners, correct?
I'm looking over at my eligibility folks. Just
She said yes.
Phone a friend, Ethan. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Cerna, members of the board. Ethan Dye, Director, Department of Human Assistance. So the adult expansion was between 19 and 64. So if somebody came in at 19 and they come in January, they will be part of the freeze. And Tim's team would be evaluating that. If they age from 18 into, they would actually be able to keep their eligibility through renewal, and we're going to be making sure
Medi-Cal eligibility.
Medi-Cal eligibility through renewal. And this population is only going to lose eligibility if they become no longer eligible for not submitting their renewal, or if they actually were to hit eligibility that exceeds the Medi-Cal rules. And so we're not discontinuing folks based on their immigration status until a time where we are required to by regulation.
What if someone who has questionable immigration status is not crossing an international border? Let's say they simply move from Arizona to California to Sacramento County, and it's after the freeze, and they're otherwise qualified. Then that could conceivably be patient number one. That then would be someone that could utilize Healthy Partners under that example.
That would be my understanding, because if they're coming from another state, they're not Medi-Cal eligible. So we would run them through Medi-Cal. They may be eligible to emergency services, which is part of the Healthy Partners program. And then we would work with Tim's team and say this is a candidate for Healthy Partners.
Okay. Regardless of what scenarios I'm throwing out there, I interrupted. Tim, you led with, we're all expecting an increase in the utilization rate. So maybe you can just expand on that and tell us, why we expect that maybe a little bit more precisely than me just having to try and guess here.
Yeah, no, and your question actually is excellent because it's the questions we've grappled with, and frankly, we are still waiting on some state guidance and federal guidance on interpretation of things from HR 1 and things from state policy shifts. So these are the scenarios that our teams have been batting around for a while, which has changed our numbers somewhat. And when I get to the modeling, I'm going to caveat it with a similar statement. So I think your scenarios would be, certainly correct as if you have somebody who maybe comes into California and would be questionable, then would they, under the freeze, not qualify for Medi-Cal within the state, then come to our program. Maybe they lapse, they don't need care. We know within this population specifically, there's a huge fear of government and services, understandably. And so what someone might do is forego care for 6 months, not renew out of fear of providing information, and then they're not able to re-enroll at that point. They would fall off the program. And
obviously that could have devastating effect on their health. It could be someone that has a very treatable form of cancer, but at point A, waiting 6 months, maybe they get to a point where their discomfort or other aspects of their disease progress, and it brings them to a point where that fear of government, that fear of being quote unquote identified, it gets trumped by the influence of their disease progression, and so they could seek any avenue for relief, including our own program called Healthy Partners, correct?
That absolutely, and that is our concern broadly for people losing insurance is if they're foregoing coverage, they're waiting much longer, they're getting sicker, and then when they're showing up in emergency rooms, they're much sicker than if we had been able to treat them at the primary care level.
And then, forgive me for all the questions here, but and if you get to a place where you're feeling like your only relief is to be seen in an emergent context at an emergency room, by law, emergency rooms have to treat, regardless of your ability to pay, regardless of your immigration status. I mean, at that point, it's basically a humanitarian consideration, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes, and so certainly when we look at system stressors, we expect those types of impacts coming into our hospitals, into our emergency rooms. We work very hard at looking at our systems, our health systems, as just that, a systems approach, and we're fundamentally tweaking one part of that system that has been working well at keeping people out of the emergency room. So I'm going to shift now into talking about how we start to look at these programs going forward, recognizing the broadness of the 17,000 mandate. There are some important points here. One is, not surprising, there are a lot of different counties that have completely different programs than ours. The lower table here is kind of giving you an example of some key policy levers that I'm going to speak about here in a second that other counties are doing or how they set up their programs. Just by way of comparison to recognize that as we surveyed, nobody's consistent, and in talking to a lot of these counties, a lot of them are having the exact same conversations we're having about relooking at programs that have been mostly dormant for 10 years. There are some key policy levers I will highlight. Eligibility, as it sounds, determines who can receive coverage in the program. There are a couple of pieces within that. One is income. So the income threshold typically based on federal poverty level. Currently, our threshold for our program is 400% of federal poverty level. Residency status is another one. I know we're talking about undocumented immigrants. The CMISP program does not provide coverage to undocumented immigrants. That's where Healthy Partners kind of fills that gap.
Excuse me, Tim. Supervisor Hume has a question or comment.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So in reading the report and looking at federal poverty levels, I mean, first of all, what a federal poverty level is ridiculous. I mean, that's so far below what it would cost to subsist, and certainly in California. But 400% of the federal poverty level, according to the report, for one person is $62,600 a year. I don't know that I would consider that person to be indigent. And then, by a matter of factor, that 400% is also applied to the increase per person. So rather than being $5,500 per person, which is what the federal poverty level increase is, it's $22,000 additional per person. And so you end up to a family of four at $128,600. How did we decide that 400% of the federal poverty level is where we were going to sort of mark people as being indigent?
I was going to say, having not been here during those discussions, I can speculate, and I don't know if Ethan might even have been involved in why we decided on 400. And I will say we were 200 in 08-09, and so post ACA is when we expanded, presumably to fill where we knew people might have had gaps from what they were receiving from Covered California. But I don't know, Ethan, if you might have been in any of those discussions.
So I was periphery to some of those discussions, but I think the important thing to understand about CMISP is it doesn't cover families. So CMISP covers individuals and married couples. It doesn't cover families because if you have an independent or a dependent child, more likely you're going to go the CalWorks route. So I've been in CMISP since 2008. We've never covered a family. And so when we're talking about the actual numbers, it's between 1 and 2 people.
So CMISP has the 400% poverty level, correct? And that would only be at the $62,600 for an individual.
Either a husband and wife or an individual.
Okay, so it could go up to $84,600 for 2 people.
Yes.
Or we're talking about Healthy Partners, which is at the 138% federal poverty level, which then drops drastically down to 21.6 essentially for one person, up to 44,367 for a family of 4.
You're talking about the difference between what Healthy Partners is and CMISP?
Let me just, because it's going to be crass if I make this comment at a later point in this discussion. Earlier today, we had a discussion about priorities when you're looking at how to take scarce resources. And so if we peg something up at a 400% of federal poverty level, we essentially can help fewer people who need that help because of what we have chosen to do. That's a priority. That's a value statement. Do you want to help more people who need more help, or do you want to have a more quote-unquote generous threshold? Is that a correct assumption?
What were you going to say?
So the 138%, this is bringing back some old memories, my apologies. The 138% became because in order to be Healthy Partners, you had to have emergency Medi-Cal, and 138% is the poverty limit for emergency Medi-Cal. So that's why that program was designed, and so CMISP was different, and it changed a little bit in 2014, but that's why the two different populations were, because one requires Medi-Cal, one requires you be ineligible to Medi-Cal.
Okay. But that doesn't necessarily get to why we just chose 400% FPL.
I don't recall why we ended up with the top. The only thing I can think of at 400 at that point was that was the top range of the advanced premium tax credits, and anything over that you had to pay on your own.
Okay. And again, the reason why I'm asking this, not to steal any thunder from the program, but when we get to the table that's going to ask us to look at different options, the options are going to shake out as we can either help more people who are still at a incredible poverty level that doesn't include undocumented, or we can help fewer people at a lower FPL. Right? I mean,
I think you're thinking about it absolutely.
There are inflection points in all of
It
this.
is that, depth versus breadth.
There you go.
Of how you
a mile wide and an inch deep.
And I will put one important caveat too is, and I was going to discuss this when we talk about kind of what we think is the minimum legal requirement. But an important piece to note is, we can't set a hard and fast eligibility rule to say if somebody is at 138% of federal poverty level, they will not qualify. And the reason for that is there's a just cause or a hardship clause that essentially recognizes the fact that somebody could be making 100 or 200% of FPL and have major medical that could be $500,000, $1 million, and have no conceivable way to be able to pay for that. Case law has consistently said county is still responsible at that point because they have no other means to pay that medical bill. So when we set the eligibility, we also recognize that if we go too low, we're going to have a lot of potential exception reviews that we're going to have to go through administratively.
Interesting. Can I jump in here? I think Supervisor Hume's assessment and line of questions are a really important one. I would say it's not just reserved for where we draw the lines or limits on percent of federal poverty level. My recollection going back to 2014, before Healthy Partners got off the ground, was we had some good discussion at this dais about the other trade-offs. The other trade-offs being, again, back to the breadth-depth concept here. When we started Healthy Partners, I remember a good discussion about, okay, what age brackets do you put on it? So who are you going to try and help with limited resources based on their age? We also then had lots of conversation about, okay, well, we don't have enough funding available to address every possible malady on the, that's out there. What types of services should Healthy Partners, what's the suite of medical services that Healthy Partners should include? We had conversations at first about, well, what kind of specialty care should obstetrics be included? Should orthopedic attention be part of it? And so some of those decisions were, quite frankly, fairly difficult because you're having to set policy and identify a resource base around the do's and don'ts, quite frankly, of how the county helps literally the most indigent among us. The indigent who, by the way, are afraid to go seek medical attention like the rest of us who are documented citizens would otherwise do, who have a reluctance to even do that. So again, a good line of questioning, however, not just reserved for how poor someone is necessarily. Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, those were some of the most difficult conversations since I've been on the board. When you have people who get up and who literally have a cancer diagnosis that are, asking for care, but then you have to weigh, as heart-rendering as this is, and we're going to get there, is the more specialty care that you allow for, the less preventative care that you allow for. I mean, it's a Sophie's choice.
Yeah.
We're in for really tough times.
Or if you're 66 years old, you're eligible, and if you're 64, you're not. Right?
Yeah.
Well, and I will say one of the things that we have within CMISP, so shifting back to CMISP for a second, is recognizing where you have people that are above a certain income threshold. Some mechanisms, and what I was going to talk about with policy levers, is there is cost sharing that we can do. So we have a share of cost that then looks at somebody who at a higher income level to say like, okay, you have a share of cost for this up to a fixed dollar amount. Other ways that counties do it are co-payments, like you would with your doctor, or medical, like some type of a medical premium costs per month for those above certain income thresholds. So there are some ways to be able to still provide those services, but then also find some level of revenue offset to help pay for those expenses. And then I will highlight asset tests as another eligibility criteria. Historically, at one point we did do asset tests. We do not have an asset test right now in place within the program.
Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. I was almost going to just go right into this question because I figured while I'd interrupted the flow. In the report, it says, moreover, the asset test has proven to result in more people of color being disqualified because they are more likely to rent than own homes, which often are exempt from the asset test. Can you explain that sentence to me?
I was going to say, I recognize, so HMA did a pretty extensive literature review through asset tests. I think the basis behind why some things are included, some things are not, homes are exempted from an asset test, correct me if I'm wrong, yes, as is a vehicle. And so the argument being where you have somebody who might have a home with more equity versus a renter that is not going to have more equity.
But doesn't that seem to be the obverse, that the person with the less equity would be more likely to be qualified than the person who has a home and has equity?
Yes, it could be, although if that means they have a higher savings account or some other means. I mean, I hear what you're saying. I can ask HMA to maybe provide a little more depth into the basis behind
It just struck me as
study.
counterintuitive, sort of the conclusion that the sentence implies.
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying as I talk it through, and I think it certainly would be worth asking HMA to maybe provide some better clarity for us.
Thank you.
And then I will also highlight utilization management practices are things that we did when the program was large. We currently don't have a utilization process in place, but if we start to see volumes, that's another measure that we would put in place. Those are doing things like pre-authorizations, denials, denial management, similar to what you would see with your insurance, a medical review, just an additional review as to medical necessity and pre-authorization on certain things. And then lastly, I will say some counties utilize property liens, going back to your opposite piece there, where if somebody does have a like real estate property, the county would affix a lien or a property interest asking for reimbursement of costs. And then Healthy Partners design strategies, very similar to what we talked about with CMISP. The pieces I would highlight here, which we already talked about, income threshold is at 138% of FPL. To be eligible for the program, they must qualify for emergency Medi-Cal. And there is the enrollment cap of 4,000. And you're right, Supervisor Cerna, there were discussions at that time from what we see on age brackets. So 200 of those are set aside for 65 plus. I think, again, as a limiter to try and recognize potential costs within the program. All right, so I'm going to try and make this table a little easier to go through and explain. So this is now getting into how we're developing the estimates for who we think is going to be impacted by all of these changes. And I will say this is extremely difficult to model some of this out. We're making a lot of assumptions. Even the state with their array of resources and modeling, they struggle in this area. So we did these in consultation with health management associates, and they were able to pull in whatever available studies or metrics from different sources to try and get here. And add to the complexity is we're still waiting for regulatory guidance from federal and also state on some of these pieces. And there are pending lawsuits, or as we know if we're reading the news the last couple weeks, one of those items, the lower half of that is talking about covered California and premium subsidies. One of the items, obviously, that was at the forefront of the shutdown and continues to be a back and forth item for negotiation between the administration and House and Senate. So these are assumptions as of what, a certain date and also what we know at that time. The nice thing is, and Courtney Maslin, the deputy director over administration and HMA, worked through building out this modeling with the goal of being able to update as we get more information, as we see actual cases come in. So it's designed to be flexible. So when we're estimating these costs, we need two things. First, we need to know who's going to come to us, and then second, what they're going to cost us. This first piece is talking about who's going to come to us. So I'll use the example of the top one, adult expansion population. Right now, we're looking at the number of people in that population category in Sacramento County. So 175,000 people currently receiving Medi-Cal coverage that was a result of adult expansion through Affordable Care Act. We're estimating in year one that about 10% of those will be disrupted. That is to say, lose their coverage, which results in about 15,000 people in total. Now, all of those people wouldn't come to the CMISP program. Again, reminder that you would have an emergency room visit or other major health event that would then put you into evaluation for the program and enrollment into the program. So what then we're estimating is of those 15,000, 1,500 would be coming to the program in year one. By year three, where we know work requirements, 6-month redeterminations come in, we think that disruption is going to be a lot higher. And then we're estimating 53,000 people would be disrupted by final rollout with all of those measures.
Tim, can you help me understand the double asterisk footnote? So there's an assumption made, 10% of those disrupted will come to the programs, and this is for year three. You've already explained kind of year one, which, it's anyone's, I suppose, it's anyone's foggy crystal ball what that percentage is going to be. But by year three, why 10% in year three?
The 10% goes into who we think then is going to have high medical needs, and the morbidity is we're trying to get to the uptake rate of people who actually have a medically qualifying event that would then need that coverage.
Okay. So how would you characterize 10%? Is it conservative? Is it, to me it sounds low.
That is
it
a
just
hard
sounds
question.
Low. Yeah.
I will say, so what we tried to do is look at, if you look at CMISP before, 50,000 people, Really, about 12,000 we're utilizing per month.
Okay.
So what we're trying to get here is who are going to be the high utilizers. That really is what's driving cost. So when we look at that, that's primarily what we're focusing on, knowing that those are our cost drivers. Mm-hmm. And even if there are more people, they might, break their leg, need the care. They're on the program once and we never see them again. Those aren't our utilizers that, might have cancer or a chronic illness that's, constantly needing them to come in. So we're recognizing that and trying to focus on who is going to be the highest utilizer for this program. If that helps. And that is something that we are going to closely look at as if those assumptions change, maybe it's 20%, then we update the modeling. But we're looking at these closely, and I know this was batted around a lot with HMA when we were trying to come up with what's a reasonable number. And then the rest of them, you can see we modeled this out for different groups. So undocumented, we felt a higher disruption rate just based on everything happening with the undocumented population right now. We would expect them to be more heavily disrupted. Refugee asylees, this number is one that we continue to look at and actually has changed and what we think will be policy, but we haven't gotten anything in writing yet, is that they will not be subject now to the enrollment cap. They will then be moved to state-only Medi-Cal in October of 2026, but likely still subject to some of the work requirements. So we still have a disruption for that group, but we continue to look at that as the regulations and the guidance is still forthcoming. And then again, covered California, we're watching closely for the exchange, recognizing we don't know if there's going to be a deal at the federal level. If so, that certainly is going to change, any of those individuals coming to us.
Vice Chair Rodriguez.
Tim, I have a question from page 2, but I could ask it here because you just mentioned it. The work requirements. It's not a bad thing, right?
I'm not saying it's a bad thing or a good thing. What I'm saying is if somebody, for one reason or another, says, I can't meet the work requirements, therefore they are not eligible for the Medi-Cal program and they get taken off the Medi-Cal program, then their coverage is disrupted.
And remind me again, there are certain criterias that exclude you from the work requirement. What were those?
Sorry. Phone the eligibility friend again.
I remember it was pregnancy.
There are actually 13 now.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And so a substance abuse issue, mental health issue, pregnancy, meeting the able-bodied adult with dependence rules. So there are now 13. There's also a couple of new ones which we're waiting on guidance for, which is medical frailty. So how somebody would get to TIM is when somebody applies for Medi-Cal or we're doing their redetermination, we're going to go through all the work requirements. The first things we look at are there exemptions? Are you exempt because of something? Mm-hmm. If not, then they are subject to the work requirements. Mm-hmm. And so once we start talking about work requirements, we need to sit down and say, why can't the person comply? Is it they don't want to? Is it they can't? Is it job market? So there's going to be a lot of pieces, and we're still waiting on guidance from the Department of Healthcare Services on a lot of these questions.
Mm-hmm. And wait, there was one more question. Work requirements. Shoot, I just left my mind. Okay, thank you.
Can I follow up on the work requirements?
Yes.
Maybe while you're thinking of the other question, Mr. Chair. So on the work requirements, the other issue is that, and I think there's a discussion about the work requirements. Yeah, that seems legitimate, but we're doing it more often, and the amount of staff and administrative time that's going to take, right? I mean, that's going to be a serious increased burden on all the counties in the state without additional funds to cover that. And then with respect to the work requirements, how will the federal government determine if we're meeting the standards or the error rate or the eligibility level? And then what happens if, say, Sacramento County does a better job of verifying work requirements versus other counties in the state that do a lousy job? Do we all get penalized the same, or do we not know yet, Ethan?
So
that's what I want.
No, I will take that as far as I possibly can.
Okay.
So there are no work requirement rules in Medi-Cal today to answer your question of are we doing it better for other folks. So there are no baselines for that. In my presentation on CalFresh, I'm going to talk about that because it's a pretty significant issue. So what we're expecting is actually with working with the state is having a lot of data come to us where customers don't have to go out and find a doctor and do all of their other pieces. We're also talking about utilizing work exchanges to alert us when somebody gets a job so we know we can take action right then and there. It is going to be very different. And to your point, it is going to be, if the state wants Medi-Cal to look like CalWorks, Welfare to Work, it is going to cost a lot of money in order to do that. So we're waiting to figure out what the state's going to do because they have until 27. But we're going to be watching this all the way through because I need to have information to be able to share with Tim, to share with the board and with my execs on what are we doing as a community and how are we actually going to help folks get jobs in the environment we have today.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you, Ethan. All right, are we okay if I go to the next section? All right, so first, in talking about costs, I'm going to start with administration, just to kind of give a setup since it's going to be baked into the numbers that we do, and I want to explain, what's comprised of the administrative work. So we know that there needs to be significant infrastructure changes, upgrades to be able to accommodate more people now coming into our programs, whether it's hiring staff for managing contracts, whether it's hiring direct clinical staff and eligibility staff. So the extent of what the costs are is going to be dependent somewhat on how many enrollees we receive in the program. So to provide an estimate for these purposes, we're using 15% of total cost of care. This is similar to administrative expense loads that are in Medi-Cal managed care plans and was at least a good cost basis for us to feel where we felt it wasn't going to be higher than that, but this was a comfortable estimate that would be able to encompass things like utilization management, eligibility workers, and other infrastructure that would have to come into the program. What we're expecting is some startup costs. So $2 million approximate in startup costs for utilization management infrastructure. CalSAWS, we would want to interface with the state system CalSAWS. Currently, there is not a CMISP module, so we would have to pay to have that upgraded, but it would help tremendously on the eligibility side for more seamless processing and throughput.
I'm sorry, is that, maybe the word module means different things to different people, but when you say module, is that software?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, essentially an upgrade.
All right. Thank you.
And then any enrollment systems that we would use on the clinic side for tracking and working with people coming into the system and knowing that they're eligible when they're going to providers externally.
I assume the cost of the module is what it is based on the fact that it's basically a customized piece of software, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so we know like CalSAWS, they quoted about $750,000 to us for what it would cost for them.
That's not Windows 95.
No, it's not. So it's not unsubstantial cost increases and time for the teams to build out the system integrations. And then we would have some fixed costs for electronic health record system, DHA, we know a minimum of at least a staff member and supervisor for eligibility determination and appeals. And then DHS, at least a staff person for contracting with network providers for specialty care. Now, the variable costs are going to be based on volume. DHA would certainly need additional eligibility staff for determinations, and then also appeals hearings. DHS, we would need staff for screening, applications, processing, referrals, case management, utilization management, appeals, and also billing. So there is an amount of infrastructure that would then have to be built up, again, dependent on how large of a program we were starting to see. So taking who we think is going to be impacted and come to our programs and looking at that administrative amount, we can get to a cost modeler for what we are predicting for this program. I'll do the same caveats before. We have to make assumptions. For CMISP, right now our assumptions is how much does this person cost us per month to provide care to them? For CMISP, we don't have good historical data, from 15 years ago. And honestly, I think the utilization is going to be different than it was then anyway, because this is a group that's far more savvy about healthcare options, have more chronic conditions, and I think generally more needs that we would be seeing. So for CMISP, we use the weighted average of Medi-Cal managed care plan rates, net their administrative expenses. So just look at what essentially a high-end level of what a managed care plan would be paying for these services. And then Healthy Partners, we could base it off of utilization data that we had from when we ran the program a couple years ago.
So to be clear, options 1A, 2A, and 3A, where it says no program for Healthy Partners, that doesn't mean that population wouldn't be served.
Correct. It does. I mean, it means that the population. So I'll jump onto that then. So the way that we have laid this out is 3 sets of options for you. 1A. So one is 1A and 1B that is showing you. The A is assuming that we do not continue to operate Healthy Partners, and the B is assuming that we do continue to operate Healthy Partners. So we wanted to give the board the ability to kind of see the differences between just the CMISP program, so just the legal mandate, versus also having the Healthy Partners program still funded and operating at its current level.
Right, but I guess what I'm asking is, tell me a little bit more about if I'm currently eligible and receiving some benefit under Healthy, well, not now because we have 0, but let's go back a few years. Let's say I am one of those individuals in Sacramento County that is being served by Healthy Partners based on my eligibility. How am I not skipping a beat in terms of my limited set of services that I have available to me as part of the indigent population that needs health care under the no program options here? So where are they getting how's the population getting served?
At this point, the county would not be providing.
So your answer is they would not have.
Correct. They would not be.
That's what I need to hear from you, is that in fact means that population is SOL.
They would be showing up at community FQHCs or hospitals, and it would be uncompensated care.
But as you mentioned, there's that built-in reluctance on behalf of the population to seek any help at that point.
Yes.
Okay.
So I'll just go through these options in a little more granular detail here, just to quickly highlight those points. As I had mentioned, any of the A versus B is one is with without Healthy Partners, one is with. And so this is breaking down for 1A would be setting CMISP at 138% of FPL, which we feel is the legal minimum for the program, recognizing, again, this isn't a hard eligibility cap. It's the first eligibility cap, and then they would have to submit a good cause exemption to then still be considered for the program. And then for the B option, it includes Healthy Partners basically as it's operating today with the 4,000 person cap and the same array of services that are mapped out that we've been providing. You'll see on the last column, what we show is the services. So we estimate, let's take 1A, it would be $23 million in services. We estimate administrative expenses at $4 million. The startup costs that I mentioned at $2 million, which brings a total to $29 million. We put in the concept of a reserve for something to consider. And we put the reserve in here because what it essentially means is, as I mentioned before, we're trying to model for the worst case scenario where you have $1 million patient that consumes a lot of your budget. Well, if we soften some of that, recognizing that we might not get one in this year, but they will come, and instead build a reserve that sits out there, that then we just refill that reserve as needs, as we have to draw it down. It allows us in a given year to budget less on operating wise and leave that money kind of in abeyance for if we need it. It just helps with I feel it might help with Amanda's team on swings and in budgeting, where we're putting we budget general fund and then we're having to send a lot back to the general fund at year end because we didn't have any larger cases.
So Tim, we would put the $5 million in this very specific reserve, not to be confused with our general fund reserve. And we would treat it like budget carryover if it wasn't used in year one, and it would roll into year two?
Yeah. And then we would know that when we budget, instead of needing to, say this is year two and we're doing the same budget, instead of needing the full $29 million, we just need $24 million because we have the reserve that's whole out there in case we need it.
Gotcha.
And then option 2 for you is showing you where CMISP was in 2008-9. So that is at 200% of FPL. And then B, similar to the others, is including it also with Healthy Partners. And then this last one, 3, is showing you at 400% of FPL where we're currently at today. And B is showing you with Healthy Partners, which is exactly where we're at today. So today, with no changes, we're at option 3B with the CMISP program at 400% of FPL and Healthy Partners in operation.
Is it $8 million in reserve for option 3A, 3B because you're making some assumption about that carryover?
Yeah, the reserve increases for each because we have more people coming in. So the modeling says that more likelihood that we could have those expensive cases.
So in every case, it's a minimum expectation for reserve.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that was the end of the presentation. Happy to, I know you guys are asking questions. I don't know if you have any more questions for me. Again, our hope was coming back in January. Certainly we have the ability to try and model something else out differently if there's something that we didn't do that you would like to see. Again, that's the benefit to having the modeler.
Right. So the easiest way to kind of conceive of the 3 options, the way you've laid them out today, I mean, the principal difference is 138 to 400, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, there's moral or ethical implications regarding this whole conversation, but the predication behind why we have to discuss this is embedded in those welfare and institution codes, 17,000 and then 10,000.
Yes.
Do you have more specific, and if you don't have them at your fingertips, you can get them to me between now and the next time we discuss this, more specific definitions or what exactly is codified as far as what we are obligated to do and to whom we are obligated to do it?
I don't have it today.
I could look it up.
And I will work with county council to. County council says she has it up if you'd like her to read it.
I mean, sure.
Bring up the Westlaw.
We use Lexis.
LexisNexis.
Every county and every city, and it says and county, it says both county twice, shall relieve and support all incompetent, poor, indigent persons and those incapacitated by age, disease, or accident, lawfully resident therein, when such persons are not supportive and relieved by their relatives or friends, by their own means, or by state hospitals or other state and private institutions. As Tim stated previously, there's a build out in case law, but that's all that the code section says. And so there are different cases that have focused on different clauses. I think Tim's given you a great overview of how it would practically play out, but there's not a lot of guidance in the statute itself. And so we have to look to case law to guide us.
Nor is there a definition of what qualifies one as indigent other than they have no other means.
Correct.
Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Tim, for this very sobering presentation. A question, I guess a little bit of a follow-up. With the asylees and refugees, what are the? I know that they are. It's people who are undocumented that aren't covered by that Welfare and Institution Code section, but asylees and refugees are still eligible under that section. Is there any scenario where they, once they get their TPS status, say, removed or changed, would they slip into that undocumented category?
So this is where you get into the nuance of, from a federal standpoint, they were lumping them into this unsatisfactory immigration status, or UIS population. And so we originally assumed they would be treated as every other undocumented group for the purposes of Medi-Cal, because right now they receive Medi-Cal. Mm-hmm. Well, we did get clarification from the state DHCS, although again, would really like to see it in writing, that on October, when that group loses their Medi-Cal coverage, the state will move them to state-only Medi-Cal, and they will not be subject to the enrollment freeze.
Okay. That's helpful. And then the AB 85, the change in the 1991 realignment dollars at the locals, because really the locals didn't need it anymore back then. Where is that money? What's the state using those funds for that they clawed back from the counties?
Yeah, there are two, and I always forget one of the names. There are two new sub-accounts they created within realignment that are state-only sub-accounts that go over to human assistance programs. Ethan, do you remember what? It's the Family Services sub-account, and I apologize, I should have looked up the other name for it because I literally always forget it. But essentially, it offset some state obligations that they had elsewhere, that then to avoid having to reopen the realignment law, they set up a funding mechanism where they transferred those to the county. We see the money come to us, although we can't, it's state use only. We don't have the ability to spend it.
typical shell game. At the
I
state
can
level.
add, it went to the CalWORKS grant increases, a child poverty and family supplemental support subaccount, and a family support subaccount of the 1991 realignment. So
Thank you.
good
But the
uses.
bottom line
but-
is those were funds that counties were relying
Correct.
on at one point for CMISP. And okay.
And the challenge being, I would add, if counties start to recoup more of it, the state will have a budget challenge on those sub-accounts now losing money and them having to backfill because those are entitlements.
Right. And then you'll come back to us in January. Do we expect any additional guidance from the state at that point? I mean, what? Okay.
I would love guidance from the
Curious
state.
how robust their efforts are to provide. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tim.
There's so much out there with lawsuits and waiting on even federal guidance because the state has to wait for federal guidance in a lot of those cases. So unfortunately, it's been very slow, which was part of why we wanted to get something to you, but also recognize that it's still early in terms of knowing what the impacts are, but we could be seeing people as early as next month into these programs.
Other questions of Tim? No? All right. Thank you for tolerating our precipitous questions, but I think you can tell from everyone interrupting your presentation that there's obviously great interest in this. And as someone who helped resurrect what became Healthy Partners, I'll just remind everyone that, again, we have a lot of things that we're referencing the Great Recession today, but because of the Great Recession, the predecessor to Healthy Partners, I don't even know what the predecessor name was. It was basically our indigent healthcare program that served undocumented individuals in Sacramento County. Like so many other things, found itself completely devastated by the recession. And by the time we got to 2013, 14, then 15, when it was implemented, I'm thankful, looking back, that the then board found the will and the way to find the resources to at least get off the ground Healthy Partners. And I know that today's overview is part of an iterative process that the county executive has devised for us to consider our budget challenges, so that nothing is of great surprise by the time we get to June. But I will say that, and while I appreciate all the great questions here today by my colleagues, this is a county service that I feel very connected to personally, but even more importantly, it's one where I believe strongly that if, like the county did following the Great Recession, we let it wither and die, that not only will that come with a great amount of humanitarian consequence, I believe, but I also think it, in the long run, contributes to greater costs for the county, greater costs certainly for our health systems. And we have been working tooth and nail for so many years, especially hand in glove with our health systems, to get emergency room visits down when they're not needed, because we'd rather them, seek the medical attention outside of an emergent context. In preventative medicine and the whole array of healthcare that is outside of emergency healthcare. And I just think it would be not just unfortunate from the standpoint of more pain and suffering, possibly for that population, but if this is being triggered by, and it is being triggered by fiscal consideration, fine, then let's be honest with ourselves about what the long-term fiscal consideration is if we let it go. So I'm showing my cards up front that I'm going to be very, very interested in preserving Healthy Partners, and I appreciate the overview today, and I appreciate the way and the county CEO has decided to kind of tee this up. And I know that this is just probably one of several that we're going to be receiving here in the months to come. But this is very, very important. And I, for one, will be very, very reluctant to see anything of consequence happen to Healthy Partners that adversely affects our ability to look after everyone in Sacramento County, not just those that have green cards and are citizens. Supervisor Rodriguez.
Just want to add on to what you just said. You know, I spent 24 years in healthcare management, and if there's one thing that I learned is when you don't have preventative services, it is much costlier on the back end. And so I think that it would behoove us to preserve that program because it will end up being costlier on the back end. That's it.
Great, thank you. Thanks again, Tim. And thanks, Ethan, for coming to the podium so many times. All right, next item. Oh, do we have any members of the public?
Nobody punched up for that item.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Next item, please.
Next item on the agenda is number 58, presentation on the federal impacts of CalFresh.
Mr. Dye.
I've never used this one. How does this work? Oh, sorry, too far. Nobody wants to read that many slides in. It's just yet. Good afternoon, Chair Cerna, members of the board. Ethan Dye, Director for Department of Human Assistance, and I'm here to talk about HR 1's changes in the CalFresh funding and our newest challenges. So under HR 1, there are many changes. There are modifications in the work requirements for able-bodied adults with dependents. The changes in ABOD limit work requirements from 18 to 64, where it used to be from 18 to 54. There are changes and exemptions to apply for those with dependent children under the ages of 14. It used to be 18. And it eliminates exemptions for those experiencing homelessness, under 24 and aged out of foster care, or are veterans. There are waiver restrictions. Limiting AVOD waivers to only permissible in an area of unemployment above 10%, and removes the ability for waivers to be based on lack of sufficient jobs. Sacramento County will no longer be eligible for a geographic waiver. In addition, there are utility cost calculation changes where HR 1 is changing how the standard utility allowance is calculated, which could lower the allowance amounts, resulting in smaller CalFresh benefits for households with high utility costs. There are also changes in the non-citizen. SNAP eligibility will be limited to U.S. citizens, lawful permanent residents, and these are green card holders. There is still the subject to a 5-year waiting limit, Cuban Haitian entrants, and residents of the Compact of Free Association or COFA nations, otherwise Micronesia, Palau, and the Marshall Islands. Newer groups are excluded now. Refugees, asylees, survivors of human trafficking and domestic violence, and other humanitarian immigrants are no longer going to be eligible for CalFresh benefits. And we currently have about 30,000 in the county. Beginning October 1st, 2026, federal funding for administrative costs will reduce from 50% federal to 25%. California's new share of cost will increase from 50 to 70%. California's 75% share of administrative costs will continue to be split between the state and counties, and there is no current information available on what the state intends to do in regards to funding the full 70%, and I'll explain the 70-75% split in a second. WIC 18906.5 sets cost-sharing administrative needs for the CalFresh program at 70% for the state and 30% for the counties. So this is where the state has to pay 75, we have to pay 30% of that 75. Current estimates indicate that the county will have a shortfall of between $6 and $24 million to maintain existing operations under these new mandated costs. The largest variable in the state funding under new rules. This change represents a considerable increase in the county's general fund need, or the department's general fund need. So the way CalFresh is funded today is 50% federal, 35% state, and 15% county. Beginning October, the state or the federal government will be 25%, the state will be 52.5%, and the county will be 22.5%, or a 7.5% increase. We in DHA have run multiple budget models to demonstrate budget impacts of HR 1 for 26-27. I'm going to present to you today our two bookends, and we believe something will happen in between one of those. The assumptions we're making are based on our expenditures from 24-25 in cost and staff data, but we did not, and this the minor bullet we need to change. At the time we did the presentation, we hadn't done any of the cost increases for negotiated benefits this year. We've since done that, and it didn't change the numbers that much. Local general fund realignment matching is assumed to stay the same next year as it is this year. So what does that look like? So 24-25, the CalFresh program on the administrative side, this has nothing to do with individual person benefits, was $102 million. We would need the state to move from $41 million, which is this year's allocation, to $53.6 million in federal funding. And that gives us a $6 million deficit that the county would be required under law to come up to. This will, if this doesn't happen, we will have to make further reductions. I'm going to talk a little bit about what we've done already. Now here's the big component. We don't know what the state is going to be doing. So what we have done is said we're going to use everything we know from this year if the state did not have additional funds. As most probably already know, the Legislative Analyst's Office has come out and said that the state has an $18 billion deficit. In order to fully fund CalFresh at the state level, they would have to add $450 million. That does not include $200 million from county new costs. So utilizing all of that information, saying that the state could not increase from this year, the department and county would be facing a $23.4 million deficit in the CalFresh program. Not only does that impact the CalFresh program, all of our funding, all of our staff is put into all of our cost allocations, and that funding is put out and how our staff get paid, how the program is administered. So when there is a reduction in CalFresh, there will be an impact to CalWorks, there'll be an impact to Medi-Cal, there'll be an impact to general assistance, there'll be an impact to foster care. So the reduction in CalFresh benefits will have or CalFresh administrative benefit will have a direct correlation to increased spending to the county and some of our county-only programs. Things the department has already done. We have taken a very proactive approach, knowing that between $9 million and $24 million $6 million and $24 million is a very deep bridge to cross, and not knowing what the state is going to be doing, we have already implemented some cost reductions. We have deleted vacant positions. We have brought temporary staff on instead of hiring full-time. We've gone into a department-wide hiring freeze. We have eliminated, or we have made the suggestion, and we're going to be closing one of our biggest welfare offices at 28th Street, which was about a $5 million building a year. We are changing some of our operating and administrative costs. We are eliminating non-used travel and conference money. We have bought equipment in this fiscal year so we don't bring things in the next fiscal year. We're closing our foster care building, which was anticipated to close, but that's also a savings to us. So all of the work that we have already done in preparation for what we believe could happen brings us to roughly the $5 million to $24 million deficit. All of that to say, there is still some risk out there. We don't know what the funding changes are going to be. We don't know we know what our attrition is, but we're seeing higher than normal attrition, which means our program may or may not be functioning at the capacity we need it to be, which may create errors, which may create backlogs, which creates calls to your offices, which creates calls to our staff. It creates folks who are coming in who generally wouldn't need to have come in. There could be allocated cost changes. So as my department reduces in size, it will also have direct impacts to other departments. The Medi-Cal funding is uncertain. We believe fully that the state is going to have to give additional Medi-Cal money. That's a year out, so we don't know what to anticipate in that yet. Overhead shifts, which I just talked about, will happen based on how our programs are run, and there will be impacts to other programs. So CalFresh FTE reductions, this is major. If we have to go into a spot where there's a $24 million deficit, I don't have very many options. I lease all my buildings, I have cars for social workers, and I have staff. So what happens when I'm reducing staff, my caseloads get higher, my wait times get longer, I'm not able to meet compliance, and I'm gonna do a quick plug out to my staff this year. For the first time since pre-COVID, we have met our mandates on our 30-day application processing and our 3-day expedited service processing. That is massive because folks are getting services because we had the funding to do it right this year. We had the right number of staff and we had the right people doing the work. What happens when I have fewer staff? I also have an increased error rates because timeliness is the first thing they look at as an error. We reduce compliance affecting expedited services and 30-day timeliness. We increase risk for lawsuits and noncompliance. For the last 3 years, we have been under the threat of litigation from some of our welfare advocates, but we've been able to show progression every month that we are doing our best, and now those issues have become non-existent. But if I don't have the funding to do what we're doing today, I anticipate those to come back. Significant increases in lobby and phone wait times. This is a direct impact to people waiting, people trying to get fed, people trying to get medical services. One of the items that Supervisor Desmond asked about was payment error rates. So CalFresh does have a payment error rate. And so under the new HR1 guidance, effective October 1st of 27, states will be required to pay at least a percentage of CalFresh payment for the PER above 6%. So right now, the state of California has a 10.21% payment error rate, which means the state would have to pay 15% of their yearly benefits. And right now it's about $2 billion. So what happens is if the county is under the state and we are above 6%, and I believe we're at about 8 right now, we will have a $1.5 to $4.6 million error rate penalty to the county, another cost to the county that it was never there before.
Really? You're going to end on that good news?
I was going to have a slide, questions, but I am well aware that you guys like to ask when they're on the top of your mind, so I decided to step away from that.
That's awesome. Well, I think you've left us a bit speechless in terms of the bad news and degree of challenge here. Maybe you can elaborate a little bit, Ethan, about some of the, you kind of quickly recited some of the changes you've already made, but I know in my district, for instance, we have the 28th Street Bureau. I don't even know the status of that. Is that completely closed yet, or when's it going to be closed if it's not yet?
We anticipate the doors will close at the end of May, and the building will be completely vacant by the end of June.
Okay. So that's one example of our interest in trying to minimize overhead and costs associated with your charge. What can we generally expect? That's one example in one supervisorial district. What other changes can we expect that you can kind of give a real life example of in other areas of the county in 26?
There are so many things that are dependent, Supervisor. What I will say is you will probably see in budget, depending on where the numbers fall, and I'm hoping to hear something in January, There will probably be a very high likelihood that I will be deleting every one of my vacancies. There will be an extremely high likelihood that I will be letting my limited term positions go at the end of June. And I don't want to use the word, but I do have some concerns around $24 million in layoffs. And when I'm talking about like buildings and whatnot, I don't want to freak anybody out on that. I'm doing everything I can and working with this amazing executive team to stay that as much as I can. I do think that in the future we may look at other buildings. I think our next lease is one in Natomas. It's up in a year and a half. We may have to change our telework policies, close buildings, have more people work from home to reduce costs. But I know, that's I have some concerns on what it's going to look like and being able to serve our community.
And in terms of our condition, how similar is it that you know of compared to other counties? I assume that others with a similar title to yours are having sleepless nights just as much.
We are all having those conversations. I know my peers across the state are in the same spot, and there are actually 5 states who have notified the federal government that they are no longer going to be issuing SNAP benefits.
Wow. Okay. And then lastly,
California is not one of them yet.
Sure. Lastly, we had a mad scramble, obviously, during the federal government shutdown, and our food banks and other partners that have shared concern about our community going hungry, those that are in need, had to, respond quickly and had to kind of redouble our efforts to see that goal was met. Is that, I hate to put it this way, but is that foreshadowing from your perspective of what we might expect if we can't figure out how to grapple with a $23 million hole?
I don't foresee it that's a great question. I don't foresee it in the same way because this is about how the program is administered. This does not have, the HR 1 rules at this point do not talk about the actual benefit to customers. So there are impacts to customers. I'm not going to shy away from that. But what we saw in the non-issuance has never happened before. And I think that we may see other instances of things close to that. I don't know that we will see the same thing, but I think from the admin side, I think that there will be places if things are as bad and the county cannot augment. I mean, those were completely large numbers. Tim's got the same thing, and same with homeless. Is how do we best realign ourselves? And we'll be talking. I see Ted in the room and appreciate him being here. Having conversations with labor on do we have to change our workforce, and instead of having program staff, do we just have generic staff who can do everything, so we as a county can control a little more where the bits and pieces can't fit just as well as they do today? There's going to be a lot to go on in the next year. And I will say, Deputy County Exec Siobhan Katari has done an amazing job working with department heads and saying, hey, who do we need to bring in from the community, and start setting up work requirement teams and other food and security teams that has a community impact, not just run by the county and the government. So that has been an amazing push.
Great. Thank you. Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, it's been a long day with a lot of heavy conversations, and a lot of conversations centered around, how government performs and revenues we collect, and what it means to the people on the streets. And this is obviously a critical area when you're talking about going without from one of the basic needs of humankind. But I think if I'm looking at sort of, the Pollyanna view on these things that are being proposed, it's not necessarily coming down on your department to say, make people turn in, the pencil nubs before they get new pencils, and shut down offices and lay off people. It's saying make sure that the people using the program are eligible and the program is being administered correctly and that those costs are contained, right? And so it's kind of holding our partners accountable in the work that they're doing as well. And I guess, it's tough to parse out in this world where we have a news cycle that focuses on things like what's going on in Minnesota. Or even just today, I saw where the DA is going to take up charges against one of our dine-in programs that caught some news attention earlier. And so there are, deficiencies, if you will, to be corrected. And I would hope that as we sort through all of this, and I don't envy the decisions you're going to have to be making and the workload that you're going to be under, but as we go through this, that we sort of realize, are there areas to tighten up processes and controls to realize cost savings before we either have the human impact right out on the street or the human impact from the folks who show up to work every day. And it would seem like there's got to be, just by the nature of economy of scale and everything else, there's got to be probably a little bit of that.
There's a lot of it. So one of the things we recognized last year was that we have a lot of touch points. Like if I give an application to you, you might give it to Supervisor Rodriguez. Supervisor Rodriguez might give it to the clerk of the board. The clerk of the board is going to give it to Ted, and we have a lot of individual touch points. So last year we had a CalFresh management evaluation audit from CDSS, California Department of Social Services, and what we did out of that was we actually partnered with CDSS in something called CORE. It's a county operational redesign effort. And so it was working with UPE, working with SEIU, working with line staff to say, how do we do better and knock some of these timeliness things out? They're taking way too long. People aren't getting served. And so we are now on the tail end of that process. And I believe I get the recommendation in a week and a half, maybe. I get the full recommendation in January, so I can sit down and say, this is where I want the department to head, and these are the things we're going to do, and then reach out to our labor partners who have been amazing in this process.
Thank you.
Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't going to say anything. I was actually, my next phone call when we get out of here was going to be to Siobhan on this, but as usual, you're a step ahead of me. When you talk about, that we're identifying and see where we can enhance partnerships in the community, today's the theme of today is breaking down silos and, not so much about doing more with less, but doing better with what we have. And what we have is we do have a community of organizations that I think that we're going to have to lean on more because we can't do it on our own. They can't do it on their own. So it's going to take that. I mean, from the amazing food banks that we have to Alchemist and the great work they're doing, and with the farmers markets and other things. I think there likely are opportunities. So I was just wanted to say that I was really happy to hear you say that we're already going down that path.
It takes a village, sir.
Great. Thank you, Ethan. Mr. Clerk, do we have any members of the public signed up to speak on this matter?
No members of the public are signed up for this item.
All right, very good. Thank you. Again, thank you to everyone for staying with us this long in the afternoon. Next item, please.
Next item is number 59, Board of Supervisor appointments from own ranks to Sacramento City and County Continuum of Care Board. There are 2 at-large members. Effective date is today. Terms expire February 27th, 2027.
I assume they'll be very welcoming.
Yeah. All right. So we're doing own ranks. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and what are they?
They are at-large members for the Continuum of Care.
Okay. Let's see, Supervisor Desmond is in the queue. Oh, all of a sudden everyone pops up. All right.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think there's probably some interest by multiple members. I mean, I've been involved with Supervisor Kennedy with the city-county partnership and a lot of our efforts at the county with interjurisdictional operations. I'm happy to continue to serve in that respect, or to yield to someone else if they're interested in serving as an at-large member of this. So.
Okay, thank you for that, Supervisor Kennedy.
Just echo that. I too would be very interested in serving.
Okay. I would suggest that Supervisors Desmond and Kennedy be our continuum of care representatives. And I think for the reasons that have just been stated by Supervisor Desmond, those are good ones in terms of the continuity that I think would be maintained. So I don't know if I forget how we do this, nominate. But I'd like to move that Supervisors Desmond and Kennedy be our COC appointees.
I'll second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Please vote.
That nomination passes unanimously 5-0 with all members present.
All right, very good. Thank you. All right.
Which brings us to item number 60, nominations. Boards to consider nominations to the following. First, I'd like to announce the following items have been continued to December 16th, 2025. Those include the Equal Employment Opportunity Advisory Committee, the Health and Human Services Coordinating Council, Natomas Community Planning Advisory Council, Orangevale Community Planning Advisory Council, South Sacramento Area Community Planning Advisory Council. And the following items have been continued to January 13th, 2026. We have the Children's Coalition. We have the Developmental Disabilities Planning and Advisory Council, the Foothill Farms Community Planning Advisory Council, the North Highlands Community Planning Advisory Council, and the Sacramento County Treasury Oversight Committee. And then the following list are items continued to January 27th, 2026. We have the Assessment Appeals Board. We have the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation Citizens Advisory Committee. We have County Service Area 4B, Slowhouse, Wilton, Cosumnes. We have County Service Area 4C, Delta. We have Delta Citizens Municipal Advisory Committee and Elk Grove, Cosumnes Cemetery District, which then brings us to today's items. First, we have the Cordova Community Planning Advisory Council. There are 4 seats. First off, Supervisor Desmond, you have 2 seats.
Please continue to January 13th.
Thank you. And Supervisor Hume, 2 seats.
I would also like to continue to January 13th.
Thank you. We have the Fair Oaks Community Planning Advisory Council. Supervisor Desmond, 3 seats.
Please continue to December 16th.
Thank you. We have the Galt Arno Cemetery District. Supervisor Hume, 1 seat.
Please continue to January 13th.
Thank you. We have the Sacramento County Behavioral Health Commission, 3 public interest seats. Supervisor Desmond, 1 seat.
Please continue to January 13th.
Thank you. And Vice Chair Rodriguez, 2 seats.
Please nominate Matthew Grabeau and waive the process.
Thank you.
Second.
Well, yeah, we do it. Thank you very much. That nomination.
And then for the second one, continue it to January 13th.
Remaining continued January 13th.
And Todd, don't worry, we don't understand the even could waive the process.
Waive the process. Why does it get waived?
We're working on the process.
I had to ask Stern about that just right now. So
Don't ask me where it started.
Thank you, everybody. All right. And next we have Sacramento Housing Redevelopment Commission. Supervisor Hume, 1 seat.
I would like to nominate Julian Burgos. And again, I have no idea if there's a process and if it needs to be waived and if that needs to happen, but if so.
Just,
You want it immediately?
yeah, if you want it immediately.
Well, let's make it immediate then.
Second.
That nomination passes unanimously 5-0, all members present. And next we have the Vineyard Area Community Planning Advisory Council. Supervisor Hume, 4 seats.
I would like to reappoint Paul Sylvester, waive the process.
second.
That nomination passes 5-0, all members present.
And please continue the remainder to January 27th.
Thank you. And That will do it for nominations. Next up, we have county executive comments.
Thank you, Todd. Just wanted to congratulate Todd on making it through his first day here as the new clerk of the board, and congratulations on making that. The other thing, a couple of other things. One is if the Cable Commission could show the slide, please. Just some exciting news here. The County Behavioral Health Division recently won a national award for a documentary blog series entitled The Ripple Effect. This 9-part series was created in response to the rising fentanyl overdoses. It uses short-form storytelling and highlights the crisis and resilience of our community. The campaign impact contributed to 27% reduction in fentanyl-related deaths in Sacramento County. The series generated over 19,000 clicks to the treatment and recovery resources and more than 41,000 visits for educational content. The award demonstrates the powerful storytelling and the real drive for change. And I just wanted to congratulate Behavioral Health, who is under Tim Lutz, and their recognition and their fantastic work of what they've been doing. So congratulations to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. CEO.
Next up, item 62, supervisor comments.
Supervisor Rodriguez.
Well, I just want to have a special acknowledgement for Renee Delgado, a student at Casa Robles High School who earned an all-tournament team honors at the Thunder Duels in Rockland after a 5.0 with 5 pins. Then I also want to congratulate Zoe Rodriguez, a student, senior, class of 2020, a 2025 Folsom High graduate, and her mom on their Independence Film Award for Legacy Lies. And lastly, I want to congratulate the Folsom High Bulldogs. If you watched the game last week, it was amazing. They were down 18 points at the halftime. They had an injured, amazing quarterback, and their second in line came out and won it with a 42-38. It was probably one of the best football games that one may watch. And so congratulations. They're going to the state championship this Friday. And welcome, Todd.
Thank you. All right, Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so I'd just like to ask a request that staff bring back a agenda item to discuss a vacant property ordinance. I brought this up, I don't know, it's maybe about 8 months ago or so, Dave, and we had a long conversation with code enforcement and others about an ordinance that is not a vacancy tax, but it's more of a registration type ordinance for parcels, both improved and unimproved parcels that remain vacant for a long period of time and ultimately end up being a code enforcement problem and a problem of blight in the community. There are a few different models out there, including one in the city of Sacramento, and a couple different ways we could structure it, but I'd like staff to come back maybe to bring that to the board for a discussion and a decision whether or not we would like to adopt an ordinance here in Sacramento, in unincorporated Sacramento County.
We can absolutely do that. Thank you.
Very good. All right. Okay, I don't see anyone else in the queue. I'll add on to the congratulations to our new clerk of the board, Todd. Congratulations on getting through your first day. This is a pretty good day to be your first in terms of length and content and managing things. It doesn't always go this long. It doesn't always have this limited number of public speakers, but I think you can probably tell from the dialogue up here that we're a pretty collegial bunch and don't take ourselves too seriously, even though we have very serious jobs. But that's part of who we are and what we do and how we do it. So again, welcome. And if there is no further business before this board, we will stand adjourned.